Kabbalah, Science, and the Meaning of Life. Forward. The essence of human nature is its perpetually evolving desire for pleasure. To realize this desire, we feel compelled to discover, invent, and improve our reality. The gradual intensification of the desire for pleasure has been the force behind human evolution throughout our history. The desire for pleasure evolves through several stages. In the first stage, it manifests in the need for sustenance, such as food, reproduction, and family. In the second stage, the desire for wealth arises, and in the third, there's a craving for honor, power, and fame. Development of these three stages has led to major changes in human society. It became a diversified, multi-class society. The fourth stage signifies our yearning for learning knowledge and wisdom. This expresses itself in the development of science, educational systems, and culture. This stage has become associated with the Renaissance and the scientific revolution and is still predominant today. The desire for knowledge and erudition requires that we understand our surroundings. To understand the present state of humanity and its prospects, we must build a bridge connecting several milestones in the evolution of science. These milestones have significantly affected our approach to life. The scientific revolution that occurred during the 16th century brought radical changes in our thought patterns. At the time, researchers believed that theories must be tested against experiments and observations. They also cautioned us to avoid mythological and religious explanations. At the center of scientific thinking was an analysis of reality and the search for scientific answers to age-old questions. Until then, these topics had been ascribed to a divine power. In his book Mathematical Principles and Natural Philosophy, Isaac Newton proposed a theory of mechanics that would let us calculate the change in motion of any body when influenced by a given force. The success of Newton's theory presented a whole new worldview. Newton's deterministic viewpoint stated that in any event, regardless of its nature, a certain natural law will manifest. The presence of the divine was of little importance because the trajectory of all motion is fixed, and there was no intervention by the divine. The deterministic approach was well described by the astronomer Pierre-Simon Laplace, as he sought to explain to Napoleon how our solar system had been formed. When Napoleon asked him about God's place in the process, he replied, "I did not need this hypothesis there." Thus, science left no room for the existence of other aspects beyond its own limits, including those realities that are hidden from our perception. Everyone believed that humanity had discovered the necessary measures to know the world as it really was. In the late 1800s, it seemed that classical physics had provided researchers with a complete set of laws for every natural phenomenon. Many researchers maintained that these laws would help them explain even the few phenomena that remained mysteries. Since physics has always been considered the mother of all sciences and the forefront of technology and experimentation, its discoveries served as the foundation for research in other sciences as well. The era of modern physics began in the early 1900s with Albert Einstein's revolutionary discoveries. Einstein's theory of relativity generated a fundamental change in attitude towards everything that had previously been known about time, space, mass, motion, and gravity. Einstein's theory unified time and space into a single entity, time-space, revoking the premise that time and space were absolute. In the 1930s, another theory emerged, quantum mechanics, also known as quantum theory. This spurred an ongoing revolution in physics whereby all measurements yielded only approximate quantitative results, probabilities that quantum theory calculations could interpret. Quantum theory was able to describe several phenomena that could not be explained by preceding theories. The most famous of these was wave-particle duality, showing that microscopic objects such as electrons behave as waves under some conditions and as particles under others. A fundamental concept of quantum theory is the uncertainty principle, which maintains that the observer affects the observed event. Hence, the key question is, what do the measurements actually measure? This principle implies that the concept of an objective process becomes irrelevant. Moreover, beyond the measured results, an objective reality simply cannot exist. The discoveries of quantum physics drastically changed science's approach. The deterministic concept that maintained that physics revealed objective facts of nature and described their absolute existence was dismissed. It was replaced by an understanding that physics does not know the true essence of nature. Physics can only assist in building paradigms, patterns, and formulae that calculate results of an experiment within a certain boundary of probabilities. Contemporary science differentiates between the actual reality that exists independent of the observer and the reality that the observer can describe. Today, researchers understand that what had been defined as an absolute fact is destined to give way to new conclusions and new experiments. These, in turn, will yield to ever newer formulae and experiments. It's now evident that science does not present absolute truth, but rather a picture of the world as described through current experiments, perceptions, and paradigms. Moreover, the greater our knowledge of the world, the greater the uncertainties and contradictions we face. Acknowledging the above has significantly diminished the prominence of natural science in general and physics in particular. Instead, it positions science as a tool that uncovers a limited part of reality rather than the absolute truth. The actual reality is hidden from us. We cannot discover it by means of scientific research. In recent years, many scientists have become interested in various religions, New Age theories, and mysticism. They're trying to find new tools and new ways to understand the hidden parts of reality, those unattainable by using conventional research methods. This scientific predicament has escalated into a crisis since the turn of the century, challenging our ability to expose the full picture of the world we live in and to understand the rules that govern both nature and humanity. Once humanity exhausted its desire for knowledge and erudition and the visible reality had been researched, a new desire surfaced, to know the highest concepts of the hidden part of reality. This is the stage of evolution of desires that humanity has reached today. This is the background for the appearance of the wisdom of Kabbalah, which offers humanity a new perspective, a scientific worldview that Kabbalists discovered thousands of years ago. Our current desire to know all of reality shows that humanity is ready to be exposed to Kabbalah. The Kabbalistic perception of the world includes premises that other religions accept on faith, coupled with a scientific approach. Kabbalah develops tools within us that welcome us into a comprehensive reality and provide a means to research it. Kabbalah, Science, and the Meaning of Life presents the fundamentals of the science that explores the aspects of reality hidden from scientists. When we discover those hidden parts, our knowledge of the world that we live in will be complete. By uniting both the hidden and the revealed, we will prepare ourselves for accurate scientific research and the discovery of genuine formulae. By uncovering the hidden, our view of the world will become complete, liberated from boundaries of relative perception, and we will be able to unveil the existence of every part of reality beyond time, space, and motion. The wisdom of Kabbalah grants all the above to anyone who truly seeks it. This book is based on talks given by the author and compiled by his students. Kabbalah meets quantum physics. A unique scientific conference was held in San Francisco, California in March 2005, introducing Kabbalist Rav Michael Lightman, Ph.D., and quantum physicists William Tiller, Ph.D., Dr. Jeffrey Satinover, and Fred Alan Wolf, Ph.D. All three scientists had participated in the documentary hit What the Bleep Do We Know? The theme of the conference was Quantum Physics Meets Kabbalah. This fascinating conference consisted of intense closed discussions and public presentations. Following the introduction of the participants, Dr. Lightman gave an overview of Kabbalah, explaining the structure of reality and how the substance of creation, the desire to receive pleasure, evolves. It only took one session to create a common language among the scientists. Later that evening, the scientists presented their specific fields of expertise in a public panel before lecturers and students from the University of California, Berkeley, and Stanford universities. The next morning, they returned to the discussion table. In between discussions, they shared their impressions from the conference and exchanged stories of their own personal quests. A few weeks later, Dr. Satinover attended an international congress in Israel whose theme was the wisdom of Kabbalah. During the Congress, Dr. Lightman and Dr. Satinover discussed diverse topics such as freedom of choice, the global crisis, the family unit in the 21st century, the intensifying search for spirituality, and the future of mankind. Dr. Satinover gave a public presentation about quantum physics and its far-reaching implications. The explanations of Kabbalah in this part of the book are based on these meetings. The editor. Attendees of the San Francisco Conference: Professor William Tiller. Professor William Tiller, Ph.D. in Physics, University of Toronto, is a former materials science and engineering professor at Stanford University. He's published more than 250 scientific publications, including several books. His primary books are Some Science Adventures with Real Magic, Conscious Acts of Creation, The Emergence of a New Physics, Science and Human Transformation, Subtle Energies, Intentionality, and Consciousness. Fred Alan Wolf, Ph.D. Fred Alan Wolf, Ph.D. in Theoretical Physics from UCLA, is a lecturer and a quantum physicist who has had contacts with renowned physicist David Bohm and studied with Richard Feynman, among the most prominent physicists of the 20th century. Dr. Wolf has also authored 11 books that were translated into several languages. Among these books are Taking the Quantum Leap, The New Physics for Non-Scientists, The Yoga of Time Travel, How the Mind Can Defeat Time, Matter into Feeling, A New Alchemy of Science and Spirit, and Mind into Matter. Jeffrey Satinover, M.D., M.Sc. Dr. Jeffrey Satinover holds degrees from MIT, Harvard, the University of Texas, and Yale. He completed psychoanalytic training at the C.G. Jung Institute of Zurich. He's a former fellow in psychiatry and child psychiatry at Yale, where he was twice awarded the Department of Psychiatry's Seymour Lustman Residence Research Prize, second place. He was the 1975 William James Lecturer at Harvard. Until recently, he was a teaching fellow in the Department of Physics at Yale University. Today, Dr. Satinover is completing his Ph.D. in quantum physics at Nice University in France and teaches constitutional law at Princeton University. Dr. Satinover has written 5 successful books that were translated into 9 languages and sold hundreds of thousands of copies. His most famous book, The Quantum Brain, set new standards in popular science writing and was celebrated by critics. This book touches upon several themes: mathematics, science, computers, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence. 2 other books of Satinover's became bestsellers: Cracking the Bible Code and Homosexuality and the Politics of Truth. Michael Lightman, Ph.D. Michael Lightman has a Ph.D. in philosophy from the Russian Academy of Science and an MSc in biocybernetics from the Polytechnical Institute of St. Petersburg. He was the disciple and personal assistant to Rabbi Baruch Ashlag for 12 years. During those years, Rav Lightman acquired the Sulam method, teachings passed on to his mentor by his father, Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, known as Bala Sulam, for his Sulam commentary on the Zohar. Rav Lightman has written 30 books on Kabbalah, which were translated into 10 languages. His daily lessons are broadcast live and recorded on cable television in the U.S., in Israel, and on the Internet to tens of thousands of students worldwide. In recent years, Rav Lightman has become a frequent speaker at scientific conferences and conventions in Europe, East Asia, and North America, expounding on the links between Kabbalah science. Dr. Lightman says that when he finished school, he was searching for a profession that would enable him to explore the meaning of life. He chose biocybernetics because this field researches life systems and the laws that dictate their existence. I had hoped, he explained, that through this study I would understand how the inanimate evolves to vegetative and then to animate. Yet the question that troubled me most was, what are we living for? It's a question that arises in each of us, but dissolves in the course of our routine race of life. When I completed my academic studies, I worked at the Leningrad Institute of Hematology in Russia. Even while conducting research as a student, I was fascinated with the wondrous way in which a living cell contains life. I was awestruck by the harmonious incorporation of each cell in the body. The research centered around cell structures and their various functions in the body, but I could not find an answer to the question about why the entire body exists. I assume that, much like a cell in a body, the body, too, is part of a greater system in which it functions as a part of the whole. Yet my attempts to research that question in the scientific framework were met with recurring rejections. I was told that science didn't deal with these questions. Disillusioned, I resolved to leave Russia as quickly as possible, hoping to continue in Israel the research that had so captured my heart. In 1974, after 4 years of being a refusnik, a person who is denied an exit permit from the Soviet Union by the government, I received the longed-for exit permit and arrived in Israel. Alas, here too I was only offered to conduct studies and research on the limited single-cell level. I realized that I had to search for a place where I could study the general systems of reality. I turned to philosophy, but before long realized that the answer could not be found there. I then tried to find answers in religion, but found nothing but a mechanistic performance of the commandments. There was no deeper understanding there. Only after many years of searching did I finally find my teacher, Rabbi Baruch Ashlag. I was with him for 12 years, from 1979 to 1991. To me, he was the last of the Mohicans, the last Kabbalist in a chain of great Kabbalists that extended through the generations. I was his personal assistant and his disciple. I didn't leave his side all through that period, and I wrote and published my first 3 books with his support in 1983. After my teacher passed away, I began to develop and publish the knowledge that I had received from him. I considered it a direct continuation of his work. In 1991, I founded B'nai Baruch, a group of Kabbalists who study and practice the method of Bala Salam and his son, Rabbi Baruch Ashlag. Since then, B'nai Baruch has become an international organization comprising many thousands of students. Its members research, study, and disseminate Kabbalah. B'nai Baruch maintains the largest internet site on Kabbalah, offering a wealth of information in 22 languages and the most extensive media and text archive of lessons, books, and films on the internet. All the material is offered free through the site, Kabbalah.info. B'nai Baruch recently established the Ari Films production company, producing documentaries and educational films aired on cable television networks in Israel, North America, and Europe. Additionally, B'nai Baruch established the Ashlag Research Institute, the ARI, named after Baruch Ashlag, which serves as a center for public discussions on Kabbalah. The educational and academic goals of the ARI derive from a deep commitment to bring the teachings of Bala Salam to the center stage of public discussion. When Rav Lightman saw the film What the Bleep Do We Know, he said, "I was overjoyed by the sensation that the scientists appearing in it were asking the same questions I once did. I thought that perhaps they would take an interest in the wisdom Kabbalah offers." Presenting Kabbalah, an abbreviation of Dr. Lightman's presentation at the public panel before the students and teachers from the universities of Berkeley and Stanford. The wisdom of Kabbalah, reception in Hebrew, as its name implies, teaches us how to receive. It explains how we perceive our surrounding reality. To understand who we are, we must first learn how we come to sense reality around us and how to cope with the events that befall us. The wisdom of Kabbalah provides us with all these insights. The wisdom of Kabbalah does not come to an individual naturally, but only when one reaches the right level of ripeness. This is why Kabbalah is being exposed to so many these days, and it's also the reason why it was hidden for thousands of years. Previous generations believed that the world exists by itself. Whether or not we are there to perceive it, the world is the way it is and exists objectively, independently. Afterwards, people began to understand that our picture of the world is shaped by who we are. In other words, the picture of the world is a combination of our own attributes and external circumstances. Therefore, we perceive only a part of everything around us. For example, right now, there are numerous waves outside of us, but we can only perceive one of them, the wave that we are attuned to perceive. Hence, we perceive external conditions according to our internal qualities. If we have nothing in common with the outside world, we will not perceive or feel any of it. Kabbalah speaks extensively of our perception of time, space, and motion. Why does it seem to us that reality expands, that it is at a certain distance from us? What is the source of our perceptual sense of movement and change? Is this a result of internal processes that we're experiencing, or does it exist regardless of them? The more we progress in the study of our internal being, the more we find that our perception of reality depends on us. Once humankind sufficiently evolves in knowledge, science, and technology, we will be able to perceive what the wisdom of Kabbalah has to offer. The wisdom of Kabbalah says that around us there's only the upper light, a single force in a permanent, unchanging state. Nothing exists besides this upper light. In such a state, the words extant or non-existent mean the same thing because we only measure changes. When there are no changes, there's nothing to measure. Within us is a gene, a bit of information that constantly evokes in us new sensations and emotions. We picture the world from within these sensations, which is where we derive the awareness that we exist. All these processes occur within us and design our perception of the outside world. Actually, nothing exists outside of us, but our picture of reality appears as if it were outside. The concept I'm presenting here was described by the great Kabbalists thousands of years ago, and is both fascinating and awesome in the richness of experiences it provides. It is written in the book of Zohar, the book of radiance, that only when we understand that perception, experience it, and master it, will we understand the writings in the Kabbalah books and in the Zohar itself. Once we've recognized the limits of our perceptions, Kabbalah can teach us how to discover what really exists outside of us. Through Kabbalah, we can transcend our natural qualities, build new tools of sensation, and through them fully experience the external reality. When we're liberated from the chains of our innate perceptions, we can discover a whole new world and begin to experience life's eternal, complete, and unbounded flow. We will be able to experience the forces that operate on reality as a single power, and events that seem accidental to us, unexpected, or incomprehensible will suddenly make sense. For such people, the spiritual world can become a system of forces that stands behind our perceived reality, the forces that propel reality. It's similar to examining embroidery. From the front, it looks like any other picture, but from the back, you can see the threads that comprise the picture and their interconnections. Discovering these threads and interconnections provides knowledge about ourselves and the world around us. The wisdom of Kabbalah is appearing now because we're living in a special time. On one hand, we have many ways to succeed at being happy, but on the other hand, we can't seem to achieve it. Kabbalah does not repeal any other teachings or sciences, nor does it challenge humanity's progress over the generations. It cherishes humankind's achievements. But as we come to the crest of these achievements, humanity is beginning to experience a growing need to sense the complete reality. This is the reason for the growing interest in Kabbalah today. To reach this goal, and to experience the spiritual world, we must cultivate within us identical qualities to those of the spiritual world. Everything we perceive in reality is through an equivalence of qualities. Therefore, we see and we discover new things in the world according to the qualities within us. As we mature, we acquire new qualities, both from our parents and from our surroundings. After absorbing them, we can use them to study our surrounding reality. We acquire many different kinds of attributes, some of which awaken in us naturally in time, and some that are acquired by the influence of our environment. However, some qualities cannot be acquired naturally and must be developed within us through a special method. The wisdom of Kabbalah builds such qualities. The act of studying authentic texts by genuine Kabbalists affects us as readers in a unique way, evoking subtle discernments. There are no other texts or methods in our world that can do so. The study of Kabbalah creates a special perception with which we can begin to see what appears to be ordinary reality from a new perspective. We can compare it to looking at a stereogram, a picture in which the delineated objects have an appearance of solidity. When we look directly at the picture, it appears to be a medley of incomprehensible lines. But if we blur our gaze, we will be able to penetrate the picture and discover a rich three-dimensional image. The wisdom of Kabbalah acts on us in much the same way, helping us capture that picture. In fact, Kabbalah doesn't present anything new, but simply refocuses our gaze so that we can begin to see. When a person begins to perceive the correct picture and experiences the opening of the upper world, this discovery is accompanied by the wondrous sensation of eternal life, an endless, boundless stream of pleasures. This is where our lives are leading us. The nature of matter. The wisdom of Kabbalah has evolved over thousands of years and has been disseminated amongst Kabbalists throughout history. I'd like to briefly review the key points in this process. The first Kabbalist was Abraham the Patriarch, approximately 1800 BCE. Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Creation, is ascribed to him. 500 years after Abraham, Moses wrote his book of the Torah, the Pentateuch, around 1350 BCE. In the 2nd century CE, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai wrote Sefer HaZohar, the Book of Splendor. Kabbalah thrived in the 16th century Israeli town of Safad, led by the Kabbalist Rabbi Yitzhak Luria Ashkenazi, the Ari, 1534 to 1572. He presented his method in his books, and today the wisdom of Kabbalah is founded on the Lurianic Kabbalah, the Kabbalah of the Ari. Lurianic Kabbalah relates to Kabbalah as a science. There's no meditation, chanting, charms, amulets, or magical drawings of letters. Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, 1884 to 1954, known as Bala Sulam, owner of the ladder, for his Sulam ladder commentary on the Zohar, paved the way for our generation. His writings enable us to connect to the ancient authentic sources that the past giants left behind. The Kabbalah that we study today contains the same knowledge that was passed on from Abraham through all the generations. I was privileged to spend 12 years beside Bala Sulam's eldest son and successor, Kabbalist Rabbi Baruch Shalom Halevi Ashlag, and from him I received this knowledge. The wisdom of Kabbalah is a method for discovering the hidden part of reality, that imperceptible realm of reality that our five senses cannot grasp. It develops another sense in us, one that perceives the reality that exists beyond our present perception. Kabbalah says that the whole of reality consists of a substance called the will to receive pleasure. This will to receive pleasure is essentially a desire to be filled with delight, enjoyment. It is what we so often refer to as egoism. This will to receive operates on all levels of existence: still, the inanimate, the vegetative, animate, and the speaking. Although the will to receive is the substance of all reality, the desire in itself is neither matter nor atoms, which came later. Everything that was created that exists as the basis of reality is based on the desire to enjoy, an aspiration for pleasure. In each level of reality, this aspiration takes on different forms. Every Kabbalist, without exception, from Abraham to the last great Kabbalist, Bala Salam, maintained that the entire substance of creation consists of a desire to receive. Every Kabbalah book speaks of the same thing, and all Kabbalists are in agreement in that regard. Kabbalists are people who attain the upper world. They speak from tangible attainment, not from theory. The word attainment refers to the ultimate degree of understanding. Let me make things easier to understand by using some drawings. Please refer to Figure 1. We said that the will to receive is the basis of creation. It is created by the expansion of the upper light. In Kabbalah, the term light designates giving, bestowing, love. It is referred to as the creator. Thus, the light created the will to receive, that wants to be filled with the light. Hence, the will to receive is also called kli, vessel, or receptacle. In other words, the desire to give creates the desire to receive, meaning the light wants the kli, or the vessel, to receive what it wants to give. The desire to enjoy is the beginning of matter. Kabbalah calls it the primordial matter. However, it is still not a complete matter because, at this point, it's created entirely by the light's action. This process precedes the formation of any matter known to us long before the material formation of our universe. Since this will to receive stems from the light's action, it senses the light, or the pleasure, at a very minimal level. At this point, the will to receive has no independent desire for the light. To make it independent and further develop the will to receive, we must add another element: the will's awareness of its own existence. The creator, or the light, gives the will to receive the sensation that it exists, that there is a giver, meaning something that gives it pleasure that it is now experiencing. Thus, once the will to receive senses pleasure, it begins to sense the giver of the pleasure within the pleasure. Similarly, when we receive a gift, we feel the giver's attitude towards us beyond the gift itself. We should note that when we refer to the creator, we actually refer to the giver. In this state of things, the created being, or the creature, begins to feel that there's a collision between the pleasure and the sensation of the giver of the pleasure. This collision stirs a reaction in the creature, making it want to be like the creator because the creator is higher than the pleasure itself. At this point, the will to receive evolves to its next degree. Please refer to Figure 2. The will to receive then chooses to be a giver, like the creator, the giver. This is the first reaction of the creature, though it is still not an entirely independent choice. It's rather a reaction that stems from its sensation of the giver, which makes it a compelled action, derived entirely from the presence of the giver. Thus, the will to receive has no free choice in the matter. Now, the creature begins to contemplate what it can do to give to the creator. The creator gives because he is the source of the pleasure, but when the creature wants to give as well, it finds that it has nothing to give in return. Thus, through its need to give to the creator, the creature discovers the nature of the creator. The creature finds the creator's love for it. Yet, if the creator loves the creature and wants to please it, it follows that the creator should want or need something. The creature realizes that the creator's need is his desire to delight the creature. When the creature enjoys, so does the creator. But when the creature does not enjoy, neither does the creator. To realize its desire to give to the Creator, as the Creator gives to the creature decides to receive the pleasure from the Creator. This process is somewhat similar to a child who eats to please its mother. In this way, even when the child receives food from its mother, it acts as a giver to its mother. When the creature is in this state of being, we can say that it's similar to the Creator. It receives what the Creator wants to give, but only to give back to the Creator. The creature gives just as the Creator gives. However, this is not the end of the process. Now that the creature has performed a similar act to the Creator, it experiences an additional pleasure, the pleasure of having the status of the giver. This pleasure creates a new desire in the creature, a desire to enjoy the status of the giver, as well as the desire that the light first created in the creature. This new desire does not come from above, and for that reason it merits the title, a created being, a creature. Please refer to Figure 3. The root of the Hebrew word nivra, created being, stems from the word bar, meaning outside. Thus, the term creature or created being refers to something or someone outside the Creator's will. Once a creature is formed, it undergoes a sequence of interconnected states resulting from cause and effect. These states are referred to as upper worlds. The upper light and the will to receive descend through the upper worlds to the lowest degree called our world. At the degree of our world, we are totally controlled by the will to receive, and we're completely detached from the sensation of the upper light, the Creator. Once the will to receive descends to our world, it becomes independent from the Creator's domination, because only by so detaching can the purpose of creation, to make the will to receive identical to the Creator, be realized. In Kabbalah, this identicalness is referred to as equivalence of form between the creature and the Creator. The wisdom of Kabbalah depicts each evolutionary stage of the will to receive from the very first stage of creation down to our world. By studying these stages, we can understand how the material world, time, space, and motion are all formed, and how the will to receive will evolve. Our entire history is determined by the evolution of our will to receive. This can help us understand how humanity evolves. Every process, in reality, with no exception, is a result of our ever-growing will to receive. Once the spiritual structure just described materializes, the matter that forms our world is created. The world has experienced several evolutionary eras, and today we're at a stage where we are starting to understand that spiritual evolution must begin. Today, humanity is facing a series of crises on both social and scientific fronts. Many signs point to today's bleak state of mankind and the global crisis it's experiencing. Drug abuse is perpetually increasing and begins at an increasingly younger age. Depression is spreading like a plague, and international terrorism has become uncontrollable. There is but one purpose to all the above: to help humanity realize that the root of all its troubles is the intensification of our egoistic will to receive, and that we must mend it. Kabbalists wrote about the intensification of the ego ages ago, explaining that when humanity reaches this state, it will be the time to disclose the wisdom of Kabbalah as a means to correct the ego. Let's reiterate what we've discussed thus far. There is a Creator who wishes to give. This is the root or zero phase. In order to give, he must have someone to give to. And because the Creator wants to give, he creates a Kli that receives the gift, meaning the Creator Kli. This is state 1. For this to occur, the receiver must first want the pleasure. If I build in you a desire for something, and then give you what you want, you will not enjoy my gift because this is not your own desire. You must feel that it is your own desire before you can define it as pleasure. Thus, at the end of state 1, the creature begins to sense the Creator and his nature. The will to receive evolves by sensing the giver, or state 1, and consequently wanting to be like the giver, which is state 2. In that state, it becomes worthwhile for the creature to be like the giver, state 3. However, this is only a phase in the formation of the will to receive, and the creature is not really aware that it's receiving anything. In fact, the creature isn't aware of any of these observations. They're merely phases in the evolution of the crude will to receive. This crude desire must still descend, formulate, and drift far from the Creator until it stops sensing Him altogether. It must descend to the level of our world, and only then will it sense the desire in it as its own independent will, which is state 4. In this way, it will believe that it's free and does not submit to the Creator's guidance. In this state, when an individual in our world wants to discover the Creator, the desire will seem to come first. Thus, a person will be able to give to the Creator out of free will, and this will constitute one's form of free giving. You might say that from the perspective of the Creator, it is nothing but a fantasy, and that the Creator really runs the show. Although this is true, it does not diminish the fact that from the perspective of the creature, the concealment of the Creator enables the creature to feel independent. At the end of state 3, the creature decides to receive from the Creator in order to resemble Him. Although in state 2, the creature already has a desire to give, this is still not its own desire. This is not a Creator-like desire, as in state 3, but a desire that stems directly from the Creator. Let me give you an example to explain what I mean. Assume that I'm serving you a piece of cake. You might say, I don't know what this is. You don't have any initial craving for such cake, but then I convince you that you really should try it because it's a fantastic cake. In this process, I give you both the desire and the satisfaction, the fulfilling of the desire. Therefore, there's an evolution in the transition between the stages where this thing, the craving, suddenly wakes up and becomes aware of itself. It's as though it begins to converse with the Creator. This evolution results from an interior collision in the creature between the two factors, the pleasure and the giver of the pleasure. In reality, all that exists is these two elements. State 3 also marks the awakening of a new desire in the creature, envy towards the Creator. In this respect, envy is a positive and useful element because it propels us to evolve further. Finally, at the end of state 4, the creature feels that it's bringing pleasure to the Creator. Thus, it considers itself holding the same status as the Creator and feels the pleasure that comes with having achieved the Creator's status, the pleasure from giving, from being a creator. This state of being creates in the creature a desire to enjoy that status, relish in this pleasure, because this desire does not come to the creature directly from the Creator, but evolves as a result of its own actions. It is considered a new desire, one that we ascribe to the creature. This is what we refer to as the desire to enjoy. Please refer to Figure 4. In this last state, the creature receives pleasure from sharing the Creator's status and indulges in it. Thus, the creature indulges in two pleasures, the pleasure that comes from the Creator and the pleasure that comes from sharing the Creator's status. This state of being is called Ein Sof, no end, and refers to a state where there are no limitations on the desire. This doesn't refer to distance, time, or space in the physical sense. Rather, this is an observation that pertains to the nature of the desire, meaning that the desire itself is unlimited. Upon receiving these pleasures, the creature finds once more that there is a source of the pleasure. It discovers that the giver is the source of the pleasure and feels itself as the receiver. This time the sensation is valid because the will to receive in this state is the creature's own, not one that came to it from the Creator. Consequently, the creature feels that it wants to escape its own desire. It shuns it, and it doesn't want to belong to its own desire anymore. The rejection that it feels towards its own desire induces it to restrict it, to avoid using it. The desire is still there, but now the creature refrains from using it. Hence, the sensation of fulfillment and the pleasure ceases. Having remained with a craving, the creature evolves to reach the status of the creator, the only status it now wishes to have, that of the giver. It senses that it must give to the creator without receiving any reward for itself. From this point onward, all its actions will be aimed solely to attain this goal. To reach this objective, the creature executes a complex series of operations. It builds a chain of concealments or coverings on the upper light called worlds. The Hebrew word for world is olam, which stems from the word ha'alama, concealment. At the bottom of the chain of worlds stands this world. Because the process that created the creature was comprised of 5 parts, the lessening of the upper light occurs through 5 degrees of concealment, 5 worlds whose names are Adam Kadmon, Atzilut, Beriah, Yetzirah, and Asiyah. In the process of constructing these worlds, the creature builds a surrounding environment for itself. In the world of Atzilut, the will to receive is split in 2, an inner part, soul, and an outer part, environment, surroundings, in which the soul operates. This stage still does not pertain to our world. As a result of latter events, the soul and its environment will experience a process of shattering, and consequently decline several degrees down to the degree of this world. Only now begins the formation of the matter that makes up our world. From this stage onward, from the broken will to receive, begins the historic evolution of the material world we're familiar with. Once the universe has been created, the still or the inanimate, vegetative, and animate degrees are made, and following them the speaking or the human degree is formed. Please refer to Figure 5. At its preliminary evolutionary stage, humanity has physical desires for sustenance, reproduction, and family. The body always has these elementary needs to sustain life. We would need them even if we lived alone on an island. The second stage in our evolution features a growing desire for wealth, followed by a desire for power and respect. These drives for wealth, power, and respect are considered social desires, thus called for 2 reasons. A, we absorb these desires from our social environment. Had we lived alone, we wouldn't want them. And B, these desires can only be realized within a social framework. The final evolutionary stage is the craving for knowledge and erudition. We want more and more knowledge. We want to know and research everything, hence the evolution of science. Today, as we're nearing the conclusion of this evolution, which has taken us thousands of years, we're beginning to realize that it really didn't yield anything. We find ourselves in a unique situation. We want to be filled with pleasures, but can't find around us any sources of true pleasure. Additionally, we cannot accurately define what it is we want. Thus, we find ourselves perplexed and disoriented, like lost children, not knowing which way to turn. Although we want something, we don't know what it is or where to find it. We assign the word heart to the sum of desires that have evolved in us through our life cycles: physical desires, social desires, and the desire for knowledge. Opposite these desires stands the point in the heart, a speck of a new desire that evolves above all the other desires. In fact, the point in the heart is the awakening desire to know the upper force, and it's the awakening of this desire that brings one to the wisdom of Kabbalah as a means to realize the desire. The awakening of the point in the heart brings confusion, a byproduct of this point's origin in the upper world. The laws of the upper world pertain to a reality where time, space, and motion do not apply. Naturally, our brains are arranged so that we always think in terms of time, space, and motion. But in this new stage, we begin to feel that what determines everything is how we personally sense reality, and that reality in and of itself is unchanging. Thus, we gradually come to sense that reality is static and that time, space, and motion don't really exist at all. We begin to realize that all our past experiences happened only within our sensations, that everything depends on how much we've cultivated our abilities to sense. We need time to adjust to the concept that nothing changes except the measure by which we open our tools of sensation. When we've done that, we will begin to sense the world we live in very naturally, simply, without any limitations, preconceptions, rules, oppression, coercion, or exterior pressures. The point in the heart is the beginning of the desire for spirituality. Today, relatively few people are at this stage, but their numbers are increasing all the time. Eventually, every human being will come to the point where a craving for the Creator is utmost, a point initiated by the above-mentioned envy, meaning the inherent need in every creature to reach the status of the Creator. We must understand that when we said that the Creator is good, we meant that the Creator created us with the intention of bringing us to the best possible state of being, i.e., the Creator's own state. Hence, this is the state to which we must. Any lesser state than this one will therefore not be considered adequate. It follows that the purpose of creation is to allow us to reach the status of the Creator. Please see Figure 6. In order to reach the level of the Creator, however, we must come to feel that our desire is totally opposite to that of the Creator, that the Creator wants only to give and that we want only to receive. This is the emptiness and darkness of the Kli or the vessel as opposed to the light. Acknowledging this oppositeness builds us as creatures. For us to know the Creator, we must first know the opposite state from His, the anti-Creator, a state of unbearable torments that pose a big question mark about our ability to endure these torments. It's fair to say that we haven't even yet begun the process of knowing the anti-Creator. To feel our complete oppositeness from the Creator, we have to emotionally decline to a much lower degree. The wisdom of Kabbalah is surfacing now because it is impossible to experience these states physically, and Kabbalah is a means of easing our way through the states of oppositeness from the Creator to experience them in our consciousness and in our minds, and not in our bodies. We can compare this process to a person in pain. That person can either wait until the pain becomes intolerable and then turn to a physician, or turn to the doctor as soon as the pain appears. In the latter case, early diagnosis of the problem will spare one the suffering that comes with the actual breakout of the disease. In other words, a clever person takes medication as soon as symptoms of an illness appear, thus preventing its onset. By so doing, one can evolve consciously through reasoning, and thus the Kli learns to become aware of its oppositeness from the light. The wisdom of Kabbalah is a method that helps us evolve through knowledge instead of through pain. And it's appearing today to allow humankind to acknowledge the evil that lies in egoism before it fully manifests, inflicting horrendous ruin in all aspects of life. Hence, the wisdom of Kabbalah as a means to achieve both our evolution and the purpose of creation should reach all humanity. The more people engage in Kabbalah, and the more we circulate it through the world, the better off we will all be. Bala Salam writes about it very clearly in his introduction to the Book of Zohar. The first researcher to ask about the universe and the forces that conduct humanity was Abraham. He was one of many people who lived in Mesopotamia, ancient Persia, and in those days there was no division into nations. He discovered the method by which we can know the reality beyond our normal perception, and described his research and discoveries in his Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Creation. Abraham began to gather students and to teach them the wisdom of Kabbalah. In time, this group of Kabbalists became a nation, and many years later, after the ruin of the first and second temples, this group of Kabbalists lost its perception of the upper reality. They fell from their degree of spiritual consciousness and were only able to perceive their physical reality. This was actually a gradual process. Some lost their spiritual perception at the ruin of the first temple, and the rest lost it with the ruin of the second temple. Rabbi Akiva was the last great Kabbalist to attain the spiritual degree of the spiritual law, love thy friend as thyself. The intensification of egoism induced unfounded hatred, and only religion remained for people. instead of the wisdom of Kabbalah. Yet despite the decline, a select few remained Kabbalists, and they passed the wisdom on from generation to generation until a time when all humanity would need it. Today we must rekindle the ancient science, revive the study of Kabbalah, discover the upper reality through it, and pass it on to all humanity. It's important to note, however, that Kabbalah has nothing to do with religion, and it doesn't imply that we need to perform any physical actions. As we've mentioned previously, Kabbalah speaks only about desires and intentions with respect to the Creator. This might lead us to conclude that since the solution to our future challenges lies in the dissemination of Kabbalah to all humanity, we might have to convert everyone into Kabbalists. In truth, we don't have to. Humanity is built like a pyramid. As in any other field of human engagement, 99% of the world population is passive. They don't research, they don't develop, but simply rely on the fruits of scientific discoveries. Therefore, we should turn to those who are disturbed by the fate of our world and the future of humanity. We do not expect billions of people to study Kabbalah, but if we can use science to present humanity with the picture of reality, it will compel everything to change, as we are all parts of a single structure. As we've said above, the Kli, or the vessel, the creature, that the Creator created became a soul in the world of Atzilut. This is the collective or general soul called Adam HaRishon, the first man. In the beginning, all its parts were bonded in wonderful harmony, and it was filled with the upper light. In that state, the sum of the parts created perfection, and the soul experienced a process of shattering and fell to a degree called below the barrier, where the spiritual sensation ends. The pieces of a single soul continue to exist below the barrier, but they feel detached from one another. Refer to Figure 6. To clarify these words, we can say that they remain in the same place as they were before, but another sensation is added to them. This is the sensation that they exist within themselves. In spirituality, there are no places, and the changes are merely in the qualities of their perception and their sensations. Thus, each of the parts now lives within itself and senses nothing but itself. Such a state of being is called this world, which is the situation we're in today. The upper force is operating on us, the detached parts, to bring us back to a corrected state, and this will be the realization of the purpose of creation. Actually, the upper force threw us down to this world to acknowledge how different we are from it. We must come to want to rise back from this lowest point to the correct state of existence where we're all connected. The gap between human nature and the Creator's nature is evident through millennia of suffering, a complete process of descent and ascent designed to enable us to see how hateful we are to one another. In other words, every person's egoism must be exposed, and only then will we realize why we must willingly reconnect with one another. We must understand the problem that arises when we want to satisfy a desire. For example, when a hungry person sits in a restaurant and waits for a meal, the minute the meal is served and the person begins to eat, the appetite begins to decrease. The more that person eats, the less hungry the person becomes. And with a lack of hunger, pleasure diminishes. Even if much of the food is left on the table, and even if the food is delicious, without a desire, without an appetite for it, the pleasure ceases. This scenario repeats itself in the fulfillment of every desire. If a desire appears in us, we're motivated to satisfy it. We strain and we exert to fulfill our craving, but once we've achieved our desire, it vanishes. It might take a few minutes, a few hours, a few weeks, but sooner or later, mostly sooner, the fulfillment fades away. Thus, the same pleasure that satisfies the desire also eliminates it. Moreover, obtaining one pleasure builds a desire that is twice as strong as before. Kabbalists have said that one who has 100 wants 200, one who has 200 wants 400, and so on and so forth. As a consequence, when we attain a certain pleasure, we remain twice as empty as before. If we could only find a way to always be filled with pleasures, we would be feeling eternal life. There's one way to do this: to separate the sensing unit into two parts. One part will receive the pleasure, and the other part will sense it. In other words, if there were someone else to whom the pleasure could flow through me, my pleasure would not be quenched. If there were another person in the process of my receiving pleasure, the sensing unit would be split in two. In such a case, I would separate the receiver of the pleasure from the one who feels it. The receiver would be another person, and the one who senses the pleasure would be me. In so doing, the sensing of the pleasure can become unending and yield a sensation of eternal living. We can compare the above situation to a mother and her child. The mother enjoys her child's pleasure and can therefore give without restraint and delight in it. If I could love someone in such a way that pleasing him or her would feel like my own pleasure, my delight would be unlimited. In order to recognize that principle, our souls have to break and come down to this world. When the point in the heart, a genuine desire to reawaken the sensation of the spiritual world, awakens in people, they come to the wisdom of Kabbalah. The study of the wisdom of Kabbalah is the study of our true state, the pre-shattered state. This is the only state that exists. Even now we're in it, though we're unaware of it. By wanting to come out of the dark state we are in and awaken to feel our real existence, we draw to ourselves the effect of the light within that state. Our efforts to unlock our tools of sensation and to perceive our actual state of being develop new vessels in us. Thus, we begin to feel how we are all connected as parts of a single system. There is endless light and fulfillment flowing continually through each part of the system. The reason for all the suffering and troubles the world is experiencing today is to force humanity to turn to its true perfect state called Gemar Tikkun, the end of correction. Returning to the natural perfect state is a process that the Creator has predetermined from the beginning to the end. Each phase is dictated from top to bottom. In each of us is a spiritual gene in which our past, present, and future states are imprinted. The soul must move up the same route and stages from which it had fallen from above. However, the way back depends on the extent to which we recognize that our egoistic state is bad, and our understanding closer to the Creator is the preferable state to experience. Thus, the predetermined stages built in the spiritual gene evolve through the light, namely through the upper force, and lead us from state to state. If we realize that it is in our interest to ascend and invite the surrounding light to work on us, we will accelerate our evolution and come to feel true spirituality. Hence, our freedom of choice lies only in accelerating the process. The term surrounding light describes the force that attracts us towards the attribute of bestowal. It draws us to the corrected state, which is the attribute of the Creator. All our future states exist within each and every one of us, even though we don't sense them. The projection of our altruistic corrected state on our egoistic state awakens the attribute of bestowal in us. As defined above, our corrected state is called Gemar Tikkun. At Gemar Tikkun, every soul is filled with boundless pleasures and a complete equivalence of form with the Creator. In our present state, the light that fills our souls at Gemar Tikkun shines in the form of surrounding light. Its power is determined by the intensity of our desire to acquire the attribute of bestowal. The light is the power of bestowal, the power of giving. If a person wants to reach the attribute of bestowal, that person must make the force of bestowal, the light that fills one when he or she is corrected, project upon one's present state. The surrounding light corrects us and brings us back to the quality of bestowal. It's like a decent person who has gone astray and now reawakens to return to decency. In fact, in order to cross the barrier that separates the corporal world from the spiritual world, we must change our intention from relating to each other hatefully to relating to each other with love. The same applies to all parts of creation. From the lowest element of reality to the highest, it all depends on the perspective of the observer who discovers the rules. However, until science is mathematically established, it cannot be considered a science. For example, quantum physics relates to a reality confined by time and space. But what we are talking about here is beyond time and space. Hence, as long as quantum physics is not extended to include dimensions beyond time and space, it might be difficult for conventional science to proceed with research. For this reason, it's important to find a tangential point, a connection between quantum physics and Kabbalah. For Kabbalah takes the research of reality to a place where physics cannot reach. In other words, to progress to a higher level, we must expand contemporary science to include consciousness, and this is a big step. At this point, it might be beneficial to describe how Kabbalah relates to our perception of reality. We perceive reality through our five senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. However, all we really feel is our own reaction to whatever exists outside of us, with no perception of the actual objective reality. For example, a wave reaches my ear, which is interpreted as sound. I know it because of the reaction of my ear's membrane to the wave that presses it. In truth, all I'm measuring is my own reaction. I don't feel the wave itself. I perceive a range of sounds according to the changes in my hearing abilities and the health of my hearing mechanism. However, I have no idea what's actually happening outside of me. All our tools of perception and our senses work similarly. We can say that we're in a closed box, and all that we measure is our interior impressions, creating in us a sensation that reality outside of us changes. We cannot know if anything at all changes. We cannot even know if anything really exists outside of us. We simply have no means to come out of ourselves and test it. Professor Tiller mentioned Tor Nørretranders, the renowned Danish researcher who published a book entitled The User Illusion. Nørretranders notes an intriguing point regarding the functionality of the unconscious and what it contains. It appears that the five senses perceive 50 million bits of information per second gathered as streams of information in the consciousness. The subconscious processes the information mathematically, but it only processes a tiny fragment of the information, some 50 bits of information per second. Eventually, there's a huge gap between the received 50 million bits of information and the processed 50 bits. The important element to note is that the subconscious sends to the brain only the information that the brain determined in advance would be meaningful. The rest of the information is dismissed by the subconscious. These findings appear to corroborate the Kabbalah perspective with regard to the will to receive. It is still unknown whether cutting-edge science and prominent researchers realize that the evolution of research depends on our changing our own interiors, the interior of the researcher. At the end of the day, we are studying ourselves. Our ability to progress in research depends on the extent to which we change ourselves. In the film What the Bleep Do We Know, and in similar publications of popular science, we can find claims that there are infinite possibilities around us. The wisdom of Kabbalah explains that all that exists around us is the upper light in a state of complete stillness, and all the changes and the endless possibilities are inside us. All that we see is the reflection of ourselves in a fixed, unchanging light. I regard the concept that to progress in research, we must change ourselves as the next perception that the world will come to understand. It is a process that began with Newton, continued with Einstein, and continued with quantum physics. Now it is time for the next phase. Research will eventually discover that nothing changes except our inner tools, something that Kabbalists have discovered thousands of years ago. Today, a growing number of researchers and thinkers are anticipating that science will reach that view. the giving force and the receiving force. The Kabbalistic knowledge we possess is a result of Kabbalistic investigations performed by those people whose souls were burning with the question regarding the meaning of existence. They used a special method to begin to feel the comprehensive reality, and they wrote books about what they discovered. When Kabbalists first sense the complete reality, they call it the opening of the eyes. The opening of the eyes is a process of climbing up the same degrees by which we all came down from the previous mentioned infinite state, Ein Sof. The wisdom of Kabbalah comprises two parallel orders. One, from above downward, the descent of the will to receive from Ein Sof through the upper worlds down to this world. And two, from below upward, the ascent of the researcher from this world through the barrier to the upper worlds to Ein Sof. Kabbalah talks about the will to receive, the desire to enjoy. As we've said, there are 5 stages in the creation process of the will to receive. We mark these stages with 4 Hebrew letters: the tip of the Yod, then the Yod, the Hey, the Vav, and the Hey. And for short, we call this structure of letters Havaya. We also assign these 5 stages 5 respective names: Keter, Chochmah, Bina, Zeir Anpin, and Malchut. The tip of the Yod is Keter, see figure 7, designating the beginning of the manifestation of the desire that departs from the light, like a black dot inside the light. From this dot evolves the letter Yod, the primordial desire. The shape of the letter Yod is like a point with a prickle at its head and a tail at its end. It symbolizes the creation of the new matter, previously non-existent, the will to receive. This stage is called Chochmah. Once the letter Yod evolves, the will to receive continues to evolve by absorbing the attribute of bestowal from the Creator. The combination of the attribute of bestowal and the attribute of reception generates a new quality called Binah, designated by the letter Hey. Binah contains the first matter that wants to be similar to the light that engendered it. The shape of the Hey symbolizes the integration of the attributes of reception and bestowal. This generates the form of bestowal atop the primordial desire. Following that, the desire wants to perform an act of bestowal as the Creator previously did, and therefore tries to be like the letter Yod. But because this time it's an act that the desire itself performs, it is assigned the form of the letter Vav. The letter Vav symbolizes our efforts to be like the Creator. However, the act of Vav is considered incomplete because it's a decision that was made beforehand, a consequence of Hey's wish to bestow. The incompleteness of the desire, symbolized by the letter Vav, is hinted in its name Zeir Anpin, small face, which is Aramaic. Zeir Anpin lacks the independent decision, the head. When Zeir Anpin performs the act of bestowal, it discovers what it means to be a giver. In consequence, it begins to want to reach the status of the Creator, and this last desire is called Malchut. Malchut's desire is aimed entirely towards receiving the attribute of bestowal. Hence, like Binah, it's symbolized by the letter Hey. However, there's a fundamental difference between the first Hey of Binah and the last Hey of Malchut. In Binah, the combination of reception and bestowal stems from the Creator, from above, while in Malchut, this combination comes from below, from our craving for the status of the giver, a desire that stems from its own will to receive. Now we can see why the letters Yod, Hey, Vav, and Hey symbolize the name of the Creator. It's the pattern by which the Creator formed the will to receive, within which the will to receive senses the Creator as light that fills it. Once the light filled the will to receive in Chochmah, and instilled it with the sensation of the Creator, the desire began to sense itself as a receiver and wanted to become like the giver. The desire can easily change its nature because at this stage, the desire is not an independent desire, but one that came from the Creator. However, the will to receive in Malchut is already an independent desire of the creature. When the will to receive in Malchut wants to receive both the light that comes from the Creator and the pleasure of having the status of the creator, it begins to see the oppositeness of its own attributes from those of the light. The will to receive then experiences the gap between itself and the light. Searching this painful gap brings it to perform the tzimtzum, or the restriction, of light. In other words, the reaction to discovering how opposite its attributes are from the creator's is removing all the light that filled it. From this stage onward, the tzimtzum, or the restriction, becomes the governing law in all of the created being's actions. The light will no longer enter an opposite desire from the creators because the creature decided so. In this manner, the tzimtzum becomes a binding law in creation. The law of tzimtzum implies that as long as we, the creature, are egoistic, we will not be able to sense the creator and the pleasure that comes from him. There's only a tiny segment of the whole reality called this world where one can receive pleasure and enjoy within an egoistic desire, despite the law of tzimtzum. This enables us to exist on the physical level before we begin to correct ourselves and become more like the Creator. We must understand that an egoistic existence, such as our current existence in this world, does not exist in reality. Ascending from this world implies the ascension of one's desired quality of bestowal. In this world, the will to receive works inwardly, and in the spiritual world, it works outwardly, giving, like the Creator. In other words, the spiritual world observes the law of tzimtzum, and the term spirituality refers to states in which we are similar to the Creator. In our present state, we're egoists and are opposite from the Creator. Let's go back to the process of creation. The term world depicts a certain state of the creature, the will to receive. Thus, the state of the creature prior to the tzimtzum is called the world Ein Sof, the infinite world, and its state following the tzimtzum is called the world of tzimtzum, or the world of restriction. After the tzimtzum, the kli, the vessel or receptacle, remains empty and should decide what to do next. It feels that staying empty is pointless for both itself and the Creator. The act of the tzimtzum made it independent of the domination of the light, but by that, it still didn't come to anything because the tzimtzum does not make it a giver like the Creator. The kli understands that it can carry out a similar action to the one it had performed while transiting from Chokhmah to Bina. However, this time it would be of its own free, independent will. It understands that it can give the Creator pleasure if it were to receive the light from Him with the intention to give to Him. After all, this is the Creator's will, to delight and please the creature. Thus, when the light pleasure reached the creature or the kli, along with the sensation that it came from the Creator, the creature first rejected them. It did that so it would not sense them directly and thus feel shame of being opposite from the Creator. In this matter, the creature followed the law of tzimtzum that does not allow reception for the sake of self-gratification. Afterwards, the creature measured the pleasures before it and weighed the results against its own desire to enjoy. It received this specific amount of pleasure only after it knew exactly how much it could receive in order to please the Creator and not to please itself. The rest of the light was then repelled. Kabbalists explain this by using the example of a guest and the host. The host serves all kinds of exquisite delicacies and ushers the guest to the table. The guest feels shame and declines politely. In truth, the guest is afraid to feel like a receiver and hence guards his ego from shame. Now it is the host's turn to implore, "I've made this all for you. Do you know how I care for you? I want to delight you with what I have prepared for you. Please, will you eat it for me?" By so doing, the host displays before the guest a deficiency, a need for the guest to receive. Now the guest feels that consenting to eat the food would fulfill the host's need. Eating thus would be doing the host good. Thus the balance of power changes. If the guest receives in order to please the host, it's no longer reception, but bestowal. It follows that the guest uses the host's love to give pleasure back to the host. Another example of giving-receiving relationship is between parents and children. Actually, the child is the head of the family, using the parents' love to manipulate them in order to satisfy its needs. Naturally, the people in these examples are egoists. Things happen quite differently in the spiritual world, but such examples can help us understand the principle. The process occurring in the upper worlds is built upon a very similar principle. If one receives pleasure for the sake of pleasing the Creator, it is not considered reception, but bestowal. In performing this act, the human being equalizes with the Creator and acquires the Creator's thoughts. In other words, the light created us from the very beginning with a massive total desire for it. This desire is in us even now, but it's latent, and thus we do not feel the Creator's light. This desire for the light must be evoked. It's important to realize that we're with researching the term Creator in a purely scientific manner. In other words, we can measure our sensation of the Creator in precise tools, quantify each sensation, and express it numerically. The tool with which we measure the sensation of the Creator is called the wisdom of Kabbalah. We can precisely define which lights permeate which parts of the Kli, how powerfully, and under which conditions. Kabbalah talks about the will to receive created by the Creator. These two, the will to receive and the Creator, are much higher elements, in the sense that they precede all religions and belief systems. Kabbalah is about the two working forces of reality, the giving force called Creator and the receiving force called creature. Kabbalah has nothing to do with any religion or faith. I do not want to compare Kabbalah to other teachings, nor do I wish to discuss any religion, be it Hinduism, Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. After all, why deal with religion when we can discuss the physics of the upper world? The challenge in explaining this material is that we cannot compare our emotions. We cannot say that the term upper force that one person feels is identical to the term upper force that another person feels. Hence, trying to compare this or that teaching to Kabbalah is pointless. Kabbalah is a technique that provides accurate, mathematical, measurable tools. When I document data pertaining to one state, another Kabbalist can perform the same act with his or her own tools and experience the data I was referring to. The wisdom of Kabbalah provides an accurate measurement of human emotions. Kabbalah books describe the Kabbalist's impression of the upper force. They describe their emotions, and they leave us with a formula that explains which internal actions we need to perform in our will to receive. In so doing, we learn how to perform acts of reception and bestowal of the light that the Creator wants to impart to us. A Kabbalist measures the pleasure that can be received or repelled very accurately. Thus, we are given exact instructions as to the type of inner work we must do at each stage. Thus, we will know how to work with our desire vis-a-vis the light. Between Kabbalah and Science. A talk with Dr. Jeffrey Satinover and Michael Lightman, Ph.D., Israel, April 2005. The concept of freedom in quantum physics. Rav Lightman. What is the existing outlook of science on the topic of freedom of choice? Dr. Satinover. Modern science as a whole, and I'm using the term as a whole because I will shortly present a significant correction to it, perceives reality as mere material reality. It regards the material reality as whole as a complex machine. I will demonstrate this concept using a toy train model. If we switch on the train, it will ride the rails and little people will move about in it. The model is only a machine. You'll certainly say that in the toy train model, each of its parts has no freedom of choice. Similarly, most contemporary scientists will tell you that the physical universe is exactly like the toy train, and that every action of each part in the universe is determined entirely by the preceding events in the universe. They will insist that there's no other model. Reality is made solely of a universe and a toy train within it. There is no builder, no engineer who designs and builds the toy train. Alongside this view, there is a branch of modern science called quantum mechanics. This branch acknowledges that the theory we just presented is incorrect, and that there is, in fact, an element of complete freedom in the physical universe, where particles of atoms do not behave mechanically, but choose how to behave. I'm using the word choose in quotation marks because our language is too limited to explain it sufficiently. The real problem is that science cannot say anything about the nature of whatever makes those choices, hence they appear utterly random to us. If one properly understands quantum theory, the most advanced of sciences, one can see that there is a possibility of genuine free will in humans. However, modern science cannot clearly explain how and where such free will is used. Rav Lightman, it seems that beyond ordinary and accessible nature, particles have some way of choosing freely. But how does this affect human beings? All this does not imply that we have free choice in day-to-day life. Perhaps somewhere in the depth of matter there are additional forces or probabilities that adhere to a regularity that we cannot conceive of in the ordinary determinism. Dr. Satinover, correct. These are subtle and complex discernments. The greatest minds of science have been arguing over them for the past 80 years. It appears that single electrons, despite their limitations, can freely elect from several trajectories. Electrons cannot do much, they cannot write books, marry, or go to war. Nonetheless, within their limitations, it appears that they do have a certain measure of freedom. When I say that the electron chooses, I'm using rather loose phrasing. The truth is, we don't really know who or what makes the choice. What we do know is that the behavior of every particle of matter in the universe is twofold. In part, it behaves according to fixed laws, and in part, it behaves irregularly, affected by something that is not part of our known universe. Thus, one might say that, for instance, the creation of our universe is also twofold, in part a result of prior physical processes, and in part created by an upper force. But science cannot prove this. All it can prove is that we understand that physical actions are not determined solely by the physical actions that preceded them. Rather, we understand that something else affects matter. But science cannot tell us what that something is, and certainly not how to research, confirm, or rebut it. Some might argue that it is as though electrons had pseudo-brains of their own that make those decisions, but I do not endorse this theory. At this point, you're free to believe whatever you choose. When a quantum object connects with another quantum object, it sets off the decision-making process, ignited by the connection between them. This process can be with an observer who is watching the particle, but the observer is not mandatory. The true mystery is not in the question of the external observer, but in the fact that there seems to be some latitude passed on within matter. That latitude points to something that is beyond the material universe without telling us anything about the nature of that something. Rav Lightman, I cannot see why we haven't encountered this mystery thus far. When we research the human body and human psychology, we do not find any latent forces that cause unexplained behaviors. It's odd that we had to split atoms to the tiniest particles to eventually find that there's nothing in them but a tiny energy burst, where we finally see that we don't know where they will move in an instant, or even if we are facing a wave or a particle. Would it not make more sense to first find these hidden forces at a much higher level, one that pertains to human consciousness? Why is it that physicists who study lifeless atoms are the ones that suddenly find a hidden life among these particles? Dr. Satinover, I think that this is one of the greatest ironies of the 20th century. Newtonian physics discovered a lifeless universe. The view that matter is lifeless and perceiving it as a mere machine evolved as an offshoot of research in physics, chemistry, and biology. Eventually, physicists produced a perception that humans are nothing but machines as well. On the day-to-day level, intuitively and emotionally, we experience ourselves as free creatures that make our own choices. Moreover, psychologists rely on the premise that their patients can choose freely. If I thought of my patients as machines, I would give up my practice as a psychologist. Nonetheless, the reasonable and rigorous premise from the beginning of the 17th century up to the 20th century, a premise that all science has relied on, is that all things are machines. It's true that most people do not feel like machines in their daily lives, hence the inconsistency between the scientific worldview and the way people actually lead their lives. Modern medicine, modern psychiatry, and all the doctrines that research the human mind and nervous system leave no room for the assumption that people have free will. Dr. Lightman, what you are saying implies that physicists, too, did not want to cope with a non-mechanical system. Yet the discoveries that arose from the experiments forced us to acknowledge that there is another force that abrogates the deterministic results we had anticipated. Dr. Satinover, this is just what happened. It was evident only when rigorous experiments in quantum mechanics were executed at the subatomic level. The first results left the scientists dumbfounded. Einstein, for instance, supported the view that the world was a lifeless machine. He thought that quantum mechanics was impossible and even defined it as insane. The possibility that there might exist any freedom in matter made him proclaim his well-known assertion, God does not play dice with the universe. Although Einstein used the word God, he was using that word cynically. What he meant was that at this level of matter, there cannot be any freedom, such as the experiments demonstrated. He realized that if freedom existed at this level in matter, it would mean the end of science, which is why he said that science cannot be structured upon such postures. Rav Lightman, why does that have to mean the end of science? Hasn't scientific research always impelled us to progress and to change our views? Why are so many scientists saying that we are approaching the end of science? Dr. Satinover, first, Einstein was wrong when he thought that this would be the end of science. He was also wrong when he thought that quantum mechanics is false. Quantum mechanic research showed that scientific knowledge has its limits. Scientists of quantum theory reached the boundary of research and then left it. I believe that the most important fact concerning your expertise is quantum theory makes it very clear that there's a limit to science's ability to know, and at the same time points out that there is something else on the other side of the boundary. I've noticed that many people miss that point and get mixed up between quantum theory and Kabbalah. Quantum theory states unequivocally that science can reach that limit and prove that it exists, but quantum theory also says that science cannot say anything about what lies beyond that boundary. This is not in the hands of science to discover, and at this point, science admits its limitations. Rav Lightman, our perception of reality stems from our research of reality. It's created within us according to our senses and our perception. Quite possibly, if we had been created with mental and intellectual technologies that let us analyze what we see differently, we could cross that border. In other words, while this may be the limit of our present qualities, perhaps this limitation exists only in our present state. Is it possible that we could find some way to change our attributes and cross that boundary? Let me put it differently. Is it possible that everything we do not know about quantum particles stems from the fact that we're caged within a framework of time, space, and motion? Were we somehow liberated from this boundary? Could we have seen the whole process differently? Would the unknown become known if we improved our qualities? Dr. Satinover, in this talk, I deliberately chose to leave my personal view of the world, of spirituality and Kabbalah aside, and I'm not an expert on any of them. Here I'm trying to serve as an emissary of the scientific world and remain self-effacing concerning what science can or cannot do. It is possible that human beings were emanated as creatures of spiritual potential that enables them to cross that border. As a human being, I long to do just that, and I think that all people will strive to this. It might be that Kabbalah is the scientific method that makes doing this possible. Yet hard science requires us to be vigilant and to recognize its limits. Science can lead humanity to the borderline, but it cannot take us across. In other words, a scientist cannot use quantum theory as a method to cross the border that the method itself points to. Rav Lightman. Concerning the argument that there are infinite possibilities around us, is it not the observing scientist who chooses from them? Dr. Satinover. We do not know. Quantum theory demonstrates that certain particles choose one trajectory and others choose another, but we cannot say where this choice comes from. Nothing can be said about it from a scientific point of view. It's a complete mystery. The trick is to recognize the mystery and not to pretend that we have an answer that we don't. Such recognition can prompt us to realize that there is a beyond to reality. This recognition does not tell us what it is, but it can bring us to start wondering about it. The family unit. Dr. Satinover. What is the Kabbalistic approach to relationships between men and women at the start of the 21st century, and what is the Kabbalistic prognosis in that field? Rav Lightman. From the perspective of Kabbalah, it's important that a man and a woman be together, marching together on the path of self-correction, and reaching congruence with the upper force. By doing that, they will complement one another on both material and spiritual levels. Both the man and the woman have certain corrections to make. By making their personal and reciprocal corrections, they will come to the right connection in such a way that their relationship will resemble the upper force. The difference between what is happening in the 21st century compared to what happened throughout history is that today we're involved in a comprehensive crisis. The crisis is evident in every field of human engagement, including personal and familial. Its cause is the intensification of the ego and the desire to indulge in pleasure. Today, human ego is at its apex. We can no longer control it. As a result, we're losing the ability we once had to cope with ourselves and our world. We no longer want to belong to each other or to a family. As the ego runs amok, people cannot stand to be near one another. Family relationships in general and spousal relationships in particular are the first to be harmed by the ego's outbursts, as our spouses are the closest people to us. In the past, the family was sheltered from fluctuations. It was an island of stability. When there were troubles in the world, we left home and fought, but longed to return to it. When we had troubles with our neighbors, we would relocate. But our family unit was always considered a safe haven, even when we did not really want a family. We kept the family unit alive to care for our children, for our elders. Today, however, the ego has grown so much that nothing can contain it. We keep trying to handle our egos, and we fail repeatedly. It's true that in some places the situation is not yet so extreme. However, this will soon change due to the awakening of the ego throughout the globe. The solution to this problem is to begin correcting our nature, correcting our egos. If we do nothing to correct our egos, we will all plunge into drug abuse or suicide or experience the violence of global terrorism. We will certainly not want to have children or raise families, a trend that we're already seeing. Even without ecological catastrophes, we will decline into chaos and self-destruction. Our present situation requires that we ask ourselves, what are we truly living for? And if there is a way out of our plight. This is the point where we arrive at the wisdom of Kabbalah. Kabbalists have written that at times such as ours, the Kabbalah will surface to help us correct our nature. We can thus use Kabbalah to rise to a new level of eternal and complete existence. Personal fate and collective fate. Dr. Satinover. What is the Kabbalistic explanation of personal fate and collective fate? I understand the importance of unity among people, but does Kabbalah have a position concerning each individual regardless of the fate of others? Rav Lightman. The wisdom of Kabbalah specifically promotes personal growth. We can demonstrate it through the Kabbalistic approach to education. Kabbalah maintains that the proper education is achieved solely by means of personal example. It's pointless to try dictating to people. Proper rearing is based on building a correct, effective environment in addition to providing good personal examples. People will act according to the examples they observe, and they'll use them according to their personal level of involvement. we must treat every person according to his or her individual strength, since everyone in the world is unique. All of us are segments of one collective soul, and each of us possesses a unique part of the whole. If even one part of the general soul is absent, the structure will be incomplete and we will not reach the purpose of creation. Hence, we must cherish the personal part of each and every person. We must allow everyone to evolve in a way suitable for them to flourish. Kabbalah distinguishes between a proper social life and personal individual evolution. To sustain society, everyone must certainly adhere to the rules it has set, but when it comes to personal growth, the uniqueness of every person must be fervently guarded. Kabbalah explains in great detail how personal growth and adherence to society's rules should be intermingled, and specifies how to build a correct society that allows for all of its members to evolve in their own unique way. Kabbalah strictly objects to any cultural or educational coercion from Western countries towards third world countries. This is harmful to both. Coercion ruins the uniqueness of these people because it doesn't let them evolve at their own pace and according to their own rules and culture. This situation is creating a real deformity within humanity and producing deplorable results. The Tzaddik, the righteous. Dr. Satinover, what is the nature and role of the Tzaddik, a righteous person? Rav Lightman, the term Tzaddik refers to a person who is at a degree where he or she, Matzadik, justifies the actions of the upper force. The Tzaddik justifies everything that happens in creation because he or she has come to sense the whole of creation, not just the part accessible to our five senses. The righteous sees the rules that govern the realm beyond the boundaries of our five senses, the rules that affect our world, create everything within it, govern the unfolding of every event, and lead it to the purpose desired by the Creator. Thus, clearly, a tzaddik is a Kabbalist, one who discovers the upper world, the world of forces, the level at which plans concerning this world are made, and from which they come down and operated. The nature of the tzaddik corresponds to the level that the individual tzaddik has reached. Kabbalah explains that all that we feel in reality adheres to the principle of equivalence of form, the congruence principle. In each of our five senses, we perceive a certain span of reality. For example, our sense of hearing enables us to hear a certain range of frequencies, and our eyes can see a finite range of colors. If we had additional senses, we could perceive reality differently, and perhaps perceive additional dimensions. Actually, we cannot even imagine how we would perceive reality if we had other senses. It turns out that our five senses with their respective spans create limits defining our sense of reality. We cannot exceed this limit. There is, however, a method that allows for perception beyond this picture of reality, including the forces that govern our reality, which we call the upper world. The way we're able to perceive them is based on the same principle that applies to our perception of reality, namely equivalence of form. In other words, we must match ourselves to these forces. Our task is to cultivate the attributes that inhabit the upper sphere, which conducts our world. However, it's impossible to know these attributes before we reach them. Hence, here we're assisted by Kabbalists who are already there, who teach us how to acquire these attributes. They explain how one can develop an additional internal sense, a soul, through special activities. Using that sense, we can perceive an additional reality that was previously hidden. Hence the epithet of Kabbalah, the wisdom of the hidden. Perceiving that hidden reality brings us to understand the formulae by which it operates, the goal to which it is leading us, and the way in which it is executing these formulae. The Kabbalist is inside that reality and is an integral part of it, a part that justifies it. In that state, a person is called a tzaddik, and this is the tzaddik's nature. 125 degrees comprise the justification of the Creator's actions. Total agreement with the Creator's actions is achieved at the last degree. Every person must reach this final degree. This process of life and death, which repeatedly recycles us into this world, is what enables us to rise to the degree of utter righteousness, that of one who completely justifies the Creator. Human suffering. Dr. Satinover. I think the topic that people find most difficult to accept is human suffering. On the one hand, suffering motivates people to search for spirituality, and on the other hand, it's very hard to accept suffering. How does Kabbalah relate to this question? Rav Lightman. This is indeed a question that troubles everyone. On the one hand, we're speaking of a benevolent upper force, but if it is upper, it means it's better than us. Yet our world is filled with anguish and torment. Do anguish and torment also come from this force? Is there more than one force, and if so, are they at war with each other? Dr. Satinover. I'm referring not only to the philosophical questions of the nature of suffering, but also the practical aspect. Rav Lightman. Reality is made of our desire to enjoy and the pleasure that motivates this desire to operate. These are the only two components on all levels of reality, the pleasure and the desire to receive pleasure. In Kabbalistic terms, we call them the light and the kli. When pleasure is absent, it creates a sensation of a desire to enjoy. But sometimes the deficiency of pleasure is so intense that it creates a sensation of suffering. Because everything is made of a certain measure and quality of desire to receive pleasure, everything also suffers when it's absent. Minerals, plants, animals, and people. In fact, suffering is a necessary sensation that impels a creature to leave its present state and to move on to the next. Without suffering, there's no motion. In fact, motion means that my present state is unsatisfactory, so I decide that I will be better off in a different state. Suffering enables us to make the necessary effort to move towards a situation that seems better. Hence, without suffering, progress is impossible. The upper force has no other way of promoting us to better states except through suffering. If it created us as egoists with a desire to indulge in pleasure, then the only way it can move us from one state to the next is through a sensation of suffering. However, we still need to explain why there's so much more suffering today than before. The purpose of creation is for humankind to reach the highest degree in reality. The only way to approach that goal is with an immense drive to reach it, or, phrased differently, from the greatest suffering. This does not necessarily relate to physical suffering. We seemingly have everything today, yet we feel that something's missing, and that sensation of absence is the greatest degree of suffering. To advance, to exit the boundaries of this world, and begin to search for something higher, we must suffer. We must feel suffering at the deepest level so that we can demand the correspondingly highest state. That sublime state of being that stands vis-a-vis this world is the spiritual world. Hence, the suffering, too, must be spiritual, not physical. In spiritual suffering, one does not suffer from absence of mundane fulfillments. While mundane fulfillments exist, they do not provide a sensation of livelihood or even a sensation of being alive. Those who specifically regret a lack of feeling alive will have the strength to ask for something beyond this life. For this reason, we are not going to see a satisfied humanity in the near future. On the contrary, suffering will intensify and will take on a more spiritual form. The sensation of absence of spiritual fulfillment will overshadow any physical abundance. There will be nothing satisfying and nothing joyful for us. Depression will spread throughout the world, and the sensation of distress will not let us live our lives in peace. The result of this distress will be an increase in conflicts, terror, outbreaks of diverse psychological and psychiatric problems. These things will happen specifically with the material abundance in the background, showing us that what we lack in our world is not material existence, but the sensation of living. This is how Kabbalah explains the process that lies ahead. The way to meet this challenge is to utilize Kabbalah to understand the source of suffering. This will sweeten the suffering, since we see that there's a reason for it. This will allow us to begin the correction before we plunge into affliction. This is why we're working so hard to prevent rather than to cure, and prevention means letting humanity become aware of the wisdom of Kabbalah before it plummets into deep depression. Perhaps it will be easier to come to terms with Kabbalah's concepts and purpose of suffering when we understand its perspective on death in general. Here's what Kabbalah says about death. We are all individual parts of one spiritual kli called Adam HaRishon, the first man. The soul of Adam HaRishon was split into billions of souls that came down to this world. This world occupies myriads of bodies, each with its own soul. The goal is for each person to return to the same root in Adam HaRishon from which he or she came down. When we first come into this world, our souls are but a point. If we do not build a spiritual kli out of this point while living in this world, our souls return to their roots in Adam HaRishon like seeds that didn't evolve, unconscious, lifeless points. To put it differently, we do not feel our own existence until our souls dress in a new body in this world. However, if we cultivate this point through that kli will remain after the demise of our physical bodies, since we've begun to feel the upper force while living in this world. This connection remains, since it's not part of our biological body. The spiritual kli perceives what is outside of us, regardless of our natural sensory perceptions. Once we are outside of ourselves, physical life and death do not affect how the soul perceives. Therefore, we don't feel life and death in this world so intensely, since spiritual sensations remain intact. Put more accurately, eventually we must transcend this biological alteration between life and death to the point where we're not affected by it whatsoever. Quantum Theory. The following is Dr. Jeffrey Satinover's lecture at an International Kabbalah Congress, Israel, April 2005. This lecture will focus on a field that is considered to be advanced science, but which compared with Kabbalah is actually quite primitive. Think of a person who doesn't know what a nut looks like, and suddenly find a nutshell. He spends a long time studying it and for many years assumes that it is a completely lifeless object. Finally, after long, arduous years of research, he examines the complex symbols on the inner part of the shell and concludes that this has to be a shell of a living object, probably containing within it a living, evolving organism that is not the shell itself. Just like that person, modern science has been successfully researching the physical world for hundreds of years, assuming that this world is the whole of reality. The premise was that the physical world was a lifeless entity and that there was nothing else beside it. Science has recently concluded that if we meticulously test the pure physical world, we will be able to find subtle evidence that the physical world is only a shell covering a living entity inside it. Let me try and explain why specifically modern quantum theory is a kind of boundary science. There's an extensive debate around quantum theory, so I'll present only what I think is correct. I also recommend that you study this topic on your own to know what other researchers have found, and then draw your own conclusions. I'd like to stress that quantum mechanics and modern science do not say anything about Kabbalah or about spirituality. However, they do say that the physical world is not the end. They've proved that there's something beyond, but they can't say a thing about its nature. I think that accurately defining this point is of paramount importance. All our knowledge, coupled with the immense power of quantum theory and its inferences about the physical world, lead us to deduce two things. One, there must be something beyond the physical world, and two, we do not know anything about that something and cannot research it through science. We often want science to serve as a tool in research of spirituality, but the best scientists have already realized that this is not possible. science can serve as an intellectual tool, leading us to conclude that there is something else. In Kabbalistic terms, it can be a vessel that leads us to knowing the point in the heart. The most abstruse mathematics in quantum physics can be a tool that enables us to recognize the existence of a point in the heart, but science cannot reach beyond that point. Let me try to give you a short, easy introduction to quantum theory. I will not use sophisticated mathematics, and I'll only present terms you probably have heard before. If these terms did not make sense before, I congratulate you because they're not supposed to make sense. Ancient Kabbalists said that it's impossible to imagine the true nature of reality. Contemporary quantum mechanics came to a very similar conclusion. It is impossible to use any terms or images to properly understand the nature of the physical reality. For instance, many of you must be aware of the famous statement that when you understand matter correctly, you understand that it is simultaneously a wave and a particle. This is a very trendy saying, and perhaps you're imagining something about it or are setting up a little mental equation. In fact, however, this is nothing but a line of utterly senseless symbols. There's no way to make them sound logical. I previously stated that quantum theory allows us to understand the boundaries of contemporary science and declares that there is something beyond the physical world itself. To explain this, I will later describe an astounding phenomenon whose research is now evolving, called quantum computation. In addition, I will relate to a witty experiment that was first described conceptually back in the 1960s by Richard Feynman, one of the greatest physicists of the 20th century, and a Nobel Prize laureate in physics. This depiction is, even today, the most concise description of the mystery that surrounds quantum mechanics. Later, this experiment was executed with various kinds of particles, and I'll offer my explanation as to why this science demonstrates the boundaries of science, and why it points directly to the existence of something beyond the straightforward material world. For generations, the fundamental perspective of science matched that of Einstein. Einstein's perception still prevails among many scientists, maintaining that there is nothing besides the physical world. Since the brain is built solely of physical particles, any specific event, meaning interaction of one particle with another, is defined wholly by the location of the particles and their movements in the preceding moment. The same perspective applies to every event in the physical world, including events in our bodies, our minds, our thoughts, and our interconnections. In other words, the entire physical universe is a lifeless mechanical mechanism, inevitably and inescapably unfolding. The perception that we think is our own, the very perception of ourselves as conscious, feeling human beings with our own intentions, everything we do here, and the rest of our human life, is only an illusion. There's no love, no hate, no passion, and no satisfaction. We are lifeless particles in complex compositions that unfold over time. All our progress in medicine is founded wholly on that perspective, and thanks to it succeeded. Many of us owe our lives to it. This perspective is a very compelling one and cannot easily be discarded. Yet this principle brutally attacks not only our perception of ourselves, but our need to ascribe purpose and meaning to life. Nonetheless, as exasperating as it may be, a large part of the world functions in just such a mechanistic manner. Many contemporary philosophers recognize that while this view yielded great benefits, it inflicted an alarming blight upon us because of the belief that life is ultimately meaningless. The Nazis, for example, readily applied this perspective in many fields and became very efficient both as killers and scientists. Often, modern medicine's attitude towards people is cold and cruel, primarily because of the efficiency of the perspective that life has no meaning. Computer science is a kind of extreme distillation of the mechanical outlook down to the mathematics and the logic of mechanical interactions. The scientific basis for modern computer science is the idea that a physical entity can exist in several states simultaneously. The computer consists of components that are based on bits and contains an enormous amount of them. A bit is a physical entity that can exist in one of two states. Modern quantum mechanics allows for a phenomenon with far-reaching implications. It maintains that there can be physical entities that exist in two states simultaneously. Just believe me for a moment, such a thing really does exist. This means that if a standard computer can be in n states, a quantum computer can be in two n states at the same time. At the Yale University Laboratory, we've built a device that contains 400 such components. This may seem like a relatively small number, but such a device can produce a memory of 2 to the 400th bits. This is such a huge number that we cannot even perceive it. Thus, we're talking about building computers of such fantastic power that they could literally work magic. How did the assumption arise that two different states could exist simultaneously? Here we should mention an experiment conducted by Richard Feynman some 50 years ago. Assume that there is a full water tank containing a device that moves up and down. This action creates waves from two different sources, causing the waves to cross paths. Eventually, the path crossing of the waves will create a pattern known as an interference pattern. Please refer to Figure 8. This pattern is a collection of the path crossing of the waves. It's a very well-known phenomenon, and we can easily calculate where these crossing points will be. Now let us picture a similar experiment, but with particles instead of ripples. Picture a gun shooting discrete bullet-like particles at a screen. If we put a partition between the particle gun and the screen with a tiny crevice in it and shoot particles towards the screen, only a thin ray of particles will penetrate the screen through the crevice. Consequently, the particles will always appear at a certain predictable point. See Figure 9. If we change the experiment a little and made two slits in the partition instead of one, we would expect particles to reach two distinct points on the screen, just as we had one distinct point on the screen when there was only one slit. However, if we build the experiment correctly, at a certain ratio between the size of the particles and the size of the slits, the result would be quite different. We would find that the particles appeared all along the screen, not just in the two anticipated points. As a result, particles would appear in even spaces along the whole screen and in both directions indefinitely. The quantity of particles at each point would differ, being more profuse at the center and gradually decreasing as we move away from the center. The proportion between the number of particles appearing at each point would create a wave pattern. See Figure 10. As a result, one could say that quantum particles are both waves and particles simultaneously. Now, this brings up the question, what is a wave? To simplify how this works, I'll first explain it with limited accuracy and subsequently correct the inaccuracy. A wave is a division of probabilities to find a particle at a certain point along the screen. Actually, the particle gun projects a moving wave of possibilities, a probability that a certain particle will be at a certain location. Now let me correct myself. When we measure the numbers that describe the particles that appeared at each point on the screen, we get a mathematical result that does not perfectly match a moving wave of possibilities. Instead, it's the square root of the possibility. In fact, some of the square roots are negative. The probability that something will happen in the real world can be anywhere between 0 and 1, but it cannot be negative. In other words, this thing that expands in space doesn't exist in the physical world, but it still creates an impact. Even if we were to fire one particle per week, the probability distribution would remain identical to the interference pattern of the two waves mentioned above. Actually, even if we fired a single particle, dismantled the equipment, put it back together a year later, and fired another single particle, we would still receive exactly the same result. See Figure 11. This probability pattern is built with absolute mechanical precision. It's so astounding that it seems to reach beyond time and space. The structure of this phenomenon are prearranged in perfect mechanism. Its mathematics are known with utter precision, And today, this phenomenon assists us in building amazingly accurate computation devices. If we were to fire a single particle, we would be able to predict with utter mechanical precision the probability of that particle hitting a certain spot on the screen. However, quantum mechanics says, and this is my main point, that nothing in the physical universe can determine exactly where that particle will hit. In other words, when you're looking at millions of particles, matters are determined with absolute mathematical certainty. However, the specific location where each particle will land remains undefined by anything in the physical universe. As a result, some of the greatest physicists deduced that there is a deterministic element in the universe that operates precisely as we've thought. However, there's another unknown operative element delicately interwoven in the texture of the universe that does not interfere with the mechanical unfolding. This is why it all appears mechanical in the eyes of the one who's not observing sufficiently keenly. However, if we observe very cautiously, we will find any particular unfolding in the universe is affected by something that is not a part of the universe. Moreover, since the theory itself requires an element that is essentially extra-universal, we're left with a boundary. This is why some physicists proclaimed that quantum physics was a boundary science, a science that points to the boundary which humans can reach while researching the physical universe. In other words, these physicists asserted there's something beyond that boundary that science will never be able to identify. The credibility of quantum theory. Any theory can be proven wrong. Quantum theory, too, is only a theory and may turn out to be mistaken. Moreover, even today, there are scientists who consider it erroneous and are searching for alternatives. In the world of science, it's common for one theory to fall and for another to rise in its place. However, there's a subtle distinction to be made here. Let me explain by comparing the Newtonian theory with Einstein's theory of relativity. First, let's assume that there is a stick that's moving in space. According to Einstein, if we make the stick move extremely fast, it will begin to shrink. According to Newton, regardless of the velocity, the stick will remain as it is. Thus, we have two competing theories. Some will say that Newton's theory is completely false and that Einstein's is correct. Indeed, if we look at the question superficially, this will be a true statement. However, the fact of the matter is that this statement is false. The precise way to decide between the two theories is to say that Newton's theory is a boundary case of Einstein's theory. This means that in most familiar circumstances, sticks cannot move nearly as fast as it takes for us to see them shrink. Therefore, in most cases, Newton's explanation holds true. However, Einstein's perception is generally correct. Not only is it true regarding familiar velocities, but it would also be true if we were to accelerate the speed to such a high velocity that we could actually see the stick shrinking. If science discovers a new theory that says today's depiction of reality by quantum mechanics is a boundary case, then everything we have said about quantum theory will remain true. If you state that it is incorrect, then you will have to show that it is totally and essentially false. Such a possibility always exists, theoretically, but quantum mechanics has thus far proven itself as the most successful scientific theory in the history of science, passing more rigorous tests than any other theory to date. Hence, it's highly unlikely that it will be essentially refuted. At its origin, science was based upon a religious worldview, perceiving the world as a living entity where diverse spiritual forces operated, such as ghosts and demons. Later on came modern mechanical science that determined that the previous theory was a complete fallacy and that the world could best be understood by using the mechanical principles of physics and chemistry. Mechanical science determined that there were no ghosts or demons that dwelled in and operated matter. Instead, it postulated that matter is operated by cause and effect. chemical reactions do not happen according to the phantoms of alchemy, but according to quantifiable chemical reactions that can be mechanically controlled by mathematics. This mechanical approach made possible our huge progress in understanding matter and its modus operandi. It also led to numerous technological innovations that have benefited us for many years. As we said earlier, modern medicine is fundamentally established upon this mechanical worldview. Until the 1930s, the predominant belief was that biology was different from all other sciences. It was believed that although a living organism was made of chemicals, it was nonetheless operated by a living entity that was not mere matter. However, the evolution of contemporary biology could take place only after it was decided to discard the idea of the living entity. Professors that insisted on supporting the old concept were discarded from universities. Thus, modern genetic engineering, molecular biology, and pharmacology progressed through the lifeless mechanism approach of reducing living biosystems to nothing more than complex machines. There's a very interesting point concerning the connection between physics and other sciences. All the sciences, chemistry, biology, zoology, anthropology, sociology, and every other science, designed their models according to the mechanistic perception of the crowning science, physics. Actually, this process continues today. In many universities the world over, various sciences have yet to adapt their model to the 19th century model of physics. The problem is that physics has already abandoned these models. Even molecular biology, which studies the most minuscule objects, has yet to turn to the path that the quantum revolution has paved. About a year ago, I gave a course at the Department of Biochemistry in the University of Toulouse, France. The head of the department was unaware of the fact that to understand the evolutionary process of protein, one needed to take quantum effects into consideration, and that this is why it cannot be understood in terms of classical mechanics. This is just an example of how even fundamental sciences, such as biochemistry, have not initialized the implications of quantum mechanics. Even in its home court, in physics, most physicists have not yet grappled with the implications of the discovery that events unfold in the physical universe without being completely determined by prior events in the physical universe. This concept is still shocking to the prevailing scientific perceptions throughout the world. We're in the midst of a slowly progressing conceptual revolution. More and more physicists, biophysicists, and molecular scientists are beginning to understand the impact of quantum mechanics. However, only a handful has recognized that evolution incorporates quantum effects in the design process of organisms. When these scientists began to face this conceptual revolution, some of them grasped the far-reaching implication that the mechanistic view was outdated and that something else had come to replace it. On a personal note, I'd like to say that even as a young man, I felt that the mysteries of the physical world hid a deeper mystery. Even before I knew what quantum mechanics was about, I assumed that plunging into its depths would lead me to the spiritual world. In addition, I was always intuitively drawn to Kabbalah. Whenever I came across it in its genuine form, I felt that it manifested an inherent truth. The essence of the wisdom of Kabbalah. Striving for balance. As children, many of us believed that the world was filled with all kinds of forces like ghosts and fairy tales. As we grew, we gradually relinquished this belief. But every now and then again, we still feel as though these forces actually exist. The truth of the matter is that we're searching for them every single moment. We want to know about the world we live in because if we do not, we will never be freed of the sensation of uncertainty and to live in peace and confidence. We are curious to understand the world we live in and to improve our state of being. This curiosity evokes questions such as who am I, where am I, And what shall become of me? Such questions prompt us to strive to know the reality in which we live. Reality is divided into two parts: the human being and his or her surroundings. Some claim that we should only study and change ourselves, asserting that by so doing, we will feel tranquil and regard the world more positively. Others, however, say that we should stay as we are, make the most of what the world brings to our doorsteps, and change the world to fit our needs. Either way, it doesn't seem that our lives are working very well. The best state in which we can get along with the world is that of equilibrium. If everyone understood me and wanted exactly what I wanted, that would be a state of equilibrium. There's no state more perfect than the sense of being in balance with the world. It can only be compared to being a fetus in my mother's womb. Everything exists only to care for me, and there's no need to erect any defenses. Science refers to that state as homeostasis. The Greek word homo means same or similar, and stasis is Greek for condition. This is the state of being that every object in reality strives to achieve. The laws of physics, chemistry, and biology explain that the only reason for any movement of matter, whether still, vegetative, animate, or speaking, is its longing to be in balance with its surroundings. For us as human beings to be in balance with our surroundings, we must know about the nature of the surrounding world and how we can equalize with it. Only then will we know how to arrive at a state where everyone wants what we want, thinks the same thoughts, and holds no grudges against others. Thus, everything would unfold in peace and love. This is the goal for which Kabbalah exists. It teaches us how to attain peace among all humanity and between humanity and nature. All of our inquiries of the world and of ourselves are carried out by science. Regrettably, progress in science and technology has not made us happier. For all of our efforts to arrive at a state of tranquility, wholeness, and happiness, our reality is growing harsher and more threatening with each passing day. But if we are all striving for the best, why are there problems? Problems exist because we do not know the general reality, how it behaves, its structure, or how it acts upon us. We don't know with what we must equalize. It seems that as deep as we probe into matter, and as much as we try to understand our own nature and the nature of the world outside us, we still fail to see what nature wants of us, why it exists, and the purpose of each element in nature. Some researchers probe the outer layer of matter, others research deep into its structure, down to the molecular level, and to the relationship between atoms and subatomic particles. The most advanced researchers claim that at a certain level, matter becomes elusive. From that point on, they don't understand what happens. However, the reason they're failing to understand existence below the subatomic level is not for a lack of more sophisticated research tools, but the inability of human beings to fully perceive reality. While we rely solely on our five senses, we feel that we can do with reality as we please. Once we enter the spiritual world, however, we realize that it is in fact reality that does with us as it pleases. From a certain level of spirituality and above, we understand that we're the ones who are building our own reality. In other words, we recognize that reality is a kind of projection of our own selves. This last level is what contemporary researchers describe. They maintain that there's a certain limit beyond which we cannot perceive. This point between the perceptible physical world and what lies beyond our perception is the meeting point between science and Kabbalah. Kabbalah explains that there is a mode of research that allows us to penetrate the level of causes. Using it, one can understand with certainty why the world exists, what it wants of us, and how we can exist in balance with it, a balance we will experience as peace and tranquility. Those who've already researched that realm are called Kabbalists, and their writings describe the outcome of their research. Kabbalists say that beyond visible matter stands nature's will and deliberation, which surrounds the whole reality. This will and deliberation circumscribe reality, watch over it, and operate it in order to benefit it. Moreover, these will and deliberation constitute the general law of reality. In other words, the general law of reality is absolute giving, and all matter in reality must equalize with that. The wisdom of Kabbalah helps us perceive the actual attitude of nature towards us and feel it. In this way, we can treat nature with the same attitude and thus equalize with it. The levels of revealing the actual reality are called worlds. Just as scientists delve into the structure of materials with microscopes, or probe into deep space with telescopes, so Kabbalists penetrate the thought that surrounds reality using the wisdom of Kabbalah. Our progress in researching reality is a real adventure. We can begin to feel our past and future and discover that time does not actually exist, that in fact everything already exists. A Kabbalist can move in time, as we perceive it now, and progress or regress beyond the present state. People who can perform such time leaps are called prophets. They do not envision or imagine the future, but simply move several degrees forward to a specific level of reality that the rest of humanity will someday reach. They speak to us from there, and they tell us what they feel in their present time. They could just as easily be great historians, regressing to states that humanity once experienced, relive them, and tell us about them. We can often find Kabbalistic writings that depict events before their time, such as Abraham wandering from one place to another, or meeting people, learning what he said and what he did. To know all that, a Kabbalist researcher must turn back in time to reach the same state that Abraham did, meaning a specific degree, and tell us about that reality by being fully present in it. A Kabbalist can gather impressions from that time and convey them to us. Baal HaSulam describes it in the following manner. But because those that reach the degree where Abraham stood, or anyone, they can see and know what Abraham saw and knew. For this reason they know what Abraham would say, and likewise in all the sayings of our sages when they interpreted the verses of Torah. All that was because they too attained the degree, and each degree in spirituality is a reality. Everyone sees the reality, as all those who come to the city of London in England see what is in the city and what is said in the city. Baal HaSulam, Shemati, Article 98, Spirituality is that which will never be lost. In addition to the ability to move in time, Kabbalists discover other forces in reality. It's no coincidence that the legends speak of ghosts, demons, and angels, even though they actually have a very different meaning from what they presently ascribe to them. Such forces do exist. A Kabbalist who researches the depths of nature begins to see its operating forces, connects to them, and uses them to benefit both self and all of humanity. Admission to the study of reality does require certain efforts, but it also captivates one's whole inner life and provides complete fulfillment. A person who studies reality discovers the reason for our existence, knows where we all have to reach, and understands the reasons for our manifold problems. Hence, Kabbalah is not merely a theoretical scientific research. Rather, it's a practical method intended to help us through every moment of our lives. Through Kabbalah, one discovers the future, the past, one's attributes when he or she first descended into this world many lifetimes ago, and the way one still needs to traverse. Seeing both ends of the rope, one understands what to do and how best to do it. Kabbalists can also see the forces operating on them at any given moment in time, such as why one should marry a specific individual or why one's children are the way they are. All these details are predetermined. Today, in fact, even science acknowledges that this information is determined in the genes. There's a famous story about twins who were separated at a very young age and lost contact with each other. 30 years later, they reunited and discovered that both had the same occupation, their wives had the same name, they had given their children the same names, and they even lived in houses with the same street number. Matters unfold in this way because our internal information defines everything that will happen to us in each state that we will experience in life. Kabbalah names these internal prearrangements that guide one's course in life, reshimot. The reshamo exists in every person, and every state that one experiences is intended to reach something that will promote one towards obtaining the ultimate goal. If we knew the forces that operated on us and our interior structure, we could prepare for every future state. If we knew how to be in balance with the general law of reality, reality would seem totally opposite from its present appearance. The wisdom of Kabbalah is not meant to teach us about reality in a merely scientific manner so that we can philosophize about the residents of the upper worlds. Rather, it teaches us how to control our destiny in every single moment. All of the forces and events that pressure us are intended to help us become leaders of our own reality. Leaders of reality means that we are in balance with reality at every moment of existence, and hence our task is to discover what being in a balanced state implies. Controlling the material world. Kabbalistic researchers of reality discovered that reality consists of our world and higher worlds. The lowest of all worlds is our material world. The rest are all spiritual worlds. In the spiritual worlds, there's no such thing as physical matter in the form that exists in our material world. The substance of the spiritual worlds contains only desires, forces, and thoughts. We think we can control matter of our world, but when we rise to a higher level, we immediately realize that matter is but a consequence. Matter is operated upon by the upper forces, the upper worlds. Because we're not yet in those worlds, we are unable to control it. If we want to change anything at all, we must rise to the degree above our own, where preparations were made before they were in. Only at that level will we acquire a certain level of understanding and ability to change anything at all. Life repeatedly proves that we don't control anything, and more often than not, we are in our golden years before we realize that life has simply flown by. Notwithstanding technological progress, humanity is completely bewildered concerning its future progress. We are in a terrible state because we are as far as can be from balance, and until we acquire knowledge and strength to change anything at a higher degree than matter, we will not have a moment's rest. Only when we rise to the degrees and forces that operate our world will we reach the much-wanted balance. Opening our eyes. All of reality is a single, unchanging thought of bestowal and giving. Kabbalists refer to this thought by the name the thought of creation. They say that its essence is the Creator's will to be good to His creations. If we do not relate similarly to that encompassing thought of reality, we are imbalanced with it, which we experience as suffering. Of course, we do not naturally feel it. And even after we do, we find it hard to understand. But if we saw that this was how reality operates, we change our ways. Thus, our only goal should be to open our eyes and to see that such is indeed the case. The wisdom of Kabbalah helps us to see it. When we do, we most certainly change. If I saw that something would improve my situation, I would pursue it in any way possible. And if I had to give something to induce improvement, I would give it, as long as it improved my state of being. The primary difficulty is therefore to open our eyes and to see what is presently hidden from us. All our evolutionary states are preordained in the thought of creation, but the way and the pace at which we traverse them depends entirely on us. Indeed, we can tread the whole trail even today and equalize with the thought of creation. The structure of reality. Throughout its existence, humanity has been utilizing its five senses to research the reality in which it lives and gather the findings to formulate sciences. The purpose of science and the accumulated human knowledge is to improve our lives and help us more effectively use the world we live in. The wisdom of Kabbalah, unlike other sciences, researches a realm whose existence eludes an ordinary person. To search this realm, one must be equipped with another sense, a sense that perceives the upper world. With this additional sensory ability, one can gather information about the upper world and experiment with it. Like any ordinary scientist, a Kabbalist can record reactions to actions. Kabbalists are researchers of the upper world, and as such, they've recorded their findings over thousands of years of research. The collection of their records constitutes the wisdom of Kabbalah. The wisdom of Kabbalah describes the actions that originate in the Creator and hang down to our world through all of the upper worlds. It also describes how they expand through the corporal reality that we can all perceive with our 5 ordinary senses. Our world is a consequence of upper worlds. Thus, the wisdom of Kabbalah contains knowledge about the upper worlds and our world. The upper worlds pertain to a higher level of existence than our world, where time and space and motion do not exist, but only abstract forces. It follows that Kabbalah contains the existence of all times as they were expressed in our world. Kabbalah is a means to help us research all the states of existence. This sequence of states includes our state before our souls dress in physical bodies, all our phases while we exist in this world, and our situation once the soul departs from the body and returns to its root in the upper world. Kabbalah deals with everything that expands from the Creator to the reality that He created and which He leads to His desired goal. Kabbalah does not deal with the Creator Himself. In light of the crisis that humanity is facing and the growing sensation of helplessness and emptiness, the time has come for the wisdom of Kabbalah to appear. Kabbalah explains that the purpose of reality is to raise humankind to a level of equality with the Creator. The purpose of humanity's decline to this world is to enable us to rise independently to the highest level in reality, the Creator's level. While in this world and ascending towards the Creator, we hold both ends of reality, as we are in our world physically and in our souls at the level of the Creator. This is the purpose of our existence, predetermined by the Creator, who leads all of us towards it. At the end of all our physical incarnations in this world, our souls will reach the degree of the Creator. This process is similar to any other gradual process in reality. From the Creator's point of view, the beginning of the process and its end are at the same point. But while there's no concept of time for the Creator, for us, the process extends over millennia, a long enough period for us to acquire the necessary insights and qualities to evolve. These will help us gradually become more Creator-like and to ultimately become equal partners with the Creator. The process is essentially one of gradual evolvement. The evolutionary process of humanity is like the ripening of a fruit, dry and sour while unripe, and sweet and juicy at the end. Had we not known how fruits ripen, we would have erroneously thought that the sour fruit would ripen into an even more sour fruit. But since we know the good end of the process to begin with, we can justify the whole process. Thus, only those who know the end of a process can justify it. If we too could see our future state, we would understand the Creator's actions and justify them. On the ladder of degrees. Climbing the degree of the upper worlds is a generic term for all the new discernments collected along the spiritual way, the perceptual internal improvement, and the new qualities that one assumes at every moment. As previously mentioned, the creature consists of a will to receive pleasure. This will is divided into 5 elementary parts called 5 degrees of Aviut, or thickness. They're graded from Aviut 0, or root, to Aviut 4. Thus, the term Aviut serves to measure the intensity of a desire. Each of the basic degrees of Aviut is divided into 5 subdegrees, and each of those is divided once more into subdivisions. Thus, the will to receive is divided into 105 degrees, and we are required to correct all of them. Correction of the desire means using the desire for pleasure to bring pleasure to another. Such a use is called giving or bestowal. The attribute of the Creator is bestowal, and the abundance that exists from him to his creatures is an expression of his desire to give to them. Hence, correcting the human ego from wanting to please self to wanting to bestow is considered an ascent in degrees. With each degree, one acquires more of the will to bestow, and accordingly feels more like the Creator. With each ascent, one comes closer still to the attribute of the Creator and to the purpose of life. The process persists until one acquires the attributes of the Creator to the fullest and becomes identical to Him. To allow human beings to correct, the Creator created the worlds and their degrees before He created humans. Only afterwards was humankind created and lowered to this world. From here, we humans must climb back to our roots. Consequently, Kabbalah deals with two successions, from above downward, pertaining to the cascading of the worlds and their degrees, and from below upward, pertaining to the soul's ascent through the very same degrees. The worlds that stem from the Creator are Ein Sof, Adam Kadmon, Atzilut, Beriah, Yetzirah, and Asiya, and finally our world. See Figure 12. Kabbalah describes both the creation of the worlds and how a soul descends from the Creator through all the worlds down to ours. Between the upper worlds and our world is the barrier that separates the material world from the spiritual world. Below the barrier, the body and the soul are at the level of this world, and we begin our correction process at this level. From this world, the souls ascend by accumulating knowledge of the spiritual reality, traversing the worlds Asiya, Beriah, Yetzirah, Atzilut, Adam Kadmon, and ultimately returning to the world Ein Sof. There is a state called Gemar Tikkun, meaning the end of correction. The soul is completely reunited with the Creator. The wisdom of Kabbalah encompasses the entire reality below the Creator, the worlds, everything within them, the descent of the soul to this world, and its return upwards. In other words, the wisdom of Kabbalah contains all of humanity's states and situations. All the worlds, including ours, stand one below the other. Hence, all the worlds comprise the same elements. The light emerges from the Creator and traverses all the worlds down to this world. Therefore, each element that is present in the world of Ein Sof is also present in all the other worlds. Kabbalists define this relation as root and branch. Quoting from Bala Salam, thus, there is not an item of reality or an occurrence of reality found in a lower world that you will not find its likeness in the world above it, as identical as two drops in a pond, and they are called root and branch. That means that an item found in the lower world is deemed a branch of its pattern found in the higher world, being the root of the lower item, as this is where that item in the lower world was imprinted and made to be, from the essence of the wisdom of Kabbalah. We therefore see that every element and detail in this world, with all of its connections, is present also in the upper worlds, from Asiya to Ein Sof. The universe, planet Earth, the still, vegetative, animate, and the speaking are all found in the worlds above this world too. There's only one difference between the elements of this world and the elements of the upper world. In the upper worlds, the elements are forces, and in our world, they are matter. Attaining the upper worlds enables one to see the forces that operate upon every item in this world. When we attain the upper world, we come to know the modes of behavior of every element of that world's reality, the reason for its behavior and its qualities. The wisdom of Kabbalah facilitates our ascension to the upper world and permits one to observe every object's behavior in this world from above. Crossing the barrier is a gradual process. Studying Kabbalah with the goal of nearing the Creator's attribute, the attribute of bestowal, enhances one's keenness. Increasingly subtler insights surface pertaining to the reality in which one lives. One begins to feel the operations at the backstage of matter, the forces that operate the visible, perceptible matter. A Kabbalist continues to feel the same reality as before with the ordinary five senses, but at the same time perceives the forces beyond the perceptual boundaries of the five senses with the help of the sixth sense. The hidden reality becomes more and more lucid, and the existence of another reality beyond the picture of this world becomes apparent. The revelation of the spiritual reality is divided into three phases called Ibur, gestation, Kadnut, infancy, and Gadlut, adulthood. In the first phase, the Ibur, we can see our state, but we cannot understand it. In the second phase, the Kadnut, we understand that something is happening, but still cannot independently participate in spiritual action. In the third phase, the Gadlut, we obtain the strength and the wisdom to participate in spiritual action and affect the spiritual reality. At the third level, we begin to determine the flow of forces from the upper world to our world and back. As individuals, we then become active participants, conduits through which the flow travels from above downward and from below upward. At the level of Gadlut, we realize our part and operate as a conductor between the worlds. This is our corrected state, and each person must reach it. Each person can come to feel every item and element of every world. All that we need is a special subtle sense, an ability to discern and feel. Even in this world, we discern considerable differences between the sensations of a young child, a youth, an adult, and a scientist. The study of Kabbalah continually builds new insights and discernments in us, eventually leading to the perception of the upper worlds. There are others who relate it to Judaism, but in truth, the wisdom of Kabbalah has no connection whatsoever with mysticism, religion, or any other man-made fantasy. The purpose of the wisdom of Kabbalah is one, to bring humanity to congruence with the Creator through gradual correction. Kabbalah is such a successful method for correction of humankind's egoism precisely because it's written by those who are corrected. One's desire to draw near to the states described in the Kabbalah books make those states project a correcting force upon one's present state. This force is called surrounding light. It changes one's qualities, enabling individuals to sense their corrected state by gradually forming altruistic qualities in them. The study of Kabbalah focuses on the world Atzilut. The world Atzilut, called the world of correction, is above the Parsa. It's a system designed especially to correct a person whenever one wishes it. The light that fills the corrected soul of a person in the world of Atzilut shines upon one's present state as surrounding light, a force that corrects human nature from egoism to altruism. The surrounding light elevates the soul through all worlds until it returns to its root. Thus the world Ein Sof is the ultimate goal. Our world is the starting point, and the improvement of human attributes is called ascent in the degrees of the worlds. Kabbalah is for those who ask about the purpose of their lives, those who are not satisfied with mundane pleasures such as sex, wealth, honor, or knowledge. When the whole of humanity awakens to ask about the purpose of life, the wisdom of Kabbalah will emerge. Kabbalists point to the year 1995 as the beginning of this time, hence the necessity to disseminate it. 4 languages in the wisdom of truth. Kabbalists, as previously mentioned, research the upper world, the world beyond the perceptions of an ordinary person. Hence, the depictions of Kabbalist attainments relate to the upper world, but because we are not aware of the existence of a spiritual world besides our own, we ascribe their worlds to our world, a phenomenon called materialization. When the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, was written, the people of Israel were at a spiritual degree. But after 2,000 years of detachment from spirituality, since the ruin of the Second Temple, the Torah stories seem to refer to historic episodes or moral conduct. Yet this is not the case. Each element in the world is connected to the same element in all other worlds by a root and branch connection. Based on that principle, Kabbalists developed a language that relies on the parallelism between the upper worlds and our own world. In it, processes unfolding in the spiritual world are described using the names of branches taken from our world. Kabbalists use 4 different languages to explain how we can reach the degree of the Creator and how we can draw to ourselves the correcting force that will invert our nature from egoism to altruism. These languages are languages of the Bible, the language of laws, the language of legends, and the language of Kabbalah. In his essay, The Wisdom of Kabbalah and Its Essence, Bala Salam wrote that there are 4 languages in the wisdom of truth, and the essence of the wisdom of Kabbalah is no different than the essence of the Bible. However, the language of Kabbalah is the most convenient and the most appropriate to use. The difference among the languages is in their accuracy. The language of Kabbalah is more precise in depicting the connection between the root in the upper world and the branch in the lower world. The more accurately one connects oneself to one's upper root, the greater correcting force one receives. The language of Kabbalah applies to terms that do not exist in our world, such as worlds and sephirot, charts and formula. This language makes it easier to avoid confusion and materialization, and facilitates a clear and ordered approach to the study. The language of Kabbalah is essentially different from other languages because of the clear, unequivocal way that it describes the purpose of creation, the similarity of the creature to the creator, the inversion of egoism into altruism. The chief Kabbalah textbook at present is Bala Salam's 6-volume Talmud Eser Sephirot, the study of the 10 Sephirot, based on the writings of the Ari. In just over 2,000 pages, Talmud Eser Sephirot expounds on the structure of the upper worlds, accompanied by charts, glossaries, and tables of questions and answers for revision of the material. In the introduction to the book, Bala Salam elaborates on the reasons for preferring the language of Kabbalah to the other languages in our generation. Today, humanity has come to the last phase in the evolution of the will to receive. This is why Bala Salam adapted the method of the Ari to the structure of the souls in our generation to make it accessible for everyone. Changing myself. Many people mistakenly relate the wisdom of Kabbalah to the Jewish religion. In truth, Kabbalah and religion are fundamentally different. The purpose of religion is to calm people down. It nurtures the hope that if I pray, the Creator's attitude towards me will change. Kabbalah takes a very different approach. The root of the word prayer, in Hebrew tefillah, means sentencing or judging, in Hebrew palal. In other words, one sentence oneself, examines the difference in quality between oneself and the Creator, and asks to receive the strength to correct one's own attributes. The wisdom of Kabbalah explains that the Creator is unchanging. His attitude towards his creatures is categorical. He is good, and he does good, both to the good and the bad. Everyone feels the constant pressure of the upper force according to his or her distance from it. When one is far from the upper force, the pressure is heavy, and when one comes nearer to the upper force, the pressure eases. Although the upper force engages diverse means to draw us near it, its purpose is always the same: to bring every human being to perfection. If we want a change for the better, it is we who must change. We have to rise to a higher level, and in each ascent, we will feel ourselves closer to the Creator, and our souls will be fulfilled and satisfied. There's no other way to induce change in our lives. All through history, humankind has been begging for a change that would come from the upper force. But change has not come. The upper force waits for the change to come from us. Until we evolve through the wisdom of Kabbalah, our paths will remain filled with affliction. Blows that push from behind compel us to find another place that seems better. But it only takes a while for us to see that the new place is not as good as it first seemed. Thus we relocate, and the scene repeats itself. However, if we evolve through Kabbalah, our corrected state will project to the present state and illuminate it. With this light, we will know how to move forward. If we know the correct goal to begin with, we will draw again. If we know the correct goal to begin with, we will be drawn to it gladly. This is the difference between ordinary human evolution and evolution according to the wisdom of Kabbalah. Today, the world is evolving unconsciously, without understanding the reasons for its existence. Humanity does not know where it is being led and why every person is born, lives, and dies. The wisdom of Kabbalah opens our eyes and guides us to the perfection and eternity that come with attaining the Creator's degree. When we begin to examine our position in reality using the wisdom of Kabbalah, we find that the Creator's attitude towards us is purposeful. It becomes evident that asking the Creator to change His attitude is pointless. If we move forward with the help of the light, our pace will exceed the sufferings, and we will progress even faster. This is the whole benefit of the study of Kabbalah, accelerating spiritual progress to beat suffering. Today, at the beginning of the 21st century, humanity is at the brink of a chasm. Drug abuse is escalating, and despair and fear of total destruction will not leave mankind a choice but to flee the suffering that will goad us from behind. From all of the above, we can clearly see that discovering that the Creator's attitude towards us is purposeful is of paramount importance. This attitude of the Creator enables us to turn to Him as a fellow traveler and ask Him for help, wisdom, and strength to progress towards Him. Such a request is answered by the Creator instantaneously. He will disclose the upper worlds and teach us how to progress. Just as we teach our children to use the surrounding reality wisely, so does the Creator teach Kabbalists. He reveals to them the spiritual worlds, and He admits them into them. In this state, Kabbalists feel the forces that operate in reality, and they begin to independently and wisely participate in the process. The wisdom of Kabbalah shifts one from progressing through the negative force that pushes from behind to easy and rapid progress through the positive force that pulls from ahead. Kabbalah is unique in that it develops our ability to recognize evil and acknowledge it. It develops subtle, keen insights of good and bad. The difficulty in discerning good from evil is that the real evil, our ego, seems good to us. We are accustomed to treating our egos as a means to evolve. In fact, our pleasures, our livelihood, our very essence, and our personal selves are felt in our egos. Kabbalah helps to discern what causes harm, how it can be mended, and allows us to progress in each phase of the evolution. The difference between a highly evolved individual and a less evolved one lies in the ability to discern good from bad. We can compare this to a gauge. The smaller the unit the gauge measures, the higher the precision of the instrument. The study of Kabbalah makes us increasingly sensitive to the discernments between spirituality and corporality, between bestowal and self-reception. If a contemporary person has the opportunity to hear about Kabbalah and the possibilities it offers, such a person can realize his or her purpose of creation, to rise through the worlds up to Ein Sof while living in this physical world. The right attitude towards reality. Kabbalah in Hebrew means reception. As its name testifies, Kabbalah teaches how to receive. With the right attitude towards reality, it's possible to experience endless enjoyment. This endless enjoyment is not from sex, food, a new car, a big house, or other transient mundane pleasures. Instead, it's from those delights that can fill us with such utter bliss that we would transcend any sensation of time to receive them. We sense the passing of time by the fluctuations between good and bad feelings, or sensations of fulfillment and absence of fulfillment. However, when we are in a state of elation, we're unaware of time. The wisdom of Kabbalah tells us that we can eliminate time altogether, along with the sensation of distance and any other limits or boundaries. One who's reached such a state is clearly living in an infinite, unlimited world. Our lives will always contain two opposing elements, pleasure and desire, plus and minus. A pleasure that pervades a desire satiates it and cancels it. We come across this phenomenon in every area of life. When the plus neutralizes the minus, we end up feeling nothing at all. As long as we short-circuit pleasure and desire, we will be locked into a zero-sum equation. However, put a resistor between these opposites, and they work perfectly, creating everlasting enjoyment. Kabbalists explain that pleasure stems from the upper force. This force sends us pleasure because it loves us. When we try to receive the pleasure directly, the pleasure cancels our desire to enjoy it, and the pleasure stops. Yet there's another way to relate to the pleasure. If we could discover the love of the upper force towards us and return his love with ours, we would become equal to the upper force. Each party would want to please the other, and the desire to please the other would be each party's enjoyment. Thus, the pleasure would be coming from without, originating from within each party, a consequence of each party's love for the other. This is why pleasure from love does not quench the desire for it, and the creature receives an endless sensation of pleasure which is felt as endless life. Let's clarify this with an example. When a mother gives her daughter candy, the daughter enjoys the pleasure of the candy's flavor. As soon as the candy's finished, the pleasure fades. However, if the daughter related to her mother instead of to the candy itself, she could think of her mother's love for her, which is why she gave her the candy. She could then decide to receive the candy not because it was tasty and pleasing, but because she wanted to return her mother's love. The way she could express love for her mother would be to receive the candy that her mother wanted to give her. Thus, the daughter would not relate to the pleasure from the candy, but to the joy that her mother received from the daughter's pleasure from the candy. The giver and the receiver. Now the two have equalized. Thus, the problem of the plus and the minus that neutralize each other is solved because the receiver, a minus, has become a giver, a plus. If the vessel receives the light solely to return the upper one's love, it completely equalizes with the creator, the upper one. The pleasure no longer extinguishes the desire, and the pleasure lasts. It is of no importance who gives and who receives. Only the intention matters, the way by which we relate to giving and to receiving. We can relate to the upper force in such a way that we will not be receivers from it, but givers of it. Such an intention would enable us to receive not because we want the pleasure, but because we want to please the upper force. At the end of the process, and because we act as the upper force does, we will gradually acquire its reason, stature, and degree. When we can execute this process within us, we will begin to feel a connection with the upper force. We will feel that we have acquired its reason, that we're learning how to receive from it, and how we can give it pleasure. It only takes this simple act of changing the intention to become increasingly similar to the eternal boundless upper force. To perform such an act, we need the disclosure of the upper force, the sensation that there is an upper force, that it loves us and wants to fill us abundantly. If we felt that, we would begin to sense the relationship between ourselves and the upper force. Thus, the only difficulty before us is finding a way to discover the upper force, to feel it, and maintain contact with it. The study of Kabbalah helps every person develop this kind of contact. This relationship between a human being and the upper force begins once a person feels there is a field that sustains the whole reality, an upper force, and that he or she is inside it. If we only begin to feel this force exists and that it relates to us lovingly, wanting us to know and come closer to it, we will naturally begin to develop this kind of relationship. People who experienced clinical death speak of a sublime light that awaits us, and many scientists are also beginning to consider similar concepts. But it's not necessary to experience such predicaments to feel this light. The study of Kabbalah can gradually enable us to sense the upper force. We begin to research reality and operate according to what we discover and perceive. When we feel this force outside us, we discover that the force loves us. We then begin to feel the upper force exists to benefit us and that it wants us to enjoy. We develop our reciprocal attitude accordingly. There's no fantasy here. These are very real, measurable things. Kabbalists measure the shape and the power by which this force comes to them, the pressure that it puts on them, the corresponding resistance they have to apply it, and how they can connect to it, resemble it, in which of their desires they can already be like it, and in which ones they still cannot. Kabbalists are impressed by the upper force and return its love to the extent that the upper force appears to them as loving, as wanting to benefit them. We are the vessels that feel. Hence, everything begins from our sensation of the upper force. We all want something. If we could feel that this something came from someone, our attitude to reality would change drastically. Now we would have someone to relate to. The study of Kabbalah can help us feel the upper force, the sensation of the Creator. The outside reality. The minute we begin to feel the upper force and build a relationship with it, we begin to feel the outside reality. Kabbalists say that there's nothing around us but the upper force, that we're in a field that fills the whole reality. When we begin to feel this field, our bodies become completely insignificant. We begin to feel where we exist permanently, endlessly, with or without bodies. In such a state, we no longer depend on the sensations we receive through our five senses. We begin to perceive the external reality beyond the five senses, in addition to our natural sensory perception. When that happens, physical life or death no longer matters. This state is above the sensation of life we experience while we're in our box. We become connected to the boundless stream of light surrounding us. Although we do continue to exist in this world, we simultaneously live in the worlds forever. Such a sensation is evoked by perceiving the two forms of reality, the reality perceived in our five senses and the outside reality. As a matter of fact, the sensation of the outside reality overshadows the sensation of the reality in our five senses because it is far more intense, boundless, and unlimited. Crossing the barrier. When the upper force appears to a person as loving and evokes the form of bestowal in that person, one crosses the barrier and enters the spiritual world. This process is very similar to the way photographs are developed. When I was a child, we would take pictures on film and dip the film in chemicals to develop pictures. When the film was immersed in the chemicals, we would watch how the picture gradually became clearer. We're used to treating the world as a reality where people, organizations, and public institutions influence the course of our lives, such as our neighbors, our employers, and our government. Slowly and gradually, through actions aimed at discovering the upper force, we will begin to feel what truly stands behind everything that happens in the world. We will begin to see how this force operates people like puppets on strings, and we will understand what it wants from us. Slowly through our life experiences, we will begin to see that everything comes from a single attitude of someone, this upper force that operates on us. This is the point from which the wisdom of Kabbalah truly begins. Everything that happens prior to this is called the preparation period, before the crossing of the barrier. From the moment one begins to feel the upper force and comes in contact with it, one begins to understand the instructions in the Kabbalah books that were written especially for the reader. These books tell Kabbalists what they should mind, what to do, and which reactions they can expect. This process is similar to the way grown-ups teach children to behave. Because children do not know the rules or the conducts of this world, we warn them of things that might fail them and suggest how they should behave. Kabbalists have written in their instructions for us precisely in the same manner. Books of Kabbalah are actually manuals that inform us how we can advance more quickly and improve our relationship with the upper force, a relationship we call the spiritual world. Equivalence of form. We have thus far established that the nature of the light is opposite from that of the vessel. One is giving and the other receiving. When light fills the vessel, it cancels it. In other words, the desire to enjoy is neutralized by the pleasure that satisfies it. As a result, people are engaged in a constant pursuit of new pleasures, but never manage to hold on to them. No real pleasure is possible as long as the contact between the light and the individual is based on the individual being a receiver. To receive real pleasure, one must receive with the intention of pleasing the upper force. If one maintains that intention, he or she will be filled and will always be a giver. The profit from some reception is twofold. One is filled with both the pleasure and the recognition of the giver. If one receives in order to please the upper force, one begins to know the upper force, which in turn brings the receiving person a sensation of the outside reality. If we receive from a solely egoistic interest, we only feel ourselves. Receiving with the intention of giving to the upper force enables us to know the upper force. Through such a reception, we transcend our own box and we experience our surrounding reality. The sensation of the outside reality brings us to a level of existence that supersedes the existence of life and death in this world. Reception by egoistic interest, called corporal reception, is disqualified, and the person transcends to reception in the soul, called reception in order to bestow upon the upper force. For one to begin to receive in order to bestow, one must feel the upper force. The sensation of the upper force as a giver evokes shame in the receiver, resulting in that person's decision to receive only on condition that he or she can return pleasure to the giver. Yet the upper force is hidden in our world. Were it disclosed, we would all enjoy a twofold egoistic pleasure, from the pleasure and from the contact with the upper one. Such a state would egoistically lock us on the upper force extracting pleasure from it, and we would never be able to switch to returning love to the giver. Thus, the first condition for the sensation of the upper force is to be rid of egoism. The sensation of the existence of the upper force cannot be perceived in the human ego. If we had perceived the upper force with our egoistic desire, we would become klipa, or shell. A klipa is such an intense egoistic desire that one is unable to break free. The only way to be rid of the ego is to equalize in form with that of the collective soul. The collective soul. We are all created as one kli or vessel called Adam HaRishon, the first man. We're tied together in that kli as parts of a single system. To enable the kli to correct, the spiritual structure of Adam HaRishon has shattered into numerous particles. These particles are the individual souls that clothe our bodies in this world. The result of the shattering is that each person is confined to his or her egoistic desire, oblivious to others and feeling only oneself. Today, after a long evolutionary period, people are beginning to feel the points in their hearts, the points that drive them to reconnect to the upper force, to search for spirituality. At this stage, we must obtain the strength to overcome our egoism and transcend it, since we will be able to connect to the upper force and draw near it only to the extent that we equalize with it. The way for us to connect with the upper force is for those who share the same spiritual goal to join together. Although each of them is subjugated to their individual will to receive, they all wish to transcend it. Such a social environment is defined as a spiritual environment. With it, one can break the wall that separates him or her from others. While those in a spiritual environment may still be egoists, they are nonetheless doing their best to create a structure similar to the corrected structure of the soul of Adam HaRishon. We cannot succeed in this task alone, as such a task contradicts human nature. What we can do is acquire an intense desire and join with others. This is where the wisdom of Kabbalah comes in. Books on Kabbalah describe the corrected state of the souls and the differences between these and the corrupted states. The key difference is the intention with which we use our nature. Correction means that we change the purpose for which we use our desire, from inducing self-gratification to benefiting others. When we correctly study genuine Kabbalah, we come to depict our own corrected state. This depiction prompts the light that already fills our corrected state to correct our soul. And once that light corrects our soul, it fills it, and we begin to experience the spiritual world. There is no time in the spiritual world, no space and no motion. The upper worlds are not above us in the physical sense of the word. Ascent actually means regaining consciousness. The study of Kabbalah requires us to shed our corporal clothes of familiar mundane sensations and perceptions and penetrate through matter into the forces behind it. In spirituality, we turn from observing the picture of reality to knowing the forces that paint it. We begin to understand how reality is made, acquire the ability to connect to the forces that created the picture, and ultimately govern them. Kabbalah is our key to the control room of reality. Building the spiritual Kli, the vessel, the tool. Making the Kli. The gist of our work is the making of the Kli. If we know how to build our tool of perception correctly, we will understand where we truly are. As we've said in the previous section of this book, our sustenance consists of a desire to receive delight and pleasure. If we can make this substance sensitive to insights concerning reception and bestowal, we will be able to use it to perceive the spiritual world. It's similar to the way a block of crude iron is melted to create engine parts. When assembled correctly, they yield a working engine. Similarly, we must work with ourselves to perceive spirituality. Building the spiritual Kli is a lot like sculpting. You must carve the raw materials and file it until the desired shape appears. The raw material in this case consists of our desires, our thoughts, and our intentions. The Creator formed creation with the intention of doing good to His creatures. To realize His goal, He created a Kli, a will to receive that would receive His benefit. At first, this will is shapeless. Shaping the will to receive is the work of all of us until it's robed in its final form, bestowal, the form of the Creator. The substance itself remains as it was first made, a will to receive pleasure. But changing the intention to bestowal likens its modus operandi to that of the Creator. Thus, the intention is transformed. Kabbalah books depict the forms that one should create in the will to receive, degree by degree, to finally sense the benefits that come from the Creator. The general will to receive consists of 613 desires, and each of these is topped either by an aim to receive or an aim to give. These forms of reception or bestowal that cover each desire determine one's degree of spiritual attainment. A degree is a certain level of strength of the form of bestowal. This enables the benefits of the Creator to manifest within the will to receive. The diverse fillings within the will to receive are the origin of the many names of the Creator. It is the perceiving individual who names the Creator according to the flavors he or she feels within the Creator's bestowal. Once the Kabbalists attained the nature of reality and studied it, they divided the manner and recognition of reality into 4 levels: matter, form in matter, abstract form, and essence. Kabbalah is a practical study method that leads researchers thoroughly and systematically along the evolutionary trail. As in any other scientific method, Kabbalah teaches the researcher what to do, which results are to be expected, and expounds on the reasons for them. Kabbalah does not engage in depicting theoretical states that one cannot carry out independently and with full awareness. Kabbalah defines the boundaries within which reality can be correctly perceived: matter and form in matter. Kabbalists perceive the additional discernments, the abstract form, and the essence only vaguely and without certainty. Hence, Kabbalah does not engage in these forms at all. These boundaries apply to research in both corporal and spiritual worlds, as the soul perceives the spiritual world exactly as it perceives the physical world. Even in our world, responsible researchers and scientists do not study abstract forms or essence. They only explore matter and form in matter. The reaction of the senses. While we exist in the world, we do not know what is outside of us. For example, we don't know what exists outside of our ears, and we cannot identify the something that pressures our eardrum. All we feel is our own reaction to that something. Hence, the name we give an exterior phenomenon is actually the name of our own reaction to it. Quite possibly, there are different frequencies or phenomena for those that we create inside our ears. However, our ears react in a unique manner to the unknown something on the outside, and it is that reaction by which we define that phenomenon. We can also do a study on our own reactions to phenomena, meaning what happens inside of us. It follows that our perception of the world is very limited. If we begin to understand that what we see is not what is actually happening outside of us, we can approach the research on how we perceive reality in a whole new way. In fact, there's a certain essence that operates upon us, but we will never feel it in its true form. All we can feel is our interior reaction to it. Our picture of the world is the sum of our interior reactions, but we have no way of knowing what is actually present outside of us. If we want to relate to reality correctly, we must acknowledge the limits of our perception. We can't delude ourselves into thinking that we perceive the real picture, as we have no true perceptions of its essence or abstract form. We can only recognize the form that dresses in our own matter. Although it's regrettable that we must limit ourselves, it is nonetheless the way things are. As we've said, we cannot perceive the full picture, only our reaction to it. We also cannot know just how close our perceived form in our matter is to the abstract form that exists outside of our matter and affects it. In the same way that we feel our surroundings, the spiritual Kli perceives the spiritual reality. This Kli can feel only its own reaction to the light within it. It cannot say anything about the light outside of the Kli that perceives it. It's through its intrinsic reaction that the Kli understands and determines what is light, what is a Kli, what the light wants of the Kli, and what the Kli wants of the light. All of these depictions have no connection at all to the phenomenon as it is outside the Kli. Bala Salam was very insistent on explaining these matters in his preface to the Book of Zohar, since Kabbalah deals solely with building a Kli for the perception of reality. He says, for example, the sense of sight offers us only shadows of the visible essence, according to how they are formed opposite the light. Similarly, the sense of hearing is but a force of striking of some essence on the air. The air is rejected because of its force, strikes the eardrum in our ear, and we hear that there is some essence in our proximity. The sense of smell is but air that comes out of the essence, strikes out nerves of scent, and we smell. Also, the sense of taste is but a result of the touching of some essence on our nerves of taste. Thus, all that these four senses offer us are but manifestations of the operations that stem from some essence and nothing of the essence itself. Even the sense of touch, the strongest of the senses, separating hot from cold and solid from soft, all these are but manifestations of operations within the essence, but are incidents of the essence. The hot can be chilled, the cold can be heated, the solid can be turned into liquid through chemical operations, and the liquid made into air, meaning only gas, where any discernment in our five senses has been expired. Yet the essence still exists, because you can once more turn the air into liquid and liquid into solid. Thus you evidently see that the five senses do not reveal to us any essence at all, but only the incidents and manifestations of operations of the essence. Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, Bala Salam, Preface to the Book of Zohar, Item 12. Thus, the proper perception of reality is of paramount importance to us. The boundaries are not set to limit or diminish our knowledge or to stop us from engaging in some forbidden matters. On the contrary, when we detach ourselves from the parts we do not control, we spare ourselves confusion. If we limit our field of vision to the range we can control, we will perceive the true picture of reality. Following this condition rigorously will enable us to progress correctly. In our present state, we have no perception of the upper light at all, and this is so because of the oppositeness between our egoistic vessel and the altruistic light. If our vessels were to match the light, meaning if we were to match the desire to receive and the light, we would be able to perceive it. Such matchmaking is called clothing. Clothing pertains to attaining the intention to bestow over the desire to receive, an intention that one can receive only from the light. To receive that intention from the light, one must have a point in the heart, or a fragment of light within the will to receive. Using this, one can begin to nurture one's matching between one's Kli and the light. The point in the heart is a fragment of intention to bestow, and with it one could begin to use the rest of the heart, meaning the rest of the will to receive. If one can use one's desire with the intention to bestow, this will be considered clothing the light. Let's return for a minute to the way our sense of hearing functions. To hear, we must always maintain equilibrium of pressure between ourselves and our surroundings. To balance the pressure on our eardrum from without, A delicate mechanism creates an equal pressure in the opposite direction from within. Hence, we seemingly measure the pressure from the outside, but in fact, we measure the pressure we create within, in response to the pressure from without. All our measurement tools work according to this principle. We can demonstrate it through using a mechanical weight. Several objects participate in this measurement: a spring, a dial, and the object about to be weighed. Placing the object on the device creates a downward pressure. See Figure 13. To balance the pressure, the spring pulls upward. The dial then measures the upward pressure the spring is applying and presents it as the weight of the object. Measuring the pressure of our internal mechanism is defined as measuring form in matter and matter. Now let's return to the spiritual Kli. Form in matter in spirituality is the reaction of the Kli to what's outside of it. It is called intention. The intention with which the substance, the will to receive, is used balances what comes from above, i.e. from the Creator. With it, a Kabbalist can measure the similarity of intention to the Creator's intention towards him or her. A Kabbalist perceives the full scope of the will to receive delight and pleasure. If the Kabbalist can use part of it with the intention to bestow, this would be a spiritual act. This is because using any part of the will to receive with the intention to bestow means he or she has thus balanced the Creator's pressure. Such an act is called building a spiritual partsuf, or face, a term that indicates a measure of equivalence between the Creator and the creature, between light and the Kli. Kabbalists use partsufim, which is the plural of partsuf, to test how much the Creator wants to give and how much pleasure they can give back to the Creator. For example, if the strength of the intention to bestow that one can work with clothes 20% of the light, the remaining 80% of the light will be rejected without receiving them. In other words, one can only balance with the Creator in 20% of one's will to receive, one's substance. This is why that person will not activate the remaining 80% of the will to receive, and will restrict them. Our perception of the Creator depends on the power of our intention over our matter. Just like the weight and the spring, we cannot measure anything but our own intention. The intention to bestow is the form that we measure, hence the term formative learning that Kabbalists use to describe how we learn. We often call the intention to bestow a sixth sense. This term emphasizes that with the intention to bestow, one can feel what is present beyond one's five natural senses. Our sixth sense works just as our five do. The only difference between them is that the five original senses are naturally present within us, while the sixth sense is one that we must build by ourselves. While the sensitivity of the natural senses may vary with age or other elements, it's generally true that it's natural working senses. As previously stated, it is we who must build the sixth sense. This is because the sixth sense is not a sense in the usual meaning of the word, but it's rather an intention. Our task is to study the forms by which the Creator bestows, and when we do so independently, we build ourselves as creatures that exist in our own right. This is the difference between humankind and all other parts of creation. Building the right forms. The spiritual world is hidden from us. Hence, we cannot understand how to attune our tools of perception correctly. We simply do not know what it is we must perceive. For this reason, Kabbalists come to our aid and advise us as to how we should position our tools of perception so we can perceive the upper light. Kabbalists say that the upper light is abstract. However, that does not mean that any form that humans might create will enable them to perceive anything of the upper light. Perception of the upper light is possible only when one adjusts one's Kli to one of the 125 forms intended just for that purpose. Thus, the spiritual ladder consists of 125 degrees. Each degree designates a more advanced form of receiving light in one's Kli. Kabbalists describe how we can locate these forms, study them, and apply them to our matter. They also teach us how to design our will to receive in such a way that we can present ourselves before the upper light in a form that is suitable for the light. There's a similar phenomenon that manifests itself on the corporal level. Many researchers claim that humankind cannot perceive an external phenomenon as long as it's not present in a similar form in that person's mind. The film What the Bleep Do We Know offers a good example of that concept with a story about the Native American who watched Columbus's armada arrive at the shores of America. The story has it that the Indians standing at the seashore couldn't actually see the ships that anchored not far from land. The shaman, an imaginative man, was troubled by unusual movements of the ripples without any apparent reason. For many hours he gazed at the water trying to figure out what was causing the ripples. Through his efforts, he finally managed to discern the shape of the body that produced the ripples, and thus was able to see the ships. Subsequently, he described what he saw to his tribesmen, and because they trusted him, they too succeeded in creating the form of the ships until they all saw Columbus's ships. Kabbalah asserts that nothing exists outside of the human mind. Creating the model of the ship in the shaman's mind built the picture of the ship for him, which the shaman thought existed outside of him. Actually, a ship does not exist on the outside whatsoever. It's only we who are conditioned to relate to reality as independently existing in an outside reality in which we are making daily discoveries. Kabbalists, however, say that all innovations are merely new models inside our own minds. Once we acquire a true vision of reality, we feel that the previous vision was completely fictitious, like a dream. If we want to perceive the actual reality, we must build real models within us. This is the meaning of the ascent from the fictitious world to the real world. Indeed, this is why humankind was given the wisdom of Kabbalah and what evokes these models within us. Perception patterns. Learning modes. Our tools of perception can never perceive the essence, regardless of our degree. Although what we perceive is indeed the essence, we can only perceive it through matter, and we cannot even imagine what the essence itself is like. Moreover, we cannot even want to perceive the essence. For example, none of us feels that an additional sixth finger would be welcome. However, if we could imagine that once we had a sixth finger, there were things that we could do with it that we can't do today, then we could talk about a need for a sixth finger. But if we never had an additional finger, we couldn't even imagine how it would benefit us, and this is why we never want a sixth finger. Similarly, since we never felt an essence, we cannot want to perceive the essence. Attainment of matter, the manifestation of the actions of the essence that is present within the matter, is quite satisfactory. The above discussion raises an important question. If we cannot perceive the essence, how did Kabbalists know that it exists? For the time being, we'll leave this question unanswered, but we promise to return to it later. The will to receive is the matter. It's divided into 5 degrees. When the will to receive is integrated with the intention to bestow, it adopts different forms, from the most opposite from the Creator to the form of the Creator himself. While spiritually evolving, we gradually study all the qualities that matter might assume. This is called formative learning. We have a genuine desire to acquire the forms of bestowal that are dressed in matter. A genuine desire means that it is a desire that stems from having had this form before and not having it now. Our matter, the will to receive, was first created in a corrected form, meaning the form of bestowal, which was then inverted into reception. Reacquiring the form of bestowal through our own effort is the essence of our correction. This process should be carried out using the same pattern that was created while we had the form of bestowal, and is based entirely on practical experimentation. Hence, this process is entirely reliable. Philosophy, however, engages in ideals abstracted from matter. It's completely opposite to the method of Kabbalah because it's founded on the study of abstract forms. Philosophy discusses qualities such as truth, falsehood, anger, and valor, while not clothed in matter, ascribing abstract forms titles such as truth is good, lying is bad. This creates a concern that people will relate to such declarations as ideals and will adhere to them fanatically. Bala Salam demonstrates this with a parable about a person with such a high regard for the quality of truth that when faced with an opportunity to save people from death, he chose not to because it involved telling a lie. This parable demonstrates the mistake of engaging in abstract forms, because we have no means to judge a certain quality as good or bad when it's not clothed in matter. Only when the form is clothed in matter can we determine if it's beneficial to the evolving of matter or detrimental to it. The only criterion is the evolution of matter towards realization of the purpose of creation. While we could erroneously imagine abstract forms, the essence is something completely unimaginable for us. We logically assume that behind the form that dresses matter and the abstract form, there's a foundation that sustains all other forms, and we call that essence. Thus we see that our ability is limited, that we can only attain matter and the form clothed in it. Yet we cannot avoid asking why the Creator did not create us with the ability to perceive the abstract form and the essence. The answer to that is simple. If we could attain the abstract form and the essence, we'd see the essence clothed in everything, operating everything, from the very first to the very last state, and such a clear picture would rob us of the sensation of freedom of choice. It would prevent us from studying the image of the Creator and building it within us. Having shown that nothing exists outside one's Kli, we can now determine the terms this world and upper world as depictions of the modes of perception of reality. This world is the perception of reality within the Kli while we're working in order to receive. The upper world is the perception of reality within the Kli while we're working in order to bestow altruistically. The full picture. Kabbalists describe only what they attain with certainty within their vessels, meaning the form in matter and matter. Matter is the will to receive, and the form in matter is the form of bestowal dressed within the will to receive. In fact, the creature always attains the full picture, but the question is, how certain can we be of what is disclosed? For example, when we perceive a certain picture, how do we know what we're perceiving? Which part of our perception of the picture is certain and which is not? Since our tools are limited, we can't be sure. Perhaps the spectacles through which we are perceiving reality are showing a plane ahead of us, when in fact there's a chasm right before our feet. Could our next step throw us into the abyss? If the above example seems unlikely, the next will clarify matters. Without radiation gauges, how would we be able to detect radiation? We could easily walk into contaminated areas unknowingly. We are unable to build tools to assist us in determining the trustworthiness or the untrustworthiness in spirituality. The difference between what we can or cannot rely on lies in the difference between the various tools at our disposal. Attainment of abstract form and the essence are not considered certain attainment. This is because they're perceived through external vessels, not through internal vessels. Although we do sense in them something called a remote luminescence. Such luminescence induces a sensation that something exists, but it's not clearly perceived by the senses. This is the answer to the question of how Kabbalists know about the existence of abstract form and essence. We should stress that locating the gateway from this world to the spiritual world is not a direct action. It's more like a search for an exit from a closed circle. Although the opening is in a certain place, it can only be seen after having searched 360 degrees. To build the form of the Creator within, we must first know all the forms opposite from Him. If the Creator had an image outside of us, we'd be able to adopt it and immediately end the process. However, such an image does not exist outside of us. It's for us to build the image of the Creator within our own matter. First, we must learn about the opposite forms to the Creator, and only then can we build similar forms to Him. The sum of the images creates our image of the Creator. Creating models. Let us briefly return to Columbus's ships. The shaman could not detect the ships because he didn't have the model of such a big floating house in his mind. In Kabbalistic terms, we would say he didn't have the kli to detect this form. For the shaman to detect the ship, its form would have to pre-exist in his mind, which he would compare to the observed form. He would then recognize it as a ship on the basis of equivalence of form between the pre-existing model and the ship he saw on the outside. However, to be able to feel the spiritual reality, we must come across someone who would tell us about it. Hence, Kabbalists write their books. We can use these books to depict what is outside of us and gradually build the spiritual forms or patterns within us. The patterns we would build within would unquestionably be false, but the very effort and the craving would make the light affect us. The light builds increasingly similar shapes to its own shape until one begins to see the actual light. This is the only way to advance, since only the light can build the vessels in us. In truth, we cannot imagine what is actually happening around us even now. We're surrounded by worlds and powers that we simply cannot sense for lack of equivalence of form. A caveman in today's world. If we think some more about the Indians and Columbus's ships, we might ask this. If a caveman were to be born in today's world, would he see the cars and the buildings? The answer is that he would not. Would he then bump into buildings or be hit by a car as soon as he left the sidewalk? Before we answer these questions, we must understand that we perceive only such forms that our senses are equipped to detect. For example, the air around us, which seems empty, might actually be condensed as solid as cement. We're accustomed to seeing this world as a space where we can move about freely. But if we build appropriate tools of perception, we'll feel that the world is actually filled with the Creator's enormous powers, which do not allow us any free movement. If this were to happen, we would feel totally controlled by the Creator, as if we were planted in cement, unable to make even a single free gesture. Because our caveman would not have the sense that perceives the walls as matter or as form in matter, he'd be able to go through the walls as if they were air. Kabbalists wish to direct our observations so we can perceive the world correctly. If we were to draw ourselves just a bit off our ordinary perception of the world and into the real perception that Kabbalists describe, this world may seem very strange to us. Today, many quantum physicists are discovering that the world has a strange regularity of time, space, and motion. For example, they say that objects can be in more than one place at a time. This oddity leads them to think that everything is measured with respect to the observer. This means that the existence or the absence of the caveman's wall, as well as the ability to move through it, are measured solely by the state of the perceiver's vessels. We're born into this world with 5 tools of perception, the 5 natural senses, and these senses evolve from generation to generation. The environment surrounds every newborn child. As a result, when we grow, we perceive the things around us as solid facts, as forms in matter, perceived by our 5 senses. Yet even our perception, through the 5 senses, reflects what our own senses project, nothing more. I'm the creator of the buildings, the cars, the earth, the universe, my whole reality. I create them in my vessels, in my sensations. Outside of me, they are amorphous. It's very hard to detach ourselves from our natural perceptions. It seems that a different outlook on reality is possible only after we cross the barrier to the spiritual world. Only then do we understand that things might be different than they first seemed. For example, we cannot go through walls because we're controlled by the very same rules that we create. But the upper light is abstract. It is we who limit it. There's only one law in reality, the law of equivalence of form. The more we equalize our own form with the lights, the more liberated and unlimited we become. Our will to receive is divided into 613 desires, according to our difference in form from that of the light. We erect boundaries around each and every desire. The sum of all these limits creates the shape of our internal tool of perception, and that tool produces our depiction of reality. It will be easier for us to understand the law of equivalence of form if we consider how radio receivers work. A receiver can pick up waves only when it creates identical waves within it. Similarly, we pick up things that seem to exist on the outside, but only according to what we've created within. The law of equivalence of form is constant and circumscribes the whole reality. It is valid for both altruistic and egoistic vessels. In other words, we perceive the corporal reality and the spiritual reality in exactly the same way, through equivalence of form. The only difference between the two kinds of vessels is in their directions. One's aimed toward the self and the other towards the Creator. However, existence in egoistic vessels permits a very limited number of vessels to be felt. Quantum physicists are beginning to discover that beyond a certain boundary of research, the world seems to vanish. Kabbalists wrote about such discoveries thousands of years ago. They explained that beyond this boundary, matter and its shapes disappear, and only forces and shapes that are above matter remain. Continuing to study from this boundary onward will be possible only after researchers acquire appropriate altruistic vessels. Kabbalists predict the ground rules for the appropriate attitude to reality with much greater depth than scientists ever will. Only once these rules have been applied will it be possible to progress in the research and perception of reality. Kabbalah was kept hidden until recently because humanity was not ready to understand it correctly. The achievements of contemporary science has prepared us to understand the wisdom of Kabbalah, and that's why Kabbalah is being disclosed today. Let's return for a minute to the caveman who stumbled into our time. We tend to think that our vessels are richer than his because we can see forms that for him are non-existent. However, this is a mistake. While we have indeed evolved and acquired impressions of more forms than did the caveman, building more and more vessels, these vessels actually limit us more. Forms in matter that we perceive were abstract forms for the caveman. They didn't exist for him, and hence they didn't limit him. In the future, we'll discover that the more we acquire, the more we limit ourselves. We progress according to forms and building more and more structures, but in the end, these structures limit us on every level of reality and show us that we're not free at all. As we evolve, we absorb numerous impressions from the environment, our parents, teachers, friends, and experiences. These impressions make us look at reality according to our inner self-programming. Thus, reality is only a projection of our interior software. It doesn't exist outside our external vessels. Reality is a figment of our imagination, but our minds portray its image as existing on the outside. As with the physical reality, the spiritual reality does not exist outside us, but is really a light dressed in a kli. Outside the kli is only abstract, shapeless light, and all we are really talking about is applying forms to the will to receive. Kabbalists state that in the spiritual reality, the will to receive can adopt a finite number of discrete forms. By joining all these forms, we can perceive that of the continuous influence of the light, which is the very image of the Creator. Corporality is a replica, a projection of spirituality, like an offshoot of a root. Hence, the process that unfolds in corporality is very similar to the spiritual process. The egoistic will to receive can assume a limited number of forms, after which matter disappears, similar to what researchers are discovering today. After one builds a great many forms, these become a single picture of one bestowal or one reception. This is a projection of the spiritual state called Gemar Tikkun, or the end of correction. Gemar Tikkun is a spiritual state that happens after the kli has robed itself with all of the forms of bestowal of the light. In such a state, the light and the kli equalize completely. The only way by which the vessels can accelerate constructing the forms it currently lacks is by choosing the appropriate environment for spiritual progress. Such an environment would make one imagine the forms described in Kabbalah books, and thus induce the action of the light upon one's soul. The light, in turn, will then build the sensors to detect the forms of bestowal. In fact, this light is the same abstract form into which everything disappears, as quantum physics has discovered. This abstract form projects the form of bestowal upon the will to receive, and as a result, the sensors to perceive it. It begins to formulate within us. Kabbalists define this light as the light that reforms, because it creates the form of bestowal within us and thus brings us closer to our perfect state. Today, many researchers believe that at the most fundamental level we are all one, and that the connection between us should be one of love. However, these researchers will not find a way to realize this ideal because the force to make this correction must be drawn from the other side, the side of love. And this can only be done through the study of Kabbalah. Eventually, researchers will discover that matter vanishes entirely, and that the only thing that exists is pure thought, but they will not be able to progress beyond that. They will sense that there's another existence beyond our own, where our matter is opposite to our present matter, and that we're connected in perfect unity. Yet the way to obtain that form of existence, the realm at the other side of quantum laws, can only be taught by those who are already there, the Kabbalists. It's impossible to break that barrier without drawing the light found in Kabbalah books, because these are the only texts that were written from the other side. One's desire to get there, along with the study of the right Kabbalistic texts, draws light upon the person and builds within that person's soul the forms in which one perceives the spiritual realm. Just like the shaman had to build the right shapes to see the ships, we have to build forms of bestowal to be able to enter the spiritual realm. Regaining consciousness, us and the world. From birth, we have the tools to perceive the physical reality. Within these tools are information bits about the states and the shapes that we're destined to realize, the Reshimot. Through education and environmental influence, our tools evolve until we have normal perception of the physical reality. However, this is not the case concerning the perception of the spiritual reality. We have no standard by which we test if we're building our inner vessels correctly to disclose the attribute of bestowal and the discovery of the spiritual reality. We don't know what to do with our desires, how we should shape them, and with which intentions we should prepare them. To assist us in this task, Kabbalists provide us with the necessary definitions. They teach us how we can calibrate our tools of perception to perceive the spiritual reality. We perceive the physical reality in a predetermined manner. We were born and raised without being asked our opinion in the matter. The physical perception patterns that were formed in us while maturing make us sense the light of Ein Sof. This light actually stands opposite us all the time, the physical reality within which we and the world around us exist. Yet nothing is preordained as far as the spiritual reality is concerned. We must find our own ways of perceiving spirituality, and only the tools that we will build will provide us with the understanding about the Creator, the upper force that builds and influences everything. We should keep in mind that reality is built within us. Our inner qualities reflect a shadow upon the abstract light, thus creating our world, pictures, the spiritual as well as the physical. Thus, the way we will perceive the Creator depends solely on our own qualities. The wisdom of Kabbalah has maintained its stance concerning the perception of reality for thousands of years. Conversely, science cultivated its approach through several key stages. The classic perception, whose protagonist was Isaac Newton, states that the world exists in and of itself regardless of whether or not we're able to perceive it. As the science of biology evolved, it enabled us to see the world through the eyes of other creatures. We discovered that different animals perceive the world in very different ways. For example, a bee sees tens of thousands of pictures which combine to create the picture of the world around it. A dog perceives the world primarily as spots of scent. Then Einstein discovered that changing the observer's velocity produces a fundamental difference in the picture of reality. These discoveries opened up a second approach that asserted that the picture of the world depends on its perceiver. Perceivers with different qualities and senses perceived a different picture of the world. Thus, as in the first approach, the world still existed independent of its perceivers. The difference between the first and the second approach is that the world appears different in the eyes of different perceivers. A third approach that evolved suggested that the observer affects the world and thus affects the picture that the observer perceives. According to the third school, the perception of reality is like an average picture between the attributes of the observer and the attributes of the observed object. In other words, the observer perceives something in a certain way because this is how the observer is built compared to the actual quality of the world. This approach asserts that there is a correlation between the individual and the world in the sense that the perceiver influences the picture of the world that he or she perceives. The difference between the second and the third approaches is as follows. The second approach states that we do not affect the world, and that the picture of the world changes in our eyes because we change. The third approach, however, states that we do affect the world, that our perception of the world is a combination of the individual's qualities and those of the world. Today there are even some who claim that there are infinite possibilities, and the observer chooses which of them to perceive according to his or her attributes. This last approach is rather close to the Kabbalistic approach. The fundamental difference between them is in the definition of the existence of the world. Stating that the world has endless possible forms relies on the assumption that if I operate in a certain way, the world will react. The Kabbalistic approach states that the world is totally abstract. It assumes no form whatsoever. There's nothing outside of us but an ever-changing abstract light. Even when we change with respect to the light and perceive some of it, no change is induced in the light itself. All that we perceive is our measure of internal congruence with the light and nothing more. From all we've said thus far, we can see that our real life is very different from the way we perceive it. The picture of reality for each of us depends entirely on our inner attributes. This picture is built out of projections of our own attributes over the abstract light. Actually, the fact that our lives are an offshoot of what goes on within us bears profound implications. All the processes that we experience, even including life and death, are direct results of our vessel's perceptions. Moreover, it is in our hands to change them. Changing our vessels will allow us to switch from world to world and from reality to reality. We can then reach the highest levels of existence where we're totally incorporated into the abstract light. Experiencing Ein Sof. The only difference between the vessels that perceive the corporal reality and those that perceive the spiritual reality is in the intention. The corporal vessels are egoistic and the spiritual vessels are altruistic. Intention is related to one's attitude towards the use one makes of one's desires. The only state that really exists is the state of Ein Sof, infinity. In that state, the light is present within the Kli. However, that state is concealed, and the concealment prevents us from experiencing the state of Ein Sof. The altruistic intention gradually removes this concealment and exposes the light that permanently fills the Kli. If we keep this depiction in mind, we'll remember that we never reveal any lights outside the vessels. When Kabbalists say that the light enters the vessels, they wish to emphasize how one draws nearer to the attainment of the constant state. In Kabbalistic terms, Ein Sof is a state of complete rest, meaning it's unchanging. Our work is to gradually prepare our tools of perception to perceive that state. Thus, the only change is in our ability to perceive. When light clothes a person and one feels how it gradually enters, the constant state becomes gradually clearer as one awakens to feeling it. The light never actually enters and never actually exits. It's only becoming clearer and more evident, meaning more revealed and less concealed. As light becomes more evident in the Kli, it shows us that we are actually in the world of Ein Sof, in the constant state, and that we must discover that this is our only state of existence. Thus, the abstract form doesn't exist at all. The light that creates the Kli filled it immediately. There's no lapse between the making of the Kli and its filling. When Kabbalists say that the light emits from the Creator, they mean that there is already a Kli that is filled with it. We must not forget that unlike our time-related language, there's no time in spirituality, and this is why we say a Kli was first made and then filled. But in spirituality, these phases are simultaneous. The beginning and the end are at the same point. Hence, the abstract form is really non-existent. since the form or the light is already clothed in the vessel. Our imagination can separate the light from the Kli. We can assume that the light within the Kli probably exists outside the Kli as well, although we have no perception of what is outside the Kli. Let us try to demonstrate this concept. Assume there is a Kli in which I perceive the whole reality. Assume also that there is another Kli in which I perceive some of the reality, and one more Kli in which I cannot perceive anything. Correcting my vessels pertains to the expansion of my vessels from smaller to greater and even greater. If I say that the light fills my vessel, it doesn't mean that it did not fill it before, but that now I have discovered this reality in actual fact. We can compare this process to an unconscious patient who's slowly regaining consciousness. His kin and his friends surround him, waiting for him to wake up. As he slowly opens his eyes, he begins to recognize his whereabouts. From the patient's perspective, reality came to him and filled his vessel of sensation, because we measure everything from the perspective of the receiver. The term Ein Sof does not pertain to anything outside the creatures. It pertains to the thought of creation. The final form is already present in the thought of creation. All creatures, none excluded, are already in that state with all their fillings. Our present state is therefore called the imaginary state. We are that unconscious patient. We think that we exist in a certain way, and we're gradually awakening to see the actual reality. At the end of the process, every creature will be fully aware of its true state. In his introduction to the book of Zohar, Baal HaSulam depicts 3 states that the souls experience in the process of their awakening to their true state. The first state is the beginning of creation and contains everything that will later evolve. The second state is the birth of the souls. The third state is when a soul obtains what is already present in the first state. In other words, the first state refers to the soul's potential existence. In the second, they are unconscious, and in the third, they return to their original state. We are accustomed to a modus operandi by which we first decide to do something, then execute our decision, and have the intended result at the end of the execution of our decision. However, the Creator is complete. Thus, for him, there's no difference between the decision and the execution. The concept of time does not apply to the Creator. This is why we say that in the thought of creation to do good to his creatures, the beginning, the middle, and the end are integrated inseparably. It's only our perception that divides this thought into 3 layers. The concept of time applies to the creatures because we're uncorrected. 3 states exist for us. 1, corruption, 2, preparation for the correction, and 3, equivalence of form and filling. This sequence of actions creates our sense of time. As reshamos surface in us, they make us want and think various things. When the reshamo changes, so does my thought. The difference between my thought a minute ago and my thought in the present creates the sensation that time is passing. When our thoughts and desires change slowly, we feel that time is crawling. Conversely, when new thoughts and new desires pop up very quickly in our minds, we feel that time is flying. Upon acquiring the first spiritual degree, we feel that we're in a spiritual process, meaning a spiritual time. In that state, we no longer sense corporal time and completely identify with the spiritual process, where time is measured by the changes and actions pertaining to our contact with the Creator. The frequency of the to and fro signals from us, who are now Kabbalists, to him creates the sensation of time. It's no longer a question of the number of years we spend in our physical bodies. When all the reshamo have surfaced, are corrected, and are filled with all the lights, alternating between states ceases. Because there's no more deficiencies to fill, and we're in a state of wholeness, the sensation of time, space, and motion cease as well. To build a house. Understanding the making of creation can be simplified by an example. A person who wishes to build a house will first picture its final form. After that, one must carefully plan the work stages and then execute them. This is not the case with the Creator. The minute the Creator thought about creating creatures, it was done, and they appeared in their corporal form. Thus, from the Creator's perspective, we are in our corrected form. It makes no difference that we discover our true state gradually. Hence, when we want to receive strength, we turn to the state of Ein Sof, which we call Creator. To receive strength and discernments, we turn to the corrected reality in which we already exist, and to which we must aspire. Ein Sof is the thought, and the world of Atzilut is the detailed blueprint. These are the two phases preceding the execution of the thought. It's similar to the way one thinks about constructing a house and even puts one's thoughts in writing without having the materials. Below the world Atzilut is the Parsa, the separation between the Atzilut and the world below it. The creatures begin from the Parsa downward, yet the Creator does not have to wait for the creature's actions. For him, the thought and the blueprint are the whole reality. Below the Parsa exist the worlds of Beriah, Yetzirah, and Asiya, and below them is this world. See Figure 14. Light comes from the world Atzilut downward according to one's desire to build the house. This desire which one raises towards the upper light is one's intention to please the Creator and resemble Him. In other words, it's the intention to obtain the similarity with the Creator. The process of bestowal upon the Creator consists of a beginning and an end. Not only do the beginning and the end pre-exist, but each of the intermediary stages exist as well. One knows the stages that one must go through in advance because according to the blueprint, the predefinition of each state stems from the Kli having to undergo a gradual correction. There are diverse desires in the Kli, all of which are interconnected. They can be compared to organs in a single body, where each is required to build the intention to bestow. Correcting one desire influences fold in their proper place in the correction order. There's nothing in one's life that is not predetermined by the structure of the will to receive, as the path of correction is predetermined and divided into preordained orders. We're always in the ultimate state, even now. As Reshimos surface and put us in various states, all we do is realize each one. We cannot choose the states we will experience, but we can be assisted by the environment to realize the stages more effectively. Thus, we will progress from one state to the next. Moreover, even the way in which we realize the states we're placed in is predetermined. Nothing is new from the Creator's perspective. It's only hidden from us so that we may independently choose to spiritually evolve. Later, when it no longer affects our efforts, we will discover that our successes and failures in achieving these states were also predetermined. When this occurs, we will be absolutely integrated into the Creator's perfect guidance. If we were to correct beyond our interests in the results we feel in our vessels, we'd no longer be influenced by what happens in the beginning, middle, or end. Like the Creator, beginning, middle, and end would equalize in us and become one stage. This is why those who correct themselves transcend time and the effect of temporary stages. The correction we must undergo essentially consists of detaching from self-interest. We can define a creature as something that feels itself detached from the Creator and is ostensibly in its own right. From the point of view of the creature, the house isn't finished yet. The creature feels that it can contribute something to the building of it. When the creature begins to want to discover the blueprint in order to complete the building of the house, the creature is considered to have brought itself back to Ein Sof. Its efforts to seek counsel and strength to understand the Creator's design and realize it bring the creature to ever-deepening familiarity with the plan and to subsequent inclusion in the completed house. Yet this process unfolds precisely when the creature is seemingly adding every nut, bolt, and board and brick in the building. This addition constitutes one's desire to be incorporated in the house, not the actual construction of it. The raw materials, the metal, the wood, the bricks, are all desires. One need only want to place each desire in its proper place according to the Creator's plan. By building the house made of desires, one acquires the Creator's thought. This is the creature's reward. The thought of creation can only be reached from within this world. While being in this world, a Kabbalist gradually studies the actions of the Creator directly from Him and begins to want to do the same. Kabbalists call this process, "From your actions we know you." The outcome of this process is the attainment of the Creator's mind, His thought. The thought of the Creator precedes the making of the creature. Hence, upon obtaining it, one not only brings oneself back to one's birthplace, but one rises even higher, transcending the level creature and reaching the actual level of the Creator. At such a point, we can say that they are of one mind in adhesion or equivalence of form. To be exact, the blueprint appears at the very first contact with spirituality. This is because each spiritual degree is a complete structure of 10 Sephirot. The substance of the building, its very structure, even its builder, all become known in the appearance of the very first picture. After admission to the spiritual world, one becomes better and better acquainted with its structure because spirituality is built solely with one's consent to every step in the process. The consent pertains to one's intention to bestow, the altruistic intention. One's independence and free choice, one's place of work, are in agreement with the altruistic intention. This is the addition that the Creator never added, nor can He add to this. The world Ein Sof is the house that the Creator so lovingly gives to the creature, but one must return the same love for Him, and by so doing, seemingly build the same house for the Creator. Thus, the creature returns the action of the Creator, equalizes with Him, and hence elevates to the thought of creation. The worlds are within us. The upper worlds and their degrees exist only with respect to us, not in and of themselves. The world exists in potential, waiting for us to correct and discover their spiritual shape. In that state, we will immediately be presented with all the degrees between us and Ein Sof, beginning with the next adjacent degree. A charge in a magnetic field senses the field's influence on it, and hence knows that the field exists. Had the charge not been inside the field, it would not have felt the effect of the magnetic field. In fact, it would not even know that the field exists. Similarly, when leaving Earth's atmosphere, we discover that outer space is dark. It may sound strange considering that sunlight spread out across space, but if there's nothing that stands in the ray's ways and captures them, we cannot detect the existence of the light. Another good example of this principle can be observed when we watch sunlight come in through the window into a room with some dust in the air. We can only detect the rays by their reflection off the dust in the air. In other words, if the creature does not feel a certain thing, it cannot say that it exists on the outside. In such a state, we say that all that exists is the thought of creation, to do good to that which has been created. The creature, which is at Ein Sof, discovers the Ein Sof according to its relative correction or corruption. The degree of intensity in which it feels the light in each of the spiritual levels, from Ein Sof to the creature, depends only on the individual creature. For this reason, we say that all the worlds are within each creature, and only after we perceive certain parts of the thought of creation do we become aware of the existence of this thought. We cannot talk about the Creator, attainment, or fulfillment when it's not within the attainment of the individual, meaning if there's no Kli, there's no light. In other words, without a creature, there's no Creator. Accelerating the development. The light of Ein Sof fills the whole reality, the entire will to receive that it created. It operates within it to bring it to equalize its form with itself. The pressure of the light on the will to receive is constant, unchanging in quality and quantity. In consequence, perpetual changes unfold in the will to receive, which we call general providence, from above, meaning from the Creator to the creature. Because this attitude is permanent and unchanging, it's called Ein Sof, which is in complete rest. The term Ein Sof emphasizes that the Creator is unchanging and that His purpose is also unchanging, to bring the creature to Gmar Tikkun, to the end of correction. A progression towards Gmar Tikkun is carried out through the light's pressure on the Kli, which will eventually bring the Kli to feel that it is in contradiction to the light state. Because of the pressure this creates, Kabbalists relate to this path as the path of pain. While treading this path, everything happens in its due time, the constant pressure of the light on the Kli, inducing the making of diverse forms in the Kli until they are exhausted and the Kli reaches Gmar Tikkun. At the end of the natural evolution of the will to receive in humans, after many life cycles, one begins to feel that there's something higher, a giver. At that phase, one begins to accumulate insights that do not belong to the will to receive, but to the will to bestow that pervaded the will to receive at the shattering of the vessels. In such a state, one is between two forces, the will to bestow and the will to receive. Such a state allows one to accelerate one's development and progress faster than the natural pressure of the light on the Kli would allow. However, accelerating evolution towards the attribute of bestowal cannot be done within one's ego. The only way to acquire the attribute of bestowal is to receive it from the Creator. The work of the individual is to find a way by which to receive the form of bestowal from above without having to fully experience the evils in the Kli, experiences that would force the creature to flee from reception to bestowal by pain and torment. Choosing this path is called evolution from below upwards. In it, we walk towards the pressing light and systematically bring upon ourselves all the states one by one. By taking this path, we want to progress towards the Creator, towards acquiring the form of bestowal, and in so doing skip over the other states. The great benefit of this alternate path called the path of light is that one experiences the same states, each and every desire, and its oppositeness from the Creator, but not because of the pressure from behind, but because of the craving for the light. This path allows one to experience the necessary discernments quickly and in a more controlled manner. The path of light is similar to discovering that we are ill and taking the proper medicine before the illness actually breaks out. Thus, our own yearning can spare us great pain and trouble. If we're drawn to the light of our own accord, in other words, to the forms of bestowal above the will to receive, we will skip the terrible afflictions. And this is why the wisdom of Kabbalah was given to humankind. Without it, humanity would progress naturally, step by step, each phase lasting until its negativity became fully exposed, and we'd be forced to exit that state. Teaching the wisdom of Kabbalah and how to use it to draw the light will help us to evolve in a very different way, pleasantly and quickly. Building the Creator within. As we've explained before, all the changes unfold within us, although they seem to be happening outside of us. We should understand that without experiencing that the changes are occurring outside us, we would not be able to make contact with the Creator or even think that the Creator exists and has any bearing on us. It's precisely this illusion that enables us to perceive the light as something that exists outside of us. When we relate what happens in us to the existence of an exterior Creator, we can build an attitude towards it and come to understand who the Creator is and how He wants to give to us. Had we not ascribed our inner experiences to the Creator, we would have been unable to perceive anything of Him. Moreover, we would have been unable to build the intention to bestow upon the Creator. As we evolve, we gradually build a truer image of the Creator. At the end of the building process, we reach the simple light, the giver, the ultimate good, who is in a state of eternal and unchanging love. The illusory sensation that there's a connection between the Creator and the creature changes according to the changes in the creature. This enables one to picture the Creator according to one's own attributes. In fact, in so doing, one builds the Creator within. There's no other way to sense the Creator. Projecting one's inner attributes upon the abstract light illuminates the level above one's present level, which is the level that one pictures as the Creator. Thus, we refer to the degree slightly higher than ours, which we will attain next, as the Creator. Once we have equalized with the attribute of bestowal on that degree, we take the place of the Creator. Now that person is in the place where the Creator was before, in our eyes. Thus we evolve. We always picture the next degree through our corrupted attributes. We build the image of the Creator which we aspire to become in relation to our own attributes. This is the only way to perceive any form of the Creator, the only way we can approach the abstract light. The imaginary sensation helps us build the present degree as well as the next degree. It facilitates our understanding of where to turn and where we want to muster strength. Although it unfolds within the image of the Creator that we build demonstrates the gap between our present state and the next state. Thus we realize the difference between ourselves and the Creator. This is the only way to learn what is above, because the Creator has no form that we can otherwise perceive. Hence, we build the Creator within us. Picturing reality. We might compare a human being to a closed box with sensors: eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and hands, representing the five senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. As we've previously said, the fundamental principle in perceiving reality is that of equivalence of form, which means equilibrium of pressures. The senses function as sensors, each with a different reaction to the pressure, depending on the makeup of the sensor. The sight sensor evokes a reaction of light, darkness, and colors. The sound sensor evokes sounds. The smell sensor evokes scents. The taste, flavors, and the touch, sensations such as hard, soft, warm, and cold. See Figure 15. The reaction of the senses is transferred to the brain's control center, where the information is compared with the data that already exists in the memory, the reservoir of prior impressions. In this manner, we process what our senses gather, determine the most advantageous reaction, and study where we are and how best to function in our environment. When the process is completed, the information is projected onto a screen within the brain, portraying what is ostensibly in front of us. In this process, the surrounding unknown becomes known, and a picture of the external reality is created. However, the picture is not one of external reality, but merely an internal picture, the result of the structure of human senses and pre-existing data. If we had different senses, we would produce an entirely different picture. Quite possibly, if we perceived through different senses, what appeared as light would appear as dark, or even as something so fundamentally different that we cannot imagine how it would appear to us. Science has known these facts for some time now. Today, we can replace senses using man-made means such as electronic devices. Although science has yet to fully master these techniques, in time, it will be able to expand the reach of our senses, create new organs, and even produce a completely new body. Nevertheless, even with a new body, the pictures will remain within. Science has long since proven that the sensations of being in certain places and situations can be evoked through electronic stimuli to the brain in conjunction with data stored in the memory. All of the above teaches us that everything we feel comes from within, irrespective of our surrounding reality. We cannot even be certain that there is an outside reality because the picture of the outside world lies within us. Kabbalists refer to the world we see as the imaginary world. Everything is made of a desire to enjoy. In humans, this general desire to perpetually enjoy evokes desires to take pleasure in particular things, which change at any given moment. Combined with the information stored in the memory, this desire operates our senses towards what is momentarily desired. The evolution of the desire for pleasure throughout the generations eventually leads to a desire for something unknown, point in the heart. Today, this desire is awakened in many of us. The problem with this desire is that there's no corresponding data that relates to it in our memory. Even the senses cannot locate a source of satisfaction for this new craving. When that desire arises in us, we stand helpless because there's nothing in the world around us that can satisfy it. But when this desire arises, it makes our lives prior to its appearance seem repellent. The point in the heart is the beginning of an entirely new sensory system completely detached from the present natural system. When this new system is fully developed, it will be called a soul. The soul will contain a new brain, a new memory, and a new screen. Using it, one sees a whole new world picture, that of the spiritual world. Thus, there are two separate sensory systems that operate similarly: the natural corporal system and the spiritual system. In the natural system, the world picture appears at the moment of birth. We needn't do anything to create it, which is a substantial difference from the spiritual system. We experience many things through life, experiences that enrich and develop our memory, enhance our ability to process greater and greater subtleties, and make numerous interconnections and connotations. As a result, the picture created in our mind grows more and more lucid. This is the difference between the infant's perception of the world and that of the mature perception. For the point in the heart to evolve into a system of spiritual perceptions, one must acquire a great desire for it. Since the spiritual world is hidden, the only way to intensify the desire for it is through the right environment. When one wants to progress spiritually, one is led to an appropriate environment according to the measure of the will to receive. This is a natural process that happens as a result of the law of equivalence of form, by which one is situated in the spiritual system according to one's desire to partake of it. This environment comprises three elements: a Kabbalist guide, Kabbalistic texts, and a society of people with a similar desire. From this point on, one's evolution depends on one's desire to utilize this environment correctly, to enhance the desire for spirituality. When, and only when, the desire for spirituality grows to the required intensity to create another sensory system, then the picture of the spiritual world will be created in that person. This is the only purpose for which Kabbalistic texts were written. By correctly studying these texts, the construction of the soul is facilitated. Baal HaSulam describes this in the following manner. Therefore we must ask, why then did the Kabbalists obligate each person to study the wisdom of Kabbalah? Indeed, there's a great thing in it, worthy of being publicized. There is a wonderful, invaluable remedy to those who engage in the wisdom of Kabbalah, although they do not understand what they're learning. Through the yearning and the great desire to understand what they are learning, they awaken upon themselves the lights that surround their souls. When one engages in this wisdom, mentioning the names of the lights and the vessels related to one's soul, they immediately shine upon us to a certain measure. However, they shine for him without clothing the interior of his soul for lack of able vessels to receive them. Despite that, the illumination one receives time after time during the engagement draws upon one grace from above, imparting one with abundance of sanctity and purity, which brings one much closer to reaching perfection. Baal HaSulam from the Introduction to the Study of the 10 Sephirot. Once the first picture of the new reality appears, the remainder of the evolution unfolds in a process the Kabbalists call one's soul teaches one. The picture of the corporal world becomes clearer as one matures and accumulates impressions. Here, too, one accumulates sensations and impressions of the spiritual world that enrich the new memory and analytic abilities of the new mind. Consequently, the world picture created within the new sensory system becomes increasingly clearer. The death of the biological body means that the natural system has ceased to function. The senses no longer transfer information to the brain, and the brain stops projecting the picture of the corporal world on the screen within it. Since neither desires nor fulfillments in the point in the heart, from which the spiritual system evolved, belong to this world, this point continues to exist after the departure of the body. If one has come to perceive one's existence in the spiritual system, and has come to identify oneself with it before the demise of one's body, that person will continue to sense his or her spiritual existence past the death of the body. This is the meaning of existence in the soul. According to Kabbalists Baal HaSulam and the Holy Ari, to name just two, all that exists outside of us is light that fills the entire reality, and which is in complete rest. Although we are within that light, we feel as if we exist inside a body situated within a surrounding universe. Yet, as previously stated, impressions fill us through the five senses. Thus, all that exists around us is the unchanging light. What is it that makes us perceive constant changes? To answer that question, we must return to the Reshimot, reminiscences. As we've said earlier, within the will to receive there's a chain of Reshimot, a chain that continuously evokes new Reshimot. The internal world picture we experience is actually a manifestation of the difference, the contradiction between the presently active Reshimot and the light. The light outside us does not change. Only the Reshimot within us change. Our perception of ourselves and the world around us results from projecting the internally unfolding changes in our desire upon the constant resting light. The renewal of the Reshimot and the way one realizes them create our changing pictures of the world. realizing the spiritual gene, the Reshamo. Our perception of ourselves and reality determines how we sense ourselves and reality. This is the basis for all our research. We need to understand what a human being is, and if we have any existence in and of ourselves. Quantum physicists may be right when they argue that man, like all of matter, is merely a bundle of waves. Perhaps the actual reality is very different from that which we presently see. Moreover, if we can establish a fundamental objective principle that will not depend upon our subjective sensation, a principle that defines us and defines reality, we will have a standard by which to assess our present perception. Many researchers believe that the more we progress in our research, the dimmer and vaguer we find things to be. They feel that we're groping in the dark. Our misunderstanding of ourselves and the world is at the core of the present global crisis we're facing. Without doubt, the scientific approach of researching the depths of reality is a good one, but we find there is a boundary, an impasse that we can't penetrate. Human nature, human perception, and everything science has discovered will not facilitate a forward movement. We will feel that from a certain point on, everything becomes intangible and evaporates. This is what quantum physics is already beginning to discover, that matter is suddenly lost, leaving researchers in a kind of vacuum. A sensation of that sort stems from having lost the sense of the present reality before having perceived the approaching upper reality. This happens when one does not possess the tools to perceive the other reality. Bala Salam states, in his article The Essence of the Wisdom of Kabbalah, that the only way to obtain that method is to learn from a Kabbalist who has already mastered it. A blackout. Our state in this world is far from our real state. From the standard we have mentioned above, called Ein Sof, where we are all connected as one desire filled with the upper light, the separation or exclusion occurs to allow us to rise from the degree of desire to a higher degree than that of desire itself, meaning the degree of intention. This enabled us to make free choices and acquire discernments and revelations with which we could transcend the creature-receiving degree and reach the creator-giving degree. Descending from the state of Ein Sof to the state of this world unfolds by dividing the single Kli into many particles. In spirituality, exclusion means difference in qualities. By independently nearing the true state, we begin to understand the thought of creation above the state of Ein Sof. Thus, we are taught how to return to the state of Ein Sof by ourselves. But for us to return to Ein Sof, we must first know the essence of that state. We are all in the state of Ein Sof, a state of love and mutual guarantee, forming a Kli to the upper light. To return from this world to Ein Sof, we must try to build a similar state in our interrelations. The Ein Sof is the truly existing state, though for the time being we're in an imaginary state with respect to our blurred senses. In other words, we are in the state of Ein Sof even now, but our senses are veiled with dust which blurs our perception. We need to clean up our senses. Thus, the state of Ein Sof is the standard we're working to attain. We can never clearly understand a state while still in it. The present state becomes clearer only when we ascend to a higher state. The method of Kabbalah provides a new picture and the method of Kabbalah provides a new picture and outlook that enable us to understand our prior reality. Interestingly, we do not encounter many obstacles when dealing with the still, vegetative, and animate. Yet when attending to matter at our own degree, the speaking, we invariably fail. Our helplessness in resolving the social and familial problems of our time is only one of the many testimonials to that state. The method of Kabbalah elevates us to a higher state than our present state. From this new perspective, we can see our former state and analyze it. This is the fundamental difference between the Kabbalistic mode of research and the ordinary scientific method. In scientific research, the researcher attempts to penetrate the same reality he or she is in, like a child trying to study what it means to be a child. In Kabbalah, however, the Kabbalist researcher rises above the present level and studies the former lower level. Kabbalists do not engage in studying reality in the ordinary scientific manner. They do not try to broaden their narrow perception into a wider perception because they don't think it is possible. Only correctly researching reality can facilitate our progress towards achieving the next steps. Without proper research, we will simply remain at the level of studying matter. Proper research elevates the researcher to the level of the forces that operate behind matter. When we perceive these forces, we perceive what's happening in matter as well, since these forces become our own. The researcher senses these forces as conducting his or her own life, at his or her disposal, perceived tangibly through the senses rather than intellectually. One cannot research reality at a higher degree of nature than what scientists perceive using only rational and sensual perception. To move to a higher reality, one has to change one's senses. Sophisticated research tools will not help here. By studying nature, we can imagine a higher reality opposite to ours, where everything is aimed at giving instead of receiving. We can also assume that above our egoistic nature, everything operates with love and interconnectedness, that everything is actually a single thought. Scientists have found that all parts of reality are harmoniously connected, that each part helps the other and is vital to the collective system. The parts of reality are considerate with one another, as if cells in a single body. This finding brought researchers to hypothesize that the general law for reality is the law of love. The only problem is that the research cannot raise themselves to that level and be that nature. If scientists could change their nature in accordance with what they believe is present beyond the physical level, they would find that beyond the hidden materials lies a very real rock-solid reality, as real as the one they know now. They could perceive the forces, their interconnections, and their systems. But for a researcher to discover all that, there must be congruence of form between the researcher and the level of these forces. We can compare this to walking into a completely dark room. First, we don't see the objects in the room, but if we switch on the light, we will be able to see them. Of course, the objects were there to begin with, but our ability to perceive them was inadequate to the task. Thus, what we must do is match ourselves with the forces that already exist in reality, and the way to match them is the method of Kabbalah. Virtual reality. Numerous theories claim that there are endless realities existing simultaneously. Kabbalah states there's only one. This reality is called Malchut Ein Sof, meaning Malchut of the world of Ein Sof. Nothing else exists. The term Malchut Ein Sof designates the creature in its perfect and eternal state. Anything besides Malchut Ein Sof is called virtual reality. The virtual reality consists of various images that appear before Malchut Ein Sof as it declines into various degrees of consciousness. In consequence, Malchut Ein Sof feels less and less of itself and its filling. The process of losing consciousness intensifies until Malchut Ein Sof reaches its lowest, most turbid and detached state, called this world. In that state, Malchut Ein Sof takes the form of human souls that feel disconnected from one another. It's from this picture of reality that we must crave to return to the state of Malchut Ein Sof. When we say that our reality is virtual, we refer to the discernment that we make when discovering that this is how things stand. Perceiving such reality as virtual doesn't prevent us from working with it. We need only understand that this is one of the phases we must experience. This can be compared to a child with lots of fantasies. The fantasies do not annul the child's world, and we know that these fantasies are appropriate to the child's stage of growth. Similarly, when entering a higher reality, we relate to the previous reality as though it were fictitious, though it's very real to those still at that level. There's a kind of barrier between the spiritual reality and the corporal reality. We cannot see the forces behind this world until we cross the barrier, but these forces depict the picture of the world within us in much the same way that vectors create images on the TV or computer screen. When we look at the screen, we see a colorful three-dimensional picture. but it is really nothing but a combination of electrical forces that can be processed, transferred, and stored. The truth is that we too exist in a similar picture, except that screen is within us. Those who rise to the level of these forces see how real they are, while the picture they create is imaginary. These forces constantly create different pictures, although the forces themselves remain the same. All in all, there are 125 degrees of attainment. The higher we rise in them, the truer and more correctly we will perceive how these forces connect. At the end of the ladder, one perceives the total merging of these forces called Ein Sof. The principle that arises from this is that it is only when we attain and perceive something that we can define it. For this reason, all Kabbalists adhere to an unshakable law stated by Baal HaSulam. What we do not attain, we do not define by name or word. Mass meditation. Many people tend to believe that humanity can improve its situation when it wishes to do so. One such example is mass meditations, often practiced throughout the world in order to raise our quality of life. Undoubtedly, connecting people in a single thought influences reality. The power of thought is indeed tremendous. However, we must understand that simply thinking about it will not induce any beneficial influence on reality, much as we may want it. Since our nature is egoistic, our best thoughts will still be focused on receiving better results for ourselves. Our situation will begin to improve only once we realize that our fundamentally egoistic nature is bad. If we understand that only by acquiring a new altruistic nature we will be happy, then we'll flourish and will thrive. Such recognition will force us to replace our nature. Actions such as mass meditation do not promote humanity to the Creator, meaning to the altruistic nature. They are predicated on our being able to maximize the use of our egoistic forces. Hence, no single plan of humanity will help improve our world. These actions will eventually lead to quicker disclosure of the evil in our egoism. In fact, any bonding of many people to achieve a common goal, positive or negative, accelerates the disclosure of evil. But this is not a desirable way to progress. The optimal evolution occurs only when one draws light from above. The spiritual force exposes the flaws as well as corrects them. But to do that, there must be a method of correction. In the absence of such a method, humanity will be compelled to evolve through torments and affliction. Finally, the accumulated suffering will bring humanity to realize that it cannot do anything alone. Drawing light from above is a result of the effort to be similar to the state of Ein Sof, the only state that truly exists in which we are all connected as one, standing opposite the Creator. We need not fantasize anything in an effort to resemble the final state, because we're already in it. All we need is to want to receive the correcting force from that state, and that force will bring us to actually be in it. Kabbalistic texts depict the corrected state. If we read these texts and want to be in the corrected state, we thus pull in much the same way that an unconscious person receives an IV. The light operates on the reader, awakens, and helps one begin to climb. We therefore see that the meaning of such terms as light and above is this. Light is the upper force that corrects and fills the creature. Above means from a more corrected state, meaning a state of greater bestowal upon the Creator. What is the Creator? The Creator is what one finds to be the upper degree. The Hebrew term boreh, Creator, indicates an invitation to come and see. Bo means come, re means see. One who attains the highest degree is in a state of adhesion with the Creator. Before reaching the highest degree, a flaw will always appear in this adhesion, although this is not really a flaw, but a new, uncorrected desire that has surfaced in the person. These desires appear so that we will correct them, and through correction enhance our adhesion with the Creator. For every new desire that surfaces, the Creator seems higher than before. As one discovers the oppositeness of the upper degree and its level of altruism, one must muster strength to elevate to it. Hence, prior to the state of Ein Sof, where all the ends come together, There is no absolute creator. The only definition we can give to the term creator is, until we reach Ein Sof, higher than I am. The upper degree builds, creates, begets, corrects, and fills the lower degree. The creator appears as a blend of higher qualities than those one presently possesses. The Reshamo that awaken cause one to picture a higher degree every time. Nevertheless, the depiction of the creator is always the projection of one's present qualities on the abstract light. The abstract light's pressure is constant, the changes and movements are only within. Although only the Reshamo change within us, it seems as if it is the creator who's changing. Realizing the Reshamo. A person who's not a Kabbalist realizes the resurfacing Reshamo involuntarily. Such a person reacts according to the conditions in which he or she was placed: education, environment, internal forces, health, and so on. In this matter, one is taken through various emotions and impressions and finally arrives at the desire for spirituality. While progressing despite itself, one accumulates impressions from life's joys and sorrows, collecting discernments and using them along the way. This is a preparatory phase whereby one accumulates numerous impressions regarding one's will to receive and experiences the realization of Reshamo within. Although we're unaware of it, all of these impressions remain in the brain. And when a certain Reshamo surfaces, the Reshamo that are necessary to realize it also awaken. We cannot control this process. Events we experienced many years ago suddenly resurface, and we can't understand why. Moreover, because souls are interconnected in a single system, each personal impression of a person or a group of persons affects every other soul. Processes that unfold in a certain place on Earth affect all of Earth's inhabitants, even if they are unaware of it. We're presently unable to understand how this information is transmitted, but it becomes crystal clear upon attaining the state of Ein Sof. We accelerate the emergence of the Reshamo because we are parts of a single system. We all exist as one creature with respect to the upper light. Each of us is comprised of all the others. Each is like a single Kli that the Creator created as a hologram, and each person is comprised of the self and its incorporation or existence in all of the other souls. The incorporation of a person into all other souls is bidirectional, meaning one is within the other souls and the souls are within that person. This is why the will to receive contains so many discernments and changes. There's always contact between the upper light and the individual. But one's connection to this contact varies. The upper light shines upon the desires within us, evoking a sensation that we call the picture of my world, whether it is this world or the spiritual world. This sensation changes constantly under the influence of one's own Reshamo, as well as one's integration in the Reshamo of other souls. The sum of these changes creates one's dynamic picture of life. Choosing the future. We believe that we have many possible futures to choose from, but choosing means seeing the future. So what is this choice based on? How does one know which future is best? If we could see the result of choosing one option and the result of choosing another option, we'd know which is better. But in truth, there are no options to choose from whatsoever. A certain Reshamo awakens within a certain will to receive, meaning within a certain person situated in a certain environment. Subsequently, that person realizes the Reshamo, accumulating further impressions from life's events. If we realized that we are only marionettes, and at the same time we can change our future, we would then be at a point of choice. In other words, we could then choose an environment that would influence us positively and assist us in our spiritual development. Such an environment would help us realize that Reshamo in the same direction and in the same pre-existing ladder, but we would do it willingly, instead of under pressure. In any given state, the Reshamo in the awakened will to receive and the environment are all predetermined. Even if one had an urge to realize the Reshamo, this urge would stem from within, and even if one used the environment to accelerate the unfolding of the Reshamo, It would only shorten the predetermined unfolding period. However, our efforts to be part of an environment that is interested in spiritual evolution and to be prompted by it to evolve offer us a new intellect, the comprehensive intellect, which pertains to the Creator's intention with respect to the creatures. Acquiring that intellect means discovering that intention and this to the Creator's degree. This is the great bonus. We need to understand that by ourselves, we can want anything except to advance in the right way to the goal. A person alone is like a blind person, unable to see the path of correct progress. We cannot see the outlet from this world to the upper world, from the will to receive to the will to bestow. We cannot even see that such a thing exists and that here lies our salvation. It follows that the point of free choice is very, very subtle. We can choose an environment that will bring us to a state where the upper light changes our quality, and through the operation of that light, we will be able to enter the spiritual realm. But alone, without a method or a social environment, we cannot make the breakthrough to spirituality. Terms such as parallel worlds and parallel universes are becoming increasingly fashionable. Many find the possibility of choosing their future enchanting. There are meditations that offer abilities to choose first thing in the morning the events of the coming day. Psychologically speaking, in the manner of one's programming oneself and predetermining a specific manner in which to accept the reshima that will surface that day. Yet the question remains whether or not we can actually create a different reality by doing this. We cannot say that such a person is exceptional, as we all have our predispositions about life. We all have habits with which we start our day, whether they're physical exercise or a visit to a therapist. Whether we plan our day consciously or unconsciously, the fact remains that our picture of reality is entirely determined by the reshima within us. This reshima situates us in this picture and creates all the decisions in it. Correspondingly, our conscious effort to choose what will happen are a product of the unfolding reshima and nothing more. The memory. All of the pictures that make up our lives are connected to one another. Thus, evoking a certain reshima often reminds us of past experiences. We do not manage our memories, nor can we draw anything from them or forget others. The reshima determines absolutely everything. We only move atop the experiences that awaken and work within us. If a realization of a reshima requires it, past memories will pop up on their own. Everything we ever experienced remains within us. Nothing ever disappears. A reshima that awakens in one's desire is then realized opposite the light and produces a discernment of what is happening at that moment. Subsequently, another reshima awakens, and since the reshima are connected, the new reshima uses the old reshima according to its need. When several other reshima have come and gone, the first reshima is lost from the memory, and the picture it creates dissolves from sensation. These sensations might later reawaken if they're needed for the realization of a new reshima. Thus we discern a chain of experiences in which the reshima become active and passive. And as these reshima are realized, they accumulate impressions within us. This process unfolds above us. Hence, we cannot approach our memory and draw specific pictures from it. For example, while walking on the street, we might encounter a familiar scent that briefly reminds us of a childhood scene. As the scene appears, it disappears, and we can't understand its purpose. However, nothing's accidental in the world. All the memories surface only according to their necessity for the realization of the present reshima. All souls are connected within a single comprehensive system. We can therefore say that memory, too, is common to all of them. This becomes increasingly clear as one becomes more connected to every other soul. The more we consciously work towards this system, more memories will surface in us, and along with them collective abilities and attainments. If we rise to a degree of bonding with others and work with their vessels as though they were our own, we will certainly utilize everything within us. The power of thought. Thought is a very powerful force. In the docudrama What the Bleep Do We Know?, Dr. John Hagelin told of an experiment in mass meditation carried out in Washington, D.C. According to Hagelin, it turned out that mass meditation on reducing crime levels in Washington, D.C. yielded impressive results, and crime levels dropped by 25% that summer. Yet, in this act, there's still no free choice, since it is the Reshamo that performs the whole process, the decision to carry out the mass meditation as well as the subsequent decrease in crime level. Regardless, at present, we wish to work only with the modus operandi of human desires, not with the degree above it which manages us. Bringing a group of people together with a single goal creates a great power. This is so because everyone unconsciously uses the already existing system in which they're already connected. Even if people bond for the worst goals, they will awaken tremendous powers. Thoughts change reality because a thought is an expression of a desire. By wanting reality to be one way or another, we seemingly channel our future in the desirable direction. If crime levels are due to rise and 1,000 people bond in meditation to lower them, they will decrease because the participants in the experiment inserted their will into that Reshamo. The Reshamo is crude potential, and one's attitude towards the Reshamo can affect the form the Reshamo will take. Bonding people in common thought creates congruence with the state of Ein Sof, where all the souls are already connected. We should state that such congruence exists even when the bonding's not carried out to approach the Creator, to reach bestowal. In other words, congruence with the system works regardless of its connection to the Creator. Bonding draws power from above, which changes the way the Reshamo seems to unfold. Yet we must keep in mind that our attitudes towards the Reshamo are also predetermined within the Reshamo. Let us use the mass meditation example to clarify the subtle issue of free choice. 2 points need to be emphasized. After the awakening of a desire to use the collective power, one applies this power and reaches an impressive result. Activating the desire yields result because that person utilized the Reshamo, the system, and the light. Truthfully, there's not a single act in all of this that stems from the individual, since the Reshamo prodded that person into action. As with any other machine, the person performed an act and yielded a certain outcome. The only involvement of the individual in the process was the documenting of the causes and the consequences. In fact, because we acquire independent existence in spirituality, our knowledge is nothing more than a recording of cause and consequence. The chain of Reshamo. Our perception of reality is our sensation of the upper light. The measures of sensing the light are called this world or the spiritual world. This world pertains to a sensation of the upper light via an egoistic intention, while sensing the world via an altruistic intention is called the spiritual world. These depictions express 2 forms of relation towards the upper light. Our attitude towards the upper light defines our state. It determines in which world and in what degree we're situated. This attitude is determined by the Reshamo that evolve from 0 degree onward. These Reshamo evolve in a certain order, starting with the still, through the vegetative, animate, and up to the physical speaking, the human. The speaking degree continues to evolve through interior degrees of still, vegetative, animate, and spiritual or speaking. The chain of Reshamo determines everything, and besides that, nothing exists. The Reshamo evoke increasingly stronger desires in us, starting with the physical existential desires for sex, food, and family, through desires for wealth, honor, domination, and ending in a desire for knowledge. Scientists work with the highest desires in the human species desires, Reshamo for knowledge and erudition. Once we exhaust all the Reshamo in the egoistic desire to receive, we are required to commence our correction in order to progress onward. Kabbalah begins where our ability to research reality ends. This is so because the wisdom of Kabbalah enables one to change a Reshamo from egoistic to altruistic. Realizing a Reshamo altruistically allows the researcher to transcend the realization level of the Reshamo that awaken in the researcher, which brings us to the level of the forces that coordinate the elicitation of the Reshamo into the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the researcher explores the forces that form the roots of that person's virtual reality, the very forces that the scientists so desperately seek. Scientists are at the highest evolutionary level of desires in this world. This is precisely their plight. They cannot find the root of everything or learn what happens beyond matter. They do succeed in assuming that there is a thought past matter, and that this thought is probably one of love and giving. They will even come to state openly that there must be a different way to research reality. Alas, they will be unable to find it. It is impossible to change the innate approach to the realization of the Reshimo without the wisdom of Kabbalah. Humanity, doubtless, had to realize all the Reshimo up to this present state without being consulted in the matter. But today, humanity finds itself craving to know the reason for its desperate state. The outcry that surfaces from the heart of humanity invokes the disclosure of the wisdom of Kabbalah. Kabbalah will help humankind realize the spiritual Reshimo to which it's now shifting. The Reshimo that prompt the intensification of spiritual quest in so many people. If humanity waits until its researchers reach the truth on their own, without the assistance of the wisdom of Kabbalah, it might find itself in an unprecedented avalanche of crises, failures, and disasters. This is why the wisdom of Kabbalah is surfacing now, to ease the transition. This is also what Kabbalists have been trying to explain to humanity before it falls into these predicaments. Revealed and concealed. The difference between the revealed and the concealed in this world and in the spiritual world is only with respect to us. Everything we still do not know in this world as well is called concealed. If what is known becomes known, it becomes revealed. Thus, at any given moment, we are in both the revealed and the concealed. The difference between this world and the spiritual world is in the way we acquire forms and patterns of perceiving reality. The spiritual world is a reality where the patterns to perceive it do not come naturally, from within us or from the environment, because the spiritual reality abides by opposite laws than our natural laws where we presently exist. The spiritual world requires that we invert our attitudes. But where can we find the opposite strength to build opposite forms? If we are naturally built to build egoistic forms, how will we be able to build within any altruistic forms and perceive the altruistic reality? Such an inversion requires a special process called segula, remedy. Segula refers to an indirect process that traverses the upper system and then returns to the individual. Using Kabbalah studies, one draws nearer the upper altruistic thought. This thought does not act upon the will to receive or upon the ego, but rather on the altruistic point, the point in the heart. The similarity of nature between the point in the heart and the upper thought creates a connection between them, and they possess the same nature. The upper thought acts upon the point and molds it into various patterns which we perceive as seeming to exist outside of us in the spiritual realm. Actually, these forms do not exist outside of us at all, but within us. As with the illusion that everything we see in this world is outside of us, so is the case in the spiritual world. However, when we acquire more spiritual forms, we come to understand and to know the thought that develops and builds these forms within us. During the process of coming to know this thought, we build internal forms that become increasingly similar to the upper thought. In so doing, we equalize ourselves with this thought until it becomes the self of that person, after which one rises to the level where that thought originated. Inverted world. The upper force creates the entire picture of reality within us, our nature, character, health, wishes, and thoughts, and even our friends, country, and the world we live in. All this is prepared by the upper force. Everything that happens within us and around us is intended to bring us to a single resolution to bond with this force. But if this is how things are, we should ask, how could this so-called benevolent upper force create such a harsh and bitter reality as we see before us? In that regard, Kabbalah said, "He who charges others charges with his own fault." The world picture is completely personal and entirely affected by the level of correction of one's attributes. In the article Concealment and Disclosure of the Face, Bala Salam expounds on the meaning of changing one's perspective, changing one's tools of perception. In this article, Bala Salam argues that perceiving phenomenon from the perspective of the correction is opposite to perceiving phenomena from the perception of the corruption. Through egoistic vessels, it seems as though egoists succeed. Through altruistic vessels, they seem to be suffering. But did these people actually change? Did they fall from riches to rags, from bliss to anguish? Moreover, can our correction change the state of those we observe? The one who senses the spiritual reality and observes the corporal reality perceives its events and incidences differently than the one who does not sense spirituality. Such a person sees only how the egoistic actions performed in our world are untruthful, noxious, and create distance between their doers and the upper force. The more enjoyable and fulfilling a phenomenon is thought to be in egoistic vessels, the farther it is from the nature of the upper force in the eyes of the one who feels the spiritual reality. In such a state, that person will perceive it as more afflictive, since it distances the individual from the upper force and the quality of bestowal. Contradictory phenomena. It seems hard to believe that researchers would agree to the statement that we create the world picture before our eyes. But this is because that would mean that there's nothing more to research, and researchers are customarily regarded as people who aspire to change the world. But changing the world is impossible using the traditional methods of research. At this point, Kabbalah provides researchers with tools that will enable them to research themselves and to change the world. In other words, Kabbalah will assist an honest researcher to achieve what he or she wants from the beginning to change the world. However, the change will be internal, not external. The wisdom of Kabbalah will enable science and human perception to evolve to the next phase beyond time, space, and motion. In that state, all the phenomena that today appear contradictory to researchers will merge. Now we can also understand how our desires gradually evolve. Having developed from desires for wealth to desires for honor and domination, and finally to the desire for knowledge, it is now time for the desire for spirituality, the desire that induces our exposure of the wisdom of Kabbalah. A scientist who studies the wisdom of Kabbalah is acquainted with the foundation of creation. Such a scientist will be surprised to discover how tightly matters are connected to the rules discovered in the material world. Subsequently, this congruence between spiritual laws and physical laws will help the researcher to resolve problems in every field of contemporary life. In ecology, psychology, social or political science, in every field of science, we're faced with the absence of the right formula. Things did not used to be so complex. In Newton's time, for example, discovering only a few formulae sufficed to explain everything. But today, we've climbed to a new level of research in matter. At this level, we lack the formula that explains the general conduct of matters. If science claims to engage in humans and the world they live in, Kabbalah states that in all fields of research, we actually research ourselves, not the world around us. In physics, chemistry, physiology, ecology, or any other science, we research not the world outside us, but our inner world, our inner vessels. Modern science is discovering that traditional research has exhausted itself. All that is needed now is to see that the entire world is actually within us. A new science. The realities we cannot see today, illiteracy of the effect of thoughts, inability to get along with society and with the environment, are all consequences of the erroneous premise that the world exists outside us. This is why we are unable to formulate clear, sustainable rules that provide secure and safe sustenance. We must understand that we judge everything from within. If researchers agree to that, it will mark the beginning of a new science. The new science will facilitate a clear understanding of the world we live in and make a proper connection to reality. To bring the method of correction to humanity, we must adopt the viewpoint that we exist within ourselves. Admittedly, changing attitudes towards the perception of reality is no small matter, especially with such fundamental change as the one we face today. In the past, when new methods came about, they always required time to be accepted. Hardest of all is the transition to a new perception, because according to the new perception, nothing exists but the perceiving individual. All former perceptions argue that there is something outside us with which we connect, whether in thought or in action. The argument that the human being is the Creator's sole creation and that besides the perceiving individual there is only upper light is difficult to comprehend. The understanding that all we feel are internal phenomena is not a psychological switch. Rather, it's a fundamental change that forces us to delve within. One cannot merely agree with the new perception, but one must cultivate and improve one's inner qualities to finally equalize their form with the upper light on the outside. When one's qualities change and are no longer opposite in form to the Creator's qualities, one begins to discover the Creator. In that state, one becomes transparent with respect to the upper light, and the human matter, the will to receive, no longer acts as a partition before the light. Kabbalah explains that our tools of perception are comprised of 5 parts. 3 of these parts are called internal vessels, and the other 2 are called external vessels. The internal vessels we feel ourselves, and with the external vessels we feel our surrounding world. The external vessels create the sensation of an external reality, because they are incomplete vessels, insufficiently developed. When one corrects one's vessels, including the external vessels, in the fullest measure, the external world too will be felt as internal. Thus the outside world will disappear and become the simple light that fills the whole reality. Since the correcting person has equalized with the upper light in every quality by annulling all the differences between them, that person is now in reciprocal perception with the upper light. This state is called divakut, or adhesion, a state where one is totally integrated in the upper light. The difference discovered by quantum physics between the behavior of matter as a particle and its behavior as a wave is tantamount to the gap between matter, the will to receive, and the light. Through Kabbalah, humanity will come to know the purpose at which matter is required to arrive, namely equivalence of form between matter and light. At that time there will be no difference, from our perspective, between a wave and a particle, between light and matter. We're presently incapable of comparing 2 contradictory things and situating them under the same roof. Only when one determines that reality is within and that there's nothing without, only if one lets go of the perception of me and outside me, will these opposites become as one. Nature's laws. We live in a world we know only partially. There are many rules in nature, some of which we discover easily because they're evident from our own existence. The law of gravity, for instance, is evident because when we try to fly without proper instruments, we fall back to Earth. Some laws apply only to Earth, and some also apply to space. Some of these rules are perceived through our senses and our bodies, but there are other laws, such as laws of radiation, whose actions we can't feel. We can only see the phenomena they produce. We can't perceive, hear, or see waves, but we do recognize their effects. There are other rules whose effects we don't know. At times we feel certain phenomena, but we cannot clearly identify their origins. Either way, our experiences demonstrate that if we knew all the rules that affect the world, we might be happy and successful. Some of the rules we learn from existence, some rules of behavior children pick up from their parents, their friends, and the environment and the general society. The rules we learn by education are not innately known to us. It's not clear that this is how they actually exist in the world, but our educators persuade us in various ways that it is so, and that this is the path worth treading. If children could see for themselves that something was wrong, they wouldn't do it. If one does not understand personally that it is bad to be cruel and evil to others, if one fails to see that theft is a negative phenomenon, society demonstrates this by penalties it attaches to actions. If we were aware that there is a law of reality that determines that if we stole, nature would respond with a negative reaction, we wouldn't do it to begin with. If we knew that the penalty for stealing was illness, or something terrible would happen to us or to our loved ones, we would avoid stealing. Thus, where one does not see the law and the consequences of one's actions, society helps determine the rules one must follow, along with a system of reward and punishment. Clearly, we would like to know how the natural rules operate, and then behave accordingly. But the rules pertaining to our relationship with society and with the upper force seem to be hidden. Kabbalah states that these rules can be followed only once they're attained. When humankind reveals the whole system and understands the connection with the upper force, we will certainly be able to follow the general law of reality, the law of bestowal. But until then, we can't force anyone into such a state. In Kabbalah, the numeric value of the words God and nature is the same, 86. Stating their equality emphasizes that all nature around us, this world as well as the upper spiritual worlds, are all God. The system of these forces is the manifestation of the Creator before us. We know the rules at the physical level, and perhaps we will know additional laws in several hundred years, but this is not the source of our problem. As we evolve, we must come to know the spiritual laws, those that pertain to the human degree in us. Presently, not only do we not know them, we're not even close to knowing them. Consequently, humanity falls deeper into predicaments generation by generation, and our situation is growing more and more desperate. None of the physical laws that we discover in physics, chemistry, biology, or any other field of science will be of help to us. Using scientific discoveries to benefit humankind will not make our lives any better, safer, or more complete, since we're not keeping the spiritual laws. What have we gained by learning to grow more crops if human egoism prevents us from dispensing them to everyone's benefit? Human beings use every benefit from the rules they've discovered against themselves because they have not corrected themselves as humans. We suffer because we don't know how to conduct the speaking human degree within us. All humanity's problems stem from the single fact that we do not conduct ourselves correctly. People kill one another. They're frustrated, afraid, and desperate. All those phenomena are the maladies of the speaking degree within us, not those of the still vegetative or animate degrees in us. We do not feel bad about anything that pertains to the still vegetative and animate degrees in us. We have food, water, and shelter. To past generations, living conditions were much harsher, but people were happier. We are not happy, and it all stems from the imbalance between the speaking degree in us and nature's forces. This state will not change unless we change, study these forces, and equalize with them. We are like a cog in a perpetually working machine. If we're not in exactly the right position, if we're not in sync with the machine, we are certain to feel discomfort. The fact that we're not rushing to correct our position with respect to these forces may ultimately turn against us. 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, humanity was not so opposite to nature's machine. But today, we are more evolved, more egoistic, crueler, and hence in greater contrast to nature's laws. Bala Salam says that this is the reason that our suffering intensifies in every generation. He says, "Nature, like a competent judge, pushes us according to our development. For we can see that to the extent that mankind develops, so increase the pains and torments. And besides the blows we take today, we must also consider the drawn sword for the future, and the right conclusion must be drawn, that nature will ultimately defeat us, and we will all be compelled to join hands in following the commandments with all the required measure. From the Article of Peace. The system of laws operates on us incessantly. It doesn't ask our opinion in the matter. If we know it, we will get along with it and have a blissful life. But if we do not study, we will feel greater discomfort the more we continue to evolve and fall behind in balancing ourselves with the system. To discover spiritual rules, we must begin to change ourselves and to operate in accordance with these rules. This is why we have been given the wisdom of Kabbalah. Thus, the sciences we have known and developed thus far relate to the inanimate nature, to the vegetative, and to the animate levels. And the wisdom of Kabbalah is surfacing in relation to the speaking human level. Kabbalah, the modern science. Unlike any other science, Kabbalah reveals to us the upper world. This is why it is most often referred to as a wisdom instead of a science. The empiric scientific approach of the wisdom of Kabbalah is based on the same research principles that apply to other fields of research. Kabbalah too regards the observer as the researcher and studies reality as it is sensed by a human being from a subjective perspective. The uniqueness of the wisdom of Kabbalah compared to any other field of human study is that the subject of its research is the higher part of reality. The wisdom of Kabbalah enables one to attain the roots of reality, not just another segment of the whole, but reality at its highest levels, before we ever reached it. Attaining the roots of reality grants researchers control over events before they clothe in our world, and the ability to interfere and change them, to lead and to guide them using their unique approach. If we determine our desire in such a way that the entire reality will appear to us in the direction of bestowal upon the Creator, if we want to live in a reality where the five senses are devoted to a single aim, to delight the Creator, then in that state we will determine our attitude to reality in the realm and at the level of the sixth sense. This means holding an altruistic attitude to reality, which yields an entirely different characteristic to the reality perceived through the five senses. We will no longer attain a mere speck of reality, but its very root, ascending to the control room, the headquarters of reality. In so doing, we can rise above the creature level and reach the Creator's degree, the source from which the upper forces comes and clothes the mundane matter. If we change our attitude to the forces while they're still at their root, we will feel their clothing in our world entirely differently. The empty sensation will yield before the sensation of the upper light. Reality advances incessantly towards the revelation of the Creator to the creatures. It all depends on one's attitude to reality. If the creature progresses toward the goal willingly, through resembling oneself to the Creator, that person will experience the revelation of the Creator as an increasing flow of abundance. Conversely, if the revelation of the Creator unfolds unwillingly, meaning when the creature does not exert to resemble the Creator, the revelation will be perceived as threatening and evil, induced by the disparity of form between the egoistic individual and the upper bounty, whose nature is bestowal. Disclosure of the Creator in a state of disparity of form brings darkness to one's life. The darkness is the dark side of the upper light. The upper light already fills us, but we're presently unable to discover it. and the appearance of the darkness serves as a clarion that invites us to change our attitude to reality and to discover the upper light. The sixth sense is not added to the five senses, rather it stands above them separately, just as our will to receive perceives the corporal reality with five modes of perception, which are our five senses, so our sixth sense comprises five modes of perception of higher reality. With the help of the sixth sense, another reality is felt in the five senses, and this is the transition from darkness to light, from emptiness, fear, and torment, to abundance, security, tranquility, eternity, and perfection. Acquiring the sixth sense expands our knowledge through positive impressions of abundance. When we acquire this sense, the upper light appears as profusion that fills the vessels instead of darkness. This new state will change the result of research in science. Physicists, chemists, and biologists will receive new results in their researches as though finding the other side of the coin. Humankind will stop researching afflicted vessels devoid of light, and instead will thrive and flourish towards the Creator's light with a will that is truly free. Such existence will be existence from the perspective of the light, the perspective of a corrective Kli, since with the altruistic aim the Kli becomes light and acquires the form and attributes of the light. Humanity will develop sciences through utilizing the sixth sense, the altruistic intention. Drawing light by equalizing with it will expose humankind to a different existence of nature, existence in the positive, not in the negative. All levels of existence are contained within man. They rise and they fall with him. If a person becomes a real human, similar to the Creator, all nature, inanimate, vegetative, and animate, receive a different nourishment and fulfillment. When humankind resembles the Creator, this world will be incorporated in the worlds Bariya, Yetzirah, and Asiya, and will rise along with them to Ein Sof. All nature will then rise and bond with the Creator. In the egoistic and corrupted state, one does not see that the picture of reality is empty and lacks the presence of the Creator in it. The Creator appears as the provider of reality along with the acquisition of the sixth sense. He appears as the one who is inside reality's every detail, and in consequence, one's sensations in the five senses testify to that state as though they were a gift from the Creator. In that state, the world appears as the measure of one's contact with the Creator, as the bonding measure between the individual and the Creator. The more one senses the Creator as clothed in reality, the more one discovers that the Creator is within oneself and directs one's senses towards that sensation, and the more one loses oneself. All that remains is a tiny point where one stands as an observer watching the revelation of the Creator from within and from without. This is why Kabbalah said that the Creator created the Kli as well as filled it with the picture of the world. It's precisely through the sensation of the absence of self that an opportunity opens before one to determine oneself. It's exactly at this point that one can determine one's independent attitude towards reality. Through discerning that the Kli is not one's own, that its filling is not ascribed to oneself, one begins to discern one's ability to determine one's attitude to reality. At this point, one begins to cultivate the sixth sense, above the five senses, the sense in which one establishes oneself. From the perspective of the Kli, a person decides how to feel the filling of the Kli, determining one's identity with respect to the filling. This is how a person grows, in whom the erupting evolution is called the wisdom of Kabbalah. We therefore see that the science humanity is nurturing via the five senses is but a fraction of the comprehensive picture of reality. Many changes will unfold in science, and in research, boundaries will expand far beyond the present knowledge and discoveries. The fraction of reality that humanity has already discovered was discovered from within the empty vessels, not from the wealth that appears in corrected vessels. The scientists' recognition of the impasse they've reached is actually the acknowledgement of the empty vessels. Humanity has discovered all that it could in these vessels, while the light is still absent from the Kli. Human science and all its branches are an accumulation of knowledge from a position of absence of abundance. Science, like every other human engagement, demonstrates the negativity and the inability to evolve. Today, an absence of abundance in the vessels is leading to increased despair. Human beings acknowledge that all the mundane pleasures, sex, food, family, wealth, honor, power, and knowledge, offer no fulfillment, and they leave us empty. This emptiness is the driving force behind the desire to reveal the upper science, the wisdom of Kabbalah. Many scientists and philosophers admit that they relate to the world as to a real threat. From their point of view, humanity has lost both control and the understanding of where it's headed. Only a few years are left for humanity to continue to evolve before it stands at the brink of a chasm that will eliminate every aspect of human life: ecology, society, culture, research, and education. These scientists already understand that without discovering the thought, the essence that generates matter, science will not be able to progress. They give humanity only a few years to evolve, and say that humanity is presently facing an unprecedented crisis. Humanity has known predicaments before, but they had always appeared in a single realm of human life: religion, culture, industry, or science. When one realm fell, another rose in its place. New ideologies replaced the old, and the world moved on to new eras. Today, however, all of humanity's engagements have reached total negation. Humanity seems to be turning to religion, as it has done before science, industrialism, and culture took its place. But in truth, this time around, it's a very different unfolding. The worldwide upsurge of religions and mystic teachings of all sorts is not due to their strong appeal to people, but for lack of choices. Humanity is losing hope that science and technology will improve its state and sweeten its bitter life. The reason for the new attraction to religion is to test once more, learn once again, and for the last time, that no cure and relief for our present crisis will be found in them. Religions design theories and philosophies that argue that science and religion can be combined and thus improve our lives. But this notion, too, will prove mistaken. The renewed interest in religion is also the last. It will lead to the recognition of religion's inability to provide a true answer to the empty vessels that will surface. Thus, all the processes unfolding today summarize millennia of human evolution in egoistic vessels. From here on, we must cultivate new vessels, altruistic ones. These vessels will display before us an entirely different reality, one of bounty, perfection, eternity, and light. And lastly, discovering this reality by all mankind is the very purpose of creation.